Chapter 1. The Golden Finger. No. Lu Zhou opened his eyes, suddenly propping himself up, his face covered in cold sweat, his gaze confused and desperate. He mechanically turned his eyes until he saw the familiar wall in front of him, as well as the green writing desk from before the apocalypse. Lu Zhou had a deep impression of this green writing desk. Back when he had just started university, he insisted on having a desk of this color, which made his parents very angry. During the apocalypse, his group had left home early, and it was impossible to see this desk again. He couldn't help but feel dazed. Hadn't he just managed to get a residence permit for the underground city, only to be ambushed and killed from behind? How was he back in his home before the apocalypse? Was it a passing lantern? How nice. Heaven hadn't treated him poorly. He could see his home one last time before dying, and he was content. After all, he had survived for 7 years in the apocalypse. His parents were long gone, and he had struggled alone, facing malice, and was already tired. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Lu Zhou lowered his head and looked towards the source of the voice. It was his glowing tablet. Looking at the familiar little game on the screen, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. He remembered this game, a combination of farming and raising pets, very popular among little girls. Before going to university, he had logged into his little cousin's account, helping her complete tasks every day to earn rewards. Moreover, he remembered his little cousin had called him before to urge him to remember to play well. Just as he finished thinking about this in his mind, the phone rang the next second. Lu Zhou stared blankly at the note on the screen. Aunt Xiaolin sent a message. When he numbly answered the phone, a clear and tender voice of his little cousin came through. "Brother, remember to feed my pet. I'm afraid you'll forget. Just reminding you, don't call me back. I'm using my mom's phone to call you." After his little cousin hurriedly finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Lu Zhou shook off his chaotic thoughts, feeling like his head was about to explode. Could an illusion last this long? Was there a possibility that he had reincarnated? Lu Zhou forcefully pinched his thigh, and along with the pain, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes shimmering with excited tears. He was back. He really was back. But what was the date now? Lu Zhou shivered and quickly looked at the time displayed on the tablet. July 29th, 20XX. He had only 1 week of preparation time before the apocalypse began. Crackle, crackle. A noise came. Lu Zhou looked down at the familiar game on the tablet in confusion, but the tablet suddenly went black. The next second, before Lu Zhou could react, accompanied by a burnt smell, the tablet bulged up, clearly rendered useless. No way. He didn't remember this happening in his last life, right? He had used this tablet to play games with his little cousin all summer. Damn, it was still supposed to be the safest waterproof tablet. The quality was concerning. Fortunately, he hadn't been too close. Otherwise, this would have sent him back again. Lu Zhou felt somewhat speechless, but he was sure he had indeed reincarnated. So at this moment, what he needed to do was to gather as many supplies as possible to prepare for the impending natural disasters. Just as he was planning to go to the living room, a game interface identical to the one he played appeared in his mind. After a moment of surprise, Lu Zhou regained his composure. Fortunately, he had a golden finger right from the start. After carefully examining and studying it, he concluded, 1. There is land in the game, but the planting interface cannot be accessed. 2. The gathering function still exists. He can collect a certain amount of water in the game. Unfortunately, in the past, he could collect mushrooms, honey, and gasoline on the map, but these functions are temporarily unavailable. The game indicates that they can be used after upgrading. 3. The small house in the game can be entered, and it has electricity and gas. 4. All the resources he had previously gathered in the game are gone, so it's essentially starting from scratch. 5. In addition to the small house, there are storage slots in the game backpack. However, the backpack only has 10 slots. Lu Zhou calculated the volume of the slots, which is about 27 cubic units, roughly a small cube with dimensions of 3 meters. He reached out to test it, and, unfortunately, the 2 slots did not connect. Lu Zhou didn't waste any time and immediately exited the game, grabbed a cup of water, and stored it in a slot. Soon, the game slot displayed a cup of boiled and sterilized water. His heart sank as he tossed the notebook that was lying on his desk into the slot with the water. A red prompt quickly popped up. Note: items of different types cannot be placed in the same slot. Damn, that's a bit limiting. Lu Zhou pinched his chin, frowning slightly. This was not good news for him, meaning he could only store items of the same type in the slots, which would impact his stockpiling plans. However, he hadn't tried placing different types of items in the small house yet. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou quickly repeated the previous action. Both items were successfully stored in the small house. Not bad. It seemed he could place items freely inside the small house. Lu Zhou felt a sense of relief. But what troubled him was that the small house also had limitations, such as a storage space of only about 70 cubic units. But in any case, it was much better than starting with nothing. After the experiment, Lu Zhou also discovered that whether in the small house or the backpack slots, the stored items retained their state at the moment they were placed inside. This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Zhou. After exploring the game's mysteries, his intense anxiety about the future eased somewhat. He was determined to utilize the game in this lifetime and ensure that his parents could live well until the dungeon opened. However, in this week, he needed to prepare supplies as much as possible since the game had no food, and in the end times, the most precious resources were water, food, and medicine. Lu Zhou rummaged through the corner of the wardrobe and found a red savings book. Inside was 100,000 yuan, his pocket money saved since childhood. His parents had never touched this money, keeping it intact for him. He didn't stop and quickly walked into the living room. Today was Friday, and his parents were at work as usual. In his previous life, his dad was sent on a business trip and had just returned home after being away for a week. At that time, their family was grateful for his dad's good luck, thinking that even in the face of natural disasters and misfortunes, they could still be together. Now that he was living again, how could he just let his dad waste this precious week? He had to call and trick his parents back home first. Chapter 2: Crazy Hoarding. Lu Zhou took out his phone, looking at the constantly changing time, his anxiety rising in his heart. He quickly dialed his dad's number. When the call connected, there was a crackling sound on the line, and background noise was everywhere. A familiar voice came through. Son, why are you calling? Your dad is busy. The company is probably going to send me on a business trip. If you have something to say, hurry up. If not, I'm hanging up. Lu's father spoke hurriedly, but Lu Zhou was even more anxious than him. After a moment of calm, Lu Zhou blinked and finally pretended to sound in pain. Dad, I accidentally burned myself with hot water at home, and now my leg is numb. I feel like my leg is going to be useless. Wah, wah, wah. At first, Lu Zhou was fake crying, but then imagining his dad dying tragically in the future made him genuinely emotional, crying heart-wrenchingly. Lu Zhengqing was stunned. When had he ever seen his son cry so miserably? Could it really be that his leg was burned too badly? It better not really be useless. Son, don't talk nonsense. You must be fine. I'm coming home right now. Don't panic, don't panic. Standing next to Lu Zhengqing was his colleague, Old Zhang. Seeing Lu Zhengqing's suddenly devastated expression, Old Zhang felt a tightening in his chest. Old Zhang, tell the boss I'll find someone else for the business trip. My son is in trouble. I need to go home first. Old Zhang quickly nodded. Okay, old Lu, don't be too anxious. Drive carefully on the way. Lu Zhengqing didn't waste any more time. Immediately went downstairs to drive, his movements seamless. Worried about his son, Lu Zhengqing was eager to return home. Lu's mother felt the same way. When she heard Lu Zhou's heart-wrenching cries, she immediately panicked. After notifying her unit's leader, she hurriedly took a taxi home. After successfully tricking his dad into coming back, Lu Zhou didn't waste any time. He put on his clothes and planned to go to the grain wholesale market 2 kilometers away from his home to buy some food first. After all, a week is indeed a short time. He couldn't waste a single moment. However, before that, Lu Zhou rode his electric scooter and arrived at the car rental center in about 15 minutes. He spent 2,000 yuan to rent a box truck for a week. Lu Zhou had never driven a truck before, But after 7 years of the apocalypse, not only had he learned to drive a truck, he had also learned to pick locks, repair cars, and even fight and kill. There was no choice. Living was this difficult. Soon, Lu Zhou drove the truck to the Qinghe agricultural wholesale market. Pedestrians were bustling about, and there were indeed a lot of people. Lu Zhou sighed for a moment, then followed the small road through the market, heading into the alley where rice, flour, and oil were sold. As soon as he entered, the boss lady greeted him with a smile. "What do you want to buy? We have everything, and our prices are definitely the most affordable on this street." Lu Zhou looked around the shops and noticed that the quality of rice, flour, and oil was indeed good, and the prices were quite reasonable, so he decisively ordered a batch of staple food from the shop owner. He ordered 200 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, 100 bags of flour, also 50 pounds each, and 300 pounds each of coarse grains like black rice, red rice, millet, and corn kernels. As for beans, Lu Zhou mainly wanted mung beans and soybeans, as these two can be eaten as coarse grains when food is plentiful and can also be sprouted when there are no vegetables. Not to mention that soybeans have even greater uses, as they can be made into various soybean products to supplement protein. After all, in the past 7 years, Lu Zhou had hardly consumed any protein. The only thing he had eaten was a large grasshopper. Shaking his head, Lu Zhou continued to quickly and calmly stock up on supplies. He ordered 100 barrels each of soybean oil, palm oil, rapeseed oil, and corn oil. The shop owner was beaming with joy, her mouth almost splitting from ear to ear. TSK Tisk. Who would have thought that despite looking young, this person would order so many supplies at once? Luckily, she had greeted him upon entering. Otherwise, if she hadn't served him well, she wouldn't know who would have benefited from this big order. The calculator in her hand clicked rapidly as she muttered, "A total of 59,189 yuan. Let me round it off for you. 59,000 will do." Lu Zhou haggled, and in the end, the shop owner had no choice but to throw in 2 bags of rice that were past their prime. Lu Zhou chuckled. It was fine since his storage could keep them fresh. Funds were tight, so he had to plan carefully. With a total of 100,000 yuan, half of it was gone in an instant. After loading the supplies, when Lu Zhou drove away, he used his consciousness to transfer each batch of supplies into his storage. Thanks to the large quantity, the supplies filled up the space completely, occupying 3 of Lu Zhou's storage slots. After stocking up on rice, flour, and oil, Lu Zhou turned his attention to the vegetable area next door. Vitamins were hard to come by, so he couldn't skimp on this expense. Upon arriving at the vegetable area, he saw that the vegetables were still very fresh, looking like they had just been delivered not long ago. He ordered 100 pounds each of pumpkins, corn, sweet potatoes, lotus roots, potatoes, winter melons, red and white radishes, eggplants, and green beans, as well as 150 pounds each of scallions, ginger, and garlic. After all, during extreme cold, ginger soup and scallion broth can serve as medicine when there are no other remedies, and they might even save lives in a crisis. Lu Zhou paused, making sure to get everything except for leafy greens, since it had been quite a while, and if he could still produce leafy greens, it would be quite reckless. Vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which may seem insignificant, could be useful for trading with others if he couldn't eat them later. These vegetables were not expensive, and wholesale prices were even cheaper. In the end, he spent 6,000 yuan on all these items. Lu Zhou continued forward, casually using his consciousness to place this batch of supplies into his storage. After a while, he suddenly realized something was off. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to fit them in. How could they go in now? After carefully observing, he discovered a clever bug. These vegetables came with packaging boxes, so according to the rules of storage, they all belong to the boxes. This storage slot displayed. Ordinary low-quality box. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. Awesome. He unexpectedly found a way to bypass the storage limitations. This was a great thing, considering the need for a long-term maximum capacity backpack storage. Lu Zhou immediately decided to order a batch of boxes of the same specifications, ensuring they were of good quality. After all, there wouldn't be any merchants to make boxes for him during the end times. After browsing online, Lu Zhou called a local manufacturer that made boxes. He intended to order the best quality iron boxes, but the other party quoted him 2,800 yuan for each box, which left Lu Zhou stunned. Chapter 3 Showdown. Afterwards, Lu Zhou settled for a compromise and ordered 300 plastic boxes of relatively good quality. This batch of boxes cost 20,000 yuan, and the other party did not offer a discount. After a considerable argument, the other party finally stated that the price would definitely not be lowered, but they could promise to deliver them by tomorrow. After resolving his major concern, Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he continued to stockpile watermelons. In the apocalypse, wealthy people might still be able to eat some, but Lu Zhou had never seen them before. At this moment, he bought 5 boxes each of oranges, bananas, apples, mangoes, peaches, apricots, grapes, cherries, strawberries, and blueberries. As for durians, Lu Zhou steeled himself and also bought 3 boxes. These watermelons were not cheap, costing him 15,000 yuan. Passing by a spice shop, Lu Zhou went in to buy a large quantity of salt and sugar. Salt is a crucial resource in the apocalypse. People can endure without food, but without salt, they can only wait to die. He had experienced the pain of not having salt during the apocalypse. Feeling weak and powerless was unbearable. Lu Zhou frowned not at all and ordered a full 2,000 jin of salt. This stuff doesn't take up much space, and even if he couldn't use it himself, he could trade it with others. During the apocalypse, he had seen a bag of salt trade for 10 jin of food, so buying more was not a loss. Sugar, being a strategic resource, could only be purchased in a maximum of 1,000 jin per person. Lu Zhou bought the maximum amount, and then he also purchased soy sauce, 13 spices, chicken essence, sesame oil, and pepper oil, each in 50 jin. This batch cost Lu Zhou another 15,000 yuan. Now, Lu Zhou still had 10,000 yuan left, but for him, this amount was far from enough. He opened his phone and quickly applied for all the loans he could find in the market. Because he was a student, the limit for each loan was not high, but little by little, Lu Zhou quickly raked in 300,000 yuan. Anyway, the loan targets were all capitalists, and once the apocalypse hit and the order collapsed, money would have no purchasing power whatsoever. It was better to quickly buy some things now. In the future base, food, water, tobacco, alcohol, medicines, baby supplies, and gold would become hard currency. The world seemed to return to the barter era of many years ago. Lu Zhou shook his head, sorting through his stockpile, and realized he still hadn't purchased medicines, survival gear, or cold-resistant clothing. A sandstorm would come first in a week, followed by storms, then floods, cold waves, and extreme cold. He needed to ensure his home was well insulated. Although his house was decorated with high-quality materials, at temperatures below -60 degrees, the insulation measures were weak and would not hold up. However, Lu Zhou was not worried about the renovation of the house. His brother was a skilled electrician, and his technical skills were strong. He had connections in the field of home renovation, so it would be more efficient to leave this task to his brother. As for medicines, he didn't plan to buy any today because his sister worked for a pharmaceutical company and could quickly obtain a batch of cheap medicines through her connections. So, after confirming his goals, Lu Zhou rushed to the largest outdoor supply store in the area. Perhaps due to the mask requirement, the business was not good when Lu Zhou entered the store. There was even a big red sign offering a 30% discount throughout the store, and there were very few customers. Lu Zhou was pleased. This was a real opportunity to save money. He quickly walked over, and the owner, a middle-aged man, was delighted to see a customer enter and smiled, ready to personally serve Lu Zhou. After thinking about the upcoming disasters, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and said, "I need 5 inflatable rafts, 3 assault boats, and do you have cold-resistant sleeping bags? Give me the most cold-resistant ones, capable of withstanding -50 to 60 degrees. The owner was breathless. It had been a long time since he had seen such a big customer. He immediately excitedly replied, "Yes, Yes, yes, we have all of that. Let me get them for you. Lu Zhou shook his head. I haven't finished speaking yet. Wait until I'm done, and then you can wrap it all up together. I still need an earthquake and fire emergency kit, a fire axe, climbing rope, a radio, binoculars, a waterproof flashlight, and a tent. The boss's mouth curled up in delight. He turned around and went to help find the goods. These life-saving supplies, Lu Zhou bought only the best quality. To cope with the upcoming cold wave, Lu Zhou also bought the warmest down jacket, down quilt, cotton shoes, heating supplies, and plenty of warm packs, buying several boxes directly. The cold in the apocalypse is truly chilling. Lu Zhou had experienced it in his previous life. In this life, he must stay warm and live well. In the end, this batch of goods cost him 131,000 yuan. The boss called a helper to help carry the items, and Lu Zhou began to switch to another store to continue shopping. Although the game cabin has electricity and gas, he still had to prepare for emergencies. What if one day it was all gone? So Lu Zhou bought kerosene lamps and several bundles of wicks. He got a butane stove, small gas canisters, an alcohol stove, and alcohol blocks, buying everything he could think of. In total, it added up to 15,000 yuan. After the car was filled with goods, Lu Zhou skillfully drove away from the wholesale market. Soon, this batch of goods was also placed in Lu Zhou's compartment. After a busy day, when he returned home, the sky was already dim. He glanced at the time and realized he had spent the entire afternoon. Lu Zhou was still leisurely heading home, but then he remembered that his parents were waiting for him at home. Looking at his phone, it was filled with missed calls from them. Lu Zhou felt anxious and immediately rushed into the house. When he breathlessly opened the door, he saw his parents looking extremely worried. The two were sweating profusely, and upon seeing Lu Zhou safe and sound, they first sighed in relief, then were shocked. Lu Zhou ignored the confused looks from his parents and hurried into the house, closing the door behind him. He said to them, "Mom and Dad, you came back pretty quickly, haha." Lu Zhongqing looked at his energetic son, who seemed completely normal, with eyes that could almost spit fire. "You little brat, are you impatient to live? Is this how you deceive your father?" After saying this, he unbuckled his belt and was about to teach Lu Zhou a lesson. Lu Zhou jumped to dodge his father's black hand, repeatedly explaining, "Dad, I have something important to tell you. That's why I trick you. Really, it's important. You both need to listen to me." Seeing that her son didn't seem to be joking, Lu Zhou's mother quickly stopped her agitated husband, and the family finally sat down on the sofa to talk. 15 minutes later. "So you say the apocalypse is coming?" Lu Zhou's father frowned, his brows furrowing tightly enough to crush a fly. Had his son become so happy after getting into college that he started talking nonsense? After listening, Lu Zhou's mother sobbed, hugging Lu Zhou. Chapter 4. Each in their own position. Lu Zhou felt helpless, but he could also understand his parents' mindset. Who could accept that the world, which was fine just a moment ago, was suddenly going to end? However, regarding this predicament, Lu Zhou had long thought of a solution. He broke free from his mother's embrace and said earnestly, "Mom and Dad, I know you think I'm sick and talking nonsense, but I will prove to you that what I'm saying is indeed the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou pulled his parents into his gaming room. "Mom and Dad, look, this is my golden finger, which you can also understand as superpower. There's electricity and gas here, and I can store things. And this storage compartment is filled with supplies I just stored before coming out." When Lu's parents saw these things, their steadfast materialism crumbled in an instant. How could this be so unreasonable? But even if their son had superpowers, why was the world ending? Seeing that his parents still had some doubts, Lu Zhou continued after taking them outside. It is currently 5:55 p.m. At 6 p.m., two suns will appear in the sky and last until 7 p.m. This is the initial signal of the end. Lu Zhou didn't continue after that. This time he returned, knowing he had a golden finger. He thought long and hard and felt he had to lay everything out for his parents. If he couldn't even convince his parents, then he truly had no one to trust. Besides, as a family, if they were to live together, he couldn't hide his golden finger anyway. Lu's parents were still in a state of extreme shock. After they finally understood Lu Zhou's words, they murmured, "2 sons?" Lu Zhou silently nodded. In his past life, many people had seen 2 sons, but more people didn't care. Who could have imagined that after the sun's magnetic field became chaotic, it caused a reversal of climate at the North and South poles? For example, the Northern Hemisphere first faced sandstorms, followed by storms, typhoons, floods, and extreme cold in succession. Meanwhile, the Southern Hemisphere experienced rain, drought, sandstorms, and extreme heat. In the face of nature, humanity seemed so small, as if it had never existed. Destroying humanity was indeed too easy. Lu Zhou was unwilling to continue recalling those nightmarish pasts. The family fell silent again, the clock ticking until it struck 6 o'clock. The distant clock tower chimed on time. It is now Beijing time, 6 p.m. Almost in an instant, one sun split into 2, dazzling and blinding. Lu Zhou couldn't help but close his eyes. Lu's parents sighed softly and heavily sat back down on the sofa. With their son's superpower, combined with the 2 suns, Lu's parents finally believed Lu Zhou's words completely. The end was really coming. The family sat back down on the sofa, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Zhongqing, as the head of the family, did not appear overly anxious. Lu Zhou was surprised. He had thought that his dad would need time to digest the news, but who would have thought that Lu Dad was quite calm? After Lu Dad checked the family savings, he spoke seriously. The family savings total 760,000 yuan, and we also have a small ownership apartment. If we sell that house, we can probably get over 500,000 yuan. Additionally, if your mom and I take out a loan, we can borrow over 1 million yuan at most. I will start working on the loan right now. It can be processed in the fastest 2 days. Lu Mu's mindset was also quite stable, calmly continuing, "Son, first tell us about the types of disasters you know. Our family can fill in the gaps to avoid forgetting important things." The supportive attitude of his parents comforted Lu Zhou, and he quickly shared everything he knew one by one with them. Initially, there was a sandstorm, which wasn't too serious, but all the school staff stopped classes and work. About 2 weeks later, a storm hit, lasting for 2 months. The rescue team only distributed food for 2 weeks before there was no further news. After that, the rain intensified until flooding occurred. Our community was flooded to the 3rd floor, and all residents below the 3rd floor were taken by the government to shelters. The more Lu Zhou spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt inside. At that time, he struggled alone to recall those memories, reliving it all again. Fortunately, their home was a product of government bidding, and the quality was top-notch. His family had been poor before, which was why they bought the top floor, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. When a flood occurred, the city had already lost water and electricity. Everyone was taking water from the flood. Those who could boil it did, while those who couldn't had to drink raw water. During this flood, many people could not withstand it, leading to a large number of casualties due to contaminated drinking water. Did the government not provide relief? Lu Dad's eyes widened in shock. Lu Zhou's tone was heavy. They did provide relief. The government issued a lot of subsidies, so the death toll wasn't that high. Then, what happened afterward? Lu Mu tightly held her son's hand, her eyes filled with worry. Later, before the flood receded, a cold wave hit, resulting in countless casualties. Lu Zhou went on, saying a lot. Lu Dad and Lu Mu both had red eyes, holding on to Lu Zhou tightly. "Don't worry, son. Our family will definitely be able to live well in this life." Lu Dad quickly snapped back from his sorrowful emotions and decisively said, "Regarding the cold wave, our family's insulation is not enough, so we need to install insulation layers. By the way, we also need to buy more heating appliances, fuel, and clothing. After all, our family has your superpower and space to store things. Also, there will be typhoons in the future, so we need to arrange for shatterproof glass as well." Lu Zhou interjected, "We also need to change our front door. In the end times, resource shortages lead to people fighting each other. Security must be taken seriously." This week, we must keep a low profile while stockpiling supplies and minimize our presence. Oh, and Mom, I'll leave the storage of medicines to you. Lumu nodded, her smile warm. Leave it to me. I will definitely take care of it for our family. Lu Zhou thought of one more thing. Mom and Dad, I have one more thing to say. In the end times, human order will collapse and be rebuilt. So you must be careful of people and never act like saints. At any time, the safety of our family is the most important. Lu Zhou emphasized this several times, and Lu Dad laughed. I know this. Your dad has read novels too, so don't worry. The three of us won't hold the family back. Speaking of this, Lu Zhou felt there was nothing more to remind him about. He still needed to stockpile solar generators for extreme heat. Gasoline generators were also essential. By the way, gasoline must be stored daily. However, gasoline is under control, so Lu Zhou could only plan to drive around the city to various gas stations. First, fill up the tank, and then extract the gasoline later. Chapter 5: Encountering the Old Scholar. Fortunately, in the urban area where Lu Zhou is located, there is no license plate fuel control, so his plan can be implemented. After the task was assigned, none of the three dared to waste time. Lu's mother picked up her phone, and the ringing never stopped. Jingyan, I have a client here who wants a large batch of commonly used medications. Can you give me a stock list? I'll send it over shortly. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, after this is done, I must treat you to a meal. This batch of medications included cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, trauma medicine, heart disease medication, diabetes medication, hypertension medication, cough medicine, as well as alcohol, sterile cotton pads, sterile cotton balls, iodine tincture, adhesive bandages, and so on. The quantity was enormous, costing around 60,000 yuan. If commission were to be mentioned, Lu's mother could earn 5,000 yuan. Originally, according to the proper procedure, after the order was completed, a purchase agreement would need to be issued to the company, along with a record. But with the apocalypse approaching, who still cares about that? This was a loophole that Lu's mother managed to exploit. The ordering of the medications went smoothly. After Lu's mother finished with the medications, she looked at the busy Lu Zhou and wanted to go with him to stock up. Lu's father was even busier, ordering thermal insulation layers, which were scheduled to arrive on time the next day. The installation of explosion-proof doors and windows was also set for tomorrow. After Lu Zhou went downstairs, he was about to drive the truck to continue procuring supplies. He hadn't ordered fuel yet, so while the vendors were still open, he needed to hurry and reserve a batch. Originally, his parents were supposed to go with Lu Zhou for the procurement, but he persuaded them to stay back. The house is still waiting to be sold, and there's a loan you both need to handle, right? Just let me handle the money for our family. I can take care of these things. Lu's mother was a bit worried, pouting as if she wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu's father. Joe, you are a man now. I trust you. I'll transfer the money to you. You can go. Lu Zhou nodded and said goodbye to his parents. He wore a baseball cap, pulling the brim down low. His long legs moved quickly. After getting off the elevator, he headed straight for the truck he rented. Lu Zhou had a clear goal: to order fuel. Handling the coal blocks, which cost 0.8 yuan per kilogram, Lu Zhou blinked not once and ordered 100 tons. Despite the large quantity, coal is heavy. Generally, 3 tons of coal is only enough to burn for one winter. 100 tons cost 80,000 yuan. Additionally, Lu Zhou bought 10 stoves for burning coal, afraid that they would break in the future and he wouldn't have replacements. As for charcoal, he also bought some, and the owner even specially sent him a stove that could make charcoal. Lu Zhou waved his hand and bought a few more of these stoves for replacements. After all, if the game could somehow be upgraded, and if collecting wood could be restored, then he could also use wood for heating. In total, after buying fuel, Lu Zhou planned to spend 60,000 yuan. He wiped his sweat and drove towards a gas station. Along the way, he finished at the gas station and collected 2 tons of gasoline. Only then did he drive back home. On the way, Lu Zhou's phone rang. It was a call from his parents. He didn't stop the car and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom and Dad, what's up? Nothing much, just asking when you'll be home. Soon, right away. Okay, we'll wait for you to come home for dinner. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Zhou's mouth. Indeed, now he has his parents waiting for him to come home for dinner. This hard-won opportunity must be seized this time. Lu Zhou didn't waste any time. After finding a spot to park at the entrance of the community, he stepped forward towards his building. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the community, someone called out to him, "Lu Zhou, it's really you, you rascal." Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. The person was 190 centimeters tall, with a sturdy build, a buzz cut, and a straightforward, honest face. His eyes were full of kindness. This person turned out to be his middle school friend, Zhang Jiahao. Jiahao, what are you doing here? Lu Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee, I was surprised to run into you too. My family just bought a house here. It's in building 13, room 1701. Come over to my place sometime. What a coincidence. To know that his home was also in building 13, on the 18th floor. His middle school friend bought a house just below him? Isn't that too coincidental? It's no wonder Lu Zhou was suspicious. His experiences over the past 7 years had made him extremely vigilant. Now, even the slightest movement made him feel anxious and overly tense. Zhang Jiahao's family had financial difficulties. He remembered this guy had been recognized as impoverished every year in middle school. Buying a house in this community wasn't cheap. At that time, Lu Zhou's personality was reclusive, and Zhang Jiahao was his only friend. In his memory, Zhang Jiahao was a genuinely good person, but after experiencing the end times, Lu Zhou was reluctant to trust anyone other than his mother. This moment also carried a sense of testing. Brother, impressive. 3 years without seeing you, and your family has suddenly become wealthy, buying cars and houses here. They were still using their old way of interacting. Zhang Jiahao chuckled. We unexpectedly made some money, so we bought a house. Come over to my place sometime. I need to go buy some things. Lu Zhou responded repeatedly. Sure. You should come to my place too sometime. I can't talk now. My parents are still waiting for me at home, and they'll start to worry. Got it, see you. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jiahao, Lu Zhou's expression darkened slightly as he quickly stepped into the elevator. Zhang Jiahao seemed to be heading out to buy something, so they could part ways smoothly. Once he entered his own home, the aroma of food wafted into Lu Zhou's nose, instantly easing his anxiety. Forget it, it's nothing. When soldiers come, they block. When water comes, they dam. Having survived through so much, why should he be afraid of these things? Lu Zhou first changed his shoes, forcing a smile on his face as he approached the dining table. The table was filled with 4 dishes and a soup prepared by his mother. Spicy stir-fried pork slices, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken with potatoes, and a kelp tofu soup. It looked delicious and enticing. Lu Zhou's heart, which had been adrift for 7 years, returned at that moment. Lu's mother wiped her hands and smiled when she saw her son. Xiao Zhou, go wash your hands and eat. Your dad even opened a can of yellow peach for you. Lu Zhou's heart tightened, and tears began to well up in the corners of his eyes. His favorite food had always been canned yellow peaches. Whenever he faced something unpleasant or felt unwell, his parents would open a can of yellow peaches for him. Seeing her son in a daze, Lu's mother felt heartbroken, knowing her precious son had suffered. From the moment she saw him today, she felt the cold despair radiating from him, and only now did he seem to relax. Lu Zhou dazedly responded and went to wash his hands. When he came out, the family happily enjoyed a warm dinner together. Lu Zhou finished all the dishes and soup completely. Chapter 6. Extraordinary People. The first reason is that this is what Lu Mom wishes, and the 7th is that in the last days of the 7 years, Lu Zhou has long cultivated the virtue of not wasting food. While Lu Dad was busy washing the dishes, Lu Zhou began to think about the plans for the future. The sandstorm weather was unlike any previous minor disturbances. During the severe moments, the yellow sand piled up to the 7th floor. The visibility in the air was very low, vehicles could not pass, and school and work were all suspended. What worried people the most was that sandstorms could trigger bronchial asthma. Back then, there were simply too many people with asthma to count. Thinking about the feeling of being surrounded by yellow sand, with sand filling his mouth and nose, Lu Zhou shuddered. No, that feeling is just too uncomfortable. I still need to buy a humidifier and an air purifier tomorrow. I also need to stock up on asthma medication. While Lu Zhou was lost in thought, Lu Dad had already finished washing the dishes and was sitting on the sofa, watching a video on a certain app. It prominently displayed, "The Dual Suns Descend, Disaster or Opportunity?" The title was quite controversial. Lu Zhou leaned over, wanting to see what the commenters had to say. The top comment was a joke. "Did Hoey miss one when he shot?" 666. "I suspect you're joking, but I have no evidence." Ha ha ha, what a damn miss. "Recommend Durex. Leave none behind." Looking at this group of silly netizens, Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on. Brothers, this isn't the time for jokes. This is a sign that the apocalypse is coming. There were also serious netizens expressing their thoughts. "Stop the nonsense. Don't you find it strange? Dual suns can cause electromagnetic disturbances, and the Earth's climate will undergo drastic changes. Not to mention others, I'm going to buy some supplies. Is it really true I'm so scared? I'm going to buy some too. There's some truth to it, but not much. I'm just watching. I'm done. There's always a bunch of mindless people starting doomsday theories. Is it because life isn't going well, and they want to escape?" 666. Exactly. The dual suns only existed for an hour before disappearing. It might just be a mirage or something. Didn't you see that the official sources have been quiet? You're just scaring yourselves. Anyway, I'm going to stock up. You stubborn folks, please continue. The more Lu Zhou read the comments, the more absurd he found them. These people are really something. Storing some food for later is a good idea, so why not prepare? Thinking back to when he didn't take this matter seriously, he sighed and stopped thinking about it. Lu Dad continued to scroll through several videos, many of which discussed today's dual sun phenomenon. There was even an official account clarifying, "Today a dual sun phenomenon appeared for an hour." Meteorological expert Wang believes that the public need not panic. According to expert Wang's advice, the dual suns will not affect daily life. Scrolling further down, various science popularizers popped up to objectively analyze the effects of the dual suns. Most stated that there was nothing serious, with only one account, Wang Xiaoping's Science, making a serious statement. The dual suns will definitely cause climate anomalies. I suggest that friends watching my video immediately stock up on daily necessities. No more talking, friends. I'm off to gather supplies. The video was short and not very popular. Lu Zhou opened the comments, expecting to see some rebellious remarks, but surprisingly, the comments were quite obedient. One after another, they expressed their intention to go buy things. Lu Zhou was somewhat astonished, pondering who this Wang Xiaoping was to have such persuasive power. With a puzzled mindset, Lu Zhou asked in the comment section, and many enthusiastic netizens rushed to provide answers. After listening to the responses from netizens, Lu Zhou was so surprised that his eyes nearly bulged out. According to the netizens, this Wang Xiaoping had predicted quite a few climate disasters, and when asked why he was able to make such predictions, Wang Xiaoping replied that he was an enthusiastic weather lover. He didn't have many fans, but they were basically all die-hard supporters. While Lu Zhou was astonished, he couldn't help but lament that if he had known someone like Wang Xiaoping earlier, he wouldn't have had to live a miserable life like a dog during the 7 years of the apocalypse. Thinking about the future's abnormal climate and the grim struggle for survival of humanity, Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment before making up his mind to share the video and gain some attention. It would also serve as an indirect reminder to others, and besides, it wouldn't expose him. Unexpectedly, before he could share it, a notification from a certain app indicated that the video did not exist. What the heck, was it deleted so quickly? Lu Zhou hurriedly checked Wang Xiaoping's other works, but found that the person was marked as non-existent. What is this? Cancel. Damn, that was fast. Lu Zhou felt a bit dazed, but then understood Wang Xiaoping's reasoning. As a moderately well-known blogger, there would definitely be people who knew his real identity. If the apocalypse truly came, Wang Xiaopeng would inevitably be remembered by someone. However, the fact that he decisively canceled his account meant that he was certain the apocalypse was coming. Lu Zhou's mood inevitably became heavy. While his dad continued to watch videos, Lu Zhou returned to his room and began to study his game system again. He opened it up and found it filled with items. After clicking on the things he had already purchased and confirming what else he needed to buy, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Zhou's dad and mom were the first to head out to handle loan business. Afterwards, they also needed to sign the house sale contract with the agent. Lu Zhou drove the small truck to continue gathering essential supplies. He had rushed to buy things yesterday, and upon closer inspection last night, he realized he was still short on quite a few necessities. First, he needed to get a solar power generator and a gasoline generator. Although the game cabin had electricity, there was no guarantee it would last forever. Preparations needed to be thorough. Arriving at the largest electrical materials market in the area, Lu Zhou ordered 3 sets of solar power devices, choosing the highest quality option. He also ordered 3 gasoline generators. If he ordered more, he would run out of money. The boss was so excited that his voice changed, and he said, "Little brother, do you want all 3 sets installed? I can give you a discount on the installation fee." Lu Zhou shook his head. "I'll install 1 set. By the way, give me a few extra replacement parts." "Hey, how about this? I'll give you the parts for free. Come back often to support my business." Lu Zhou felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. When the boss returned from the warehouse with the parts, Lu Zhou was still planning his next steps in his mind. "Hey, little brother, here you go." "Oh, thank you." As he took the item from the boss's hand, Lu Zhou noticed a cute little girl running over beside the boss. "Is she your daughter?" Yes, my precious daughter. Be a good baby and say hello to your brother." When the boss mentioned his daughter, a smile appeared on his weathered face as he hugged her with one arm and playfully teased the little girl with the other. Chapter 7 Story Points. The little girl shyly called out, "Brother," and then turned to run away. Thinking about how the boss had given him several sets of spare parts, Lu Zhou seemingly casually reminded the boss, "I heard there's going to be a double sun. Feels like it's not a good thing. A lot of people are stockpiling food." The boss frowned slightly. "Is that so? Let me check. If it really happens, I have to stock up too." Lu Zhou smiled, took his things, and left the store. Making sure to remind others without exposing himself was the greatest kindness Lu Zhou could offer. Hopefully, the boss can stock up a bit. Just after leaving the shop for less than a minute, Lu Zhou's phone beeped several times. That sound was the QQ notification. Back then, they preferred using QQ over WeChat. Lu Zhou took out his phone and opened QQ. It was a message sent in a class group. After a while, there were already over 99 messages in the group. Lu Zhou frowned and quickly opened the group chat. Scrolling to the top, it was the class's prominent figure, Lu Zhou, making a statement. Lu Zhou still remembered this person. Average academic performance, a bit of money at home, not a great personality, and they had quarreled a few times over trivial matters before. In Lu Zhou's memory, this guy loved to show off. When he looked closely at the group chat, he suddenly felt it was hard to explain. "Lu Zhou, did you all see that double sun?" Zhang Lily, "Of course I saw it. It's visible nationwide, right? A lot of people say the apocalypse is coming. My parents even went to buy some supplies." Lu Zhou, "TSK tisk, you're wrong. I think this is just a natural phenomenon." Yin Song, "Zhou, did your family buy anything?" Lu Zhou smugly sent several pictures. "Although I don't believe it, my family still bought quite a bit, but I think it's all waste. I advised my parents not to buy, but they don't believe me." Lu Zhou opened those pictures, which showed bags of rice, flour, cooking oil, and freezers full of meat along with several boxes of instant food. In the group, Lu Zhou was still proudly boasting about his family stockpile. The group was filled with voices of agreement. In this atmosphere, Lu Zhou even sent a big red envelope of 200 yuan for everyone to grab. Lu Zhou sighed. This fool, wealth shouldn't be flaunted. When everyone runs out of food later, can Lu Zhou's pile of stuff even be preserved? His family is really suffering because of him. This move truly made one want to laugh out loud. Seeing this, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and logged into Weibo. He wanted to search if anyone was stockpiling food, but was attracted by a trending topic. Trending double sun apocalypse, self-rescue group, #. When he saw this, Lu Zhou was instantly incredulous. Could it be that there was this group in a past life, but he didn't know because he wasn't online? With this mindset, Lu Zhou quickly clicked into the group. As soon as he opened it, most of the content in the post was eye-catching. Most people were just joining in for the fun, and a small number were sharing some apocalypse stockpiling tips. There were even some netizens who loved to stir up trouble, each showing off their own stockpile. Netizen 1. Look at my family stockpile. Is it enough? A bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a freezer full of frozen food. Netizen 2. The one upstairs doesn't count. Look at my house. A refrigerator full of food, plus 3 or 4 bags of rice and flour. Netizen 3. You all don't count. Just look at mine. A refrigerator full of cola, and it's sugar-free. The silly netizens moved in perfect unison. It was like a live, large-scale show. Suddenly, a cheerful atmosphere spread through the air. Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Basically, no one took the double sun seriously. Everyone was just in it for fun. After logging out of Weibo, Lu Zhou's QQ rang. Zhang Jia Hao. Lu Zhou, are you free today? Want to go out for a bit? Lu Zhou decisively declined him. Sorry, Jia Hao. I've been a bit busy lately. Can I make plans with you in a couple of days? Sure, let's have a good chat then. Lu Zhou agreed one by one, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jia Hao seemed completely unaware. Was he being overly cautious about him? Just as Lu Zhou was in a dilemma, his dad and mom pushed the door open and walked in. Son, our transaction is going smoothly here. We currently have 2.8 million in cash. Do you think it's enough? Lu Zhou quickly pulled his thoughts back, looking up to see his parents looking at him with hopeful expressions. It's fine, let's buy the essentials first, and if we need anything else later, we could discuss it then. Not long after, order would collapse, and then there would be a massive crowd for panic buying. His family would also need to go out to carry things. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou felt a sense of urgency creeping in again. He needed to spend the money in his hands quickly. The more he could get now, the better. After hearing his son say this lightly, although Lu Zhou's parents felt a bit uneasy, seeing their son looking so confident made them swallow their concerns. His dad quietly left. His mom went into the kitchen, picked up all the cooking utensils at home, and started cooking. Lu Zhou knew that his dad was going to continue collecting gasoline, while his mom was preparing all the food and meat. After all, when the apocalypse comes, those who haven't touched meat for a long time can immediately smell the aroma of cooked meat. So, it was best to cook them now while they could. Lu Zhou didn't disturb his parents and instead began to study his game system. As mentioned before, water could still be collected in the game. So Lu Zhou immediately clicked on the collection option to see what kind of water it was. Quickly, a prompt popped up in the game. Are you sure you want to spend 1 survival point to collect water? Lu Zhou was taken aback. Survival point? After carefully checking the interface in front of him, Lu Zhou finally found what was called a survival point. It was located in the upper right corner. Currently, it showed 2 points. Lu Zhou frowned tightly too. Right, from yesterday to today, it had been 2 full days. Could this 2 refer to the number of days survived? A sense of unease grew in Lu Zhou's heart. He needed to quickly check how much water could be collected by spending 1 survival point. If it was too little, he would have to add water to his stockpile list. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou clicked yes. Quickly, he saw a small wooden bucket appear in front of him, and then it wobbled as it collected a bucket of water from the spring. Chapter 8. Hoarding. Lu Zhou's eyelids twitched wildly. No way, is this it? Before he could finish complaining, a prompt popped up on the game interface. You have received a barrel of mineral water. This water comes from a naturally formed mountain spring and can strengthen the body with long-term consumption. Lu Zhou looked down and felt a lot more balanced. Thank goodness, this water looks little, but if released, it could fill up a cubic space. Conservatively estimating, collecting water once and using it sparingly could last his family about 4 to 5 days without any problem. Lu Mom was busy cooking in the kitchen, but was disturbed by the noise from the living room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw her son fiddling with several large bottles of water. Xiao Zhou, why are you pouring water into bottles? Didn't you say your superpower involves water? Lu Mom didn't understand. How many times had her son poured this much water? Lu Zhou didn't know how to explain for now, and could only deflect a few sentences to send Lu Mom away. Once Lu Mom left, he immediately picked up a bowl and poured some water into it, intending to taste the water quality. After all, he would have to rely on this water in the future, and if there were any problems, he would test it out first so his parents wouldn't have to. The water, just poured out, emitted a slight chill. It even released a faint mist of white vapor. Lu Zhou didn't look too closely, extended his hand, grabbed a cup, and drank it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank it all in one go. Delicious, refreshing, and with a hint of sweetness. Lu Zhou wiped his mouth, brushed off the water that spilled out from drinking too quickly, and wore a satisfied expression. This water, if sold on the market, would probably have the most expensive brand of bottled spring water licking its feet. His family was in for a treat. The only downside was that this water was too good to share with others. Otherwise, it would be easy to tell the difference in quality, which could expose his secret. After tidying up the noise he made in the living room, the doorbell rang. As he walked over, he opened the door to find two middle-aged men. They were carrying toolboxes. Were they here to install insulation or set up solar panels? Perhaps noticing Lu Zhou's confused expression, the leading man kindly reminded him, "Hello, young student. Isn't your family supposed to be installing insulation?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately understood. "Yes, it's my family. Thank you for your hard work. Please come in." Lu Zhou politely invited the two renovation workers inside. "Uncles, we need this done urgently, so let's try to speed things up and finish quickly." The two nodded eagerly. "Of course, don't worry. We charge by the area of the house, not by time, so we want to finish as soon as possible too." While talking, the two men squatted down, opened their toolbox, and took out a measuring tape to start measuring. Lu Zhou was an outsider, so he didn't understand much about this, but could at least ask about the estimated completion time. Completion time? Probably tomorrow. One of the younger workers paused and said to Lu Zhou at a leisurely pace. Lu Zhou felt anxious inside. It would be best if they could finish today. Tomorrow, another set of renovation workers would come, and if they crossed paths, it would attract unwanted attention. After all, his family's renovation was quite nice, and with all the back-and-forth renovations, it was hard not to raise suspicion. So, Lu Zhou first rummaged through the drawer of the coffee table in the living room and pulled out some cigarettes his dad had saved, handing each of the two workers one. "Masters, my family is in urgent need, and we want the work finished today. You two can exert a little effort and help us get it done early." The two men's gazes were no longer on Lu Zhou. One was fixated on the two cigarettes. Lu Zhou casually pulled out two cigarettes, which were not cheap. What he held in his hand was exactly the brand that his father loved to smoke, Zhonghua. A single box costs 50, and a pack costs 500. If Lu Zhou had given the two men $50, they might not have been so excited, but seeing the cigarettes really stirred them up. Lu Zhou chuckled lightly, knowing well, old smokers. The older master quickly coughed a few times, his expression somewhat unnatural. "Normally, it wouldn't be finished in a day, but since you two are genuinely anxious, we'll work through the night to finish it for you." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, masters." The two masters immediately smiled as they accepted the cigarettes, stuffing them into their bags, and then diligently continued working. Lu Zhou made a point to observe the master's speed. It was noticeably much faster than before. Tisk, is this the power of money? After taking care of this matter, he no longer dwelled on it and went into the kitchen to help his mother. The two masters only finished their work around midnight. Lu Zhou politely said, "Be careful on your way back. Masters, I won't see you off." It's fine. If you need anything in the future, just look for us again." The two had just received a pack of cigarettes and were quite happy about it. So, when they spoke to Lu Zhou, they were all smiles. After the two left, Lu Zhou looked at the installed insulation layer, feeling a bit comforted inside. After more than 10 minutes, his father walked in, covered in sweat. As soon as he entered, he saw the insulation layer. Wow, the insulation is installed? Very good, very good. Son, I also collected quite a bit of gasoline today. The trunk is full. Seeing his father's proud expression, Lu Zhou almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect his father to have such a childish side. His mother peeked her head out from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Did you two eat something? Eating. Lu Zhou's mother was a great cook, and all three enjoyed the meal very much. The next day, the family of three had clear roles and responsibilities. Early in the morning, Lu Zhou went to the agricultural market again, planning to buy some wholesale goods. Last time, due to insufficient funds, he didn't dare to buy too much of certain items. This time, with enough money, Lu Zhou planned to go on shopping spree. So, fresh vegetables, let's get 50 pounds. As for fruits, regardless of whether they were expensive or cheap, Lu Zhou ordered over 30 boxes in total. Because the quantity was too large, the boss even gave Lu Zhou a discount. After stocking up on fresh vegetables, Lu Zhou turned around and headed to the largest daily necessities wholesale base in the area. Last time he came in a hurry, he forgot to buy shampoo, shower gel, and toilet paper. This time, he mainly came to buy these items. Toilet paper would be hard to find again in the future, so Lu Zhou, without blinking, ordered 5,000 pounds of roll paper. As for shampoo and shower gel, Lu Zhou had a requirement. He must buy the unscented kind. Otherwise, if others hadn't bathed for days and looked dirty, while his family was not only clean but also smelled nice, wouldn't that clearly show others that they were living comfortably? Lu Zhou's request wasn't difficult. The boss's wife recommended the Vaseline series to him. Chapter 9. The sandstorm is coming. Colorless and odorless, it's cheap, and it meets Lu Zhou's procurement requirements. Lu Zhou waved his hand and ordered a full 200 boxes. The owner of the daily necessities store smiled, her face full of wrinkles, and immediately tried to sell more products. Hey, why don't you buy some moisturizing lotion? In winter, this body gets so dry. And this conditioner, shouldn't you get some? Lu Zhou thought for a moment. It made sense. During extreme cold, applying some moisturizing lotion could prevent the skin from cracking. So he spoke up. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take another 50 boxes. Okay. I'll go get them for you right away. The owner cheerfully went inside, but Lu Zhou's attention was drawn to a small pink item. What is this? Lu Zhou lowered his head for a closer look. A certain brand of sanitary napkin. Lu Zhou's face turned red. Isn't this something for girls? He quickly put the napkin down, but after a moment of hesitation, he struggled to speak to the owner in the back room. Could you also give me 200 boxes of sanitary napkins? Not for any other reason, but what if his mother needed them? Besides, this item would be a hard currency in the female market in the future. After all, girls who are used to sanitary napkins wouldn't want to go back to using sanitary belts. After leaving the daily necessities store, Lu Zhou passed by a large tobacco and liquor shop. Tobacco and liquor are valuable goods in the apocalypse. When building the base, they could ask others to help with things. As long as people are alive, human relationships will always exist. Lu Zhou frowned, staring at the sign of the tobacco shop, his mind in turmoil. Tobacco and liquor are great, but they're too expensive. His initial plan was to wait until the family had enough supplies before using the surplus money to buy some tobacco and liquor. Of course, the ideal way to stock up is to wait for the first wave of zero-cost purchases and then take his father to get tobacco and liquor. Lu Zhou had already arranged everything. Once order is lost, he would lead his father to the tobacco shop for zero-cost purchases. First, it's about not taking losses. If they miss the time, they would have to sell cheap to the second-hand traders in the apocalypse. Second, they would stagger their zero-cost purchases, taking advantage of the fact that others would be busy grabbing food in supermarkets, while they went to the tobacco shop that no one else was visiting to gain an advantage. Third, their current stock of food was nearly sufficient. If he competed for food with ordinary people, it would inevitably squeeze their living space. Therefore, he decided to get things that others might not need much, but would be necessary later. Aside from buying daily necessities, Lu Zhou began to reminisce in his spare time. Previously, a wealthy individual with the surname Ma had a mansion in their area. Rumor had it that many people had gone to the wealthy person's house to grab supplies. There were various expensive tobacco and liquor, jewelry, and gold, of course. He even heard that some people had snatched several luxury cars. When Lu Zhou learned about this news and went to the Ma family mansion again, it had already been robbed clean. Those valuable pieces of furniture that couldn't be easily taken were burned for warmth in the extreme cold. Last time, Lu Zhou left empty-handed. This time, he was determined to go, no matter what. Moreover, it was said that the Ma family had a huge wine cellar filled with fine wines, exclusively for various celebrities to enjoy. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Zhou's eyes. He drove to the hardware store. After visiting the hardware store, he got a door-shaking device, a high-powered electric saw, a toolbox, ropes, and a door-blasting device. These items were enough for him to forcibly break tempered glass and deal with ordinary security. After purchasing these items, Lu Zhou continued towards the gas station, setting off to collect gasoline. Workers installing solar generators had already begun laying solar panels at his home. In addition, workers installing blast-proof doors were also busy. Mom Lu called again and had the same person buy a batch of medicines. The whole family entered a first-level combat readiness mode. Time flew by. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhou looked at his home renovation, pride swelling in his heart. Insulation layer, explosion-proof doors and windows, underfloor heating, solar power generation. The hardware was all arranged. He opened his backpack compartments. All 10 compartments were filled to the brim. $2.8 million in cash, spent $2 million on the most urgent supplies, and with the remaining $800,000, Lu Zhou bought some dolls, fart bags, and cigarettes as future hard currency. The family finally stopped their busy pace. It was now July 4th. Lu Zhou remembered clearly that tonight, the super-strong sandstorm Manina would sweep across the entire northern hemisphere. However, in his previous life, various meteorological stations reported that Manina was a regional disaster. In his last life, Lu Zhou lived a long time and only discovered this after chatting with others. It was likely to prevent the public from panicking too much that the authorities deliberately concealed the truth about the situation. Since Mom and Dad Lu stopped stockpiling, they suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. The two didn't know what to say when they heard the wind howling outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A woo, woo. The wind emitted a chilling roar, swirling up the dust. Dust flew everywhere. In an instant, Dad Lu, Mom Lu, and Lu Zhou all smelled a strong, earthy scent. This earthy smell forcefully invaded the nostrils of the three, causing Dad Lu to sneeze several times. Dad Lu already had some rhinitis, and this kind of sandstorm weather was especially unfriendly to him. Lu Zhou kept a serious face and said softly, "The sandstorm is coming." At the same time, he immediately turned on the air purifier. Mom Lu then sealed all the doors and windows of the house tightly. The dust that had just entered the house gradually dissipated under the effect of the air purifier. Dad Lu, who had been sneezing, suddenly felt much more comfortable in his nostrils. "Thank you, wife and son. My nose feels much better. You two have worked hard." Dad Lu quickly tried to please his wife and son. Mom Lu looked at him with disdain. "Your nose has always been weak. Son already told you it's sandstorm weather. Why aren't you putting on a mask?" Faced with his wife's concerned reproach, Dad Lu quickly begged for mercy. "Wife, I was wrong. I'll put on a mask right now." "Hee hee, the purifier is already on. Why wear a mask? Isn't that a waste?" Lu Zhou watched his parents bicker and felt unusually warm. The wind and sand in the house disappeared, but the wind and sand outside grew more intense. It was dusk, and while the sunset was infinitely beautiful, in the eyes of the Lu family of three, the scene was filled with a bit of horror. The sky was gradually swallowed by the yellow sand. The sky turned completely dark. Lu Zhou stood by the window, peeking his head out. The community streetlights were shining lonely, but soon the light grew weaker and weaker. It seemed that visibility was getting lower and lower. The strong wind swept up the yellow sand, blowing the community's messy items everywhere, while at the same time, it crashed against the iron gate, making a clanging sound. In the chaos, Lu Zhou saw the neighbors across the street hurriedly closing their windows and pulling the curtains. Chapter 10. Initial Collapse. Downstairs, people were desperately clinging to the greenery of the community, fearing they would be blown away by the sandstorm. The usually quiet neighborhood was now filled with cries for help and wails of despair. A frail little girl, possibly too light to withstand the wind, was directly swept away by the fierce gusts. In the chaos, the girl seemed to cry out a few times, but soon, both her cries and her presence vanished. This scene was not unique to the Lu family community. As people were getting off work and heading home, they looked up to witness this terrifying sight. Thick yellow sand rolled in like dark clouds, crashing toward the ground. Damn it, Run. It's a sandstorm. Those who usually enjoyed watching documentaries reacted the quickest. Upon noticing something was off in the sky, they immediately took off running. The orderly flow of people quickly turned into chaos as they faced the sudden onslaught of the sandstorm. Almost everyone immediately focused their attention on the nearest tall building. After all, they had just left work and were not far from the company. Now, realizing the danger, they could rush back to the office for shelter. In no time, a mass of people surged toward the building. Damn it, control your kid. You step on my foot. You really have no manners. A child accidentally stepped on you, and you have to curse so harshly. Accidentally? That little brat stepped on me at least a dozen times. I didn't even want to say anything, and you just had to jump in. The argument was between a burly man and a mother with a child. Both were at odds, unwilling to back down. Naturally, the crowd had their opinions. Hey, you too. Don't you care about your lives? Others still need to escape. The sandstorm is coming. Don't block the way. Seriously? After a long day at work, this is just too much. Voices of insults and children's cries filled the air. The pressure of life was growing heavier, and everyone was already feeling discontent. The behavior of these two was like pouring gasoline on the crowd's simmering frustration. The flow of people quickly diverted, avoiding the three of them, and rushed forward. The burly man was anxious too. After cursing, he quickly moved ahead. What a joke. With such terrible weather, everyone was trying to seek refuge in the nearest building. With so many people, if he delayed any longer, he might not even squeeze in. The mother hurried to take her child forward, but the unruly child was throwing a tantrum, complaining about the burly man's curse and refusing to move. With no other options, the mother, biting her teeth, grabbed the burly man's arm, not allowing him to leave. Don't go. Apologize to my child. The burly man was almost laughing in anger. Lady, if you're sick, go get treated. Can't you see what's happening right now? We don't have time for this nonsense. Saying that, he tried to move forward, but the mother held onto his arm, refusing to let him go. It's all your fault. My son refuses to come with me. You have to take responsibility. The burly man was growing increasingly anxious. The sandstorm in the distance had already begun to lift a few slow-moving people off the ground and toss them into the air. Those few individuals, like Ragged Cloth, were tossed around by the storm and ultimately thrown to the ground. At such a height, those people would surely be dead. Any rational person would not waste time at such a moment. The burly man forcefully pulled away from the woman's grip and cursed a few more times. Just then, the unruly child, in a fit of anger, ran a few meters away. Unfortunately, the fierce wind snatched him up. Both the burly man and the mother witnessed this scene. Child, my child! The woman cried out in pain, realizing that the strong man continued to run forward, and she desperately grabbed his leg. You caused my child to die. You won't live either. The strong man's face was fierce, his eyes red, looking at the approaching storm, his fists ruthlessly pounding the woman as if he didn't care about his life. Damn it, you're really crazy. If you want to die, go die alone. Don't take others with you. The woman was hit into a daze, but her hands still tightly clutched the man's pant leg. Get the hell away! The man could no longer hold back and kicked the woman's abdomen with all his strength. In the end, the woman fainted, and the strong man had just run a few steps before being sucked into the storm. The storm ended in bloodshed. Those who acted quickly had already run into the building. The crowd was bustling, and in the end, many people were still squeezed outside the building, unable to get in. Outside was a howling sandstorm. Inside was a crowd as densely packed as sardines in a can. Those who got in were still marveling at how they had temporarily saved their lives, while those outside were fighting for a spot to get in. In the end, it was unclear who suggested it. Since the building was already overloaded, why not hold hands to prevent being blown away? On both sides of the building were towering trees that seemed unlikely to be shaken by the storm. Under the leader's command, the crowd held hands and surrounded the big trees. Everyone held onto each other's hands tightly. This was not just a simple hand-holding. It was a chance for another person to survive. The younger children were tightly squeezed in the middle by the adults, with their mothers standing close by. A little girl with pigtails, her eyes full of curiosity, spoke to her mother. "Mom, why don't we go home?" The woman forced a bitter smile. Go home. She hoped she and her child could safely return home. Lingling, right now we're playing a game with everyone. Your mission is to hold on to Mommy tightly, to avoid being caught by the monsters outside. Can you do that? The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding. Mom, Lingling understands. Lingling will hold on to Mommy tightly and won't be caught by the monsters. The little girl's tender voice almost made the woman unable to hold back her tears. Looking at the swirling yellow sand, she couldn't help but sincerely question herself. Could this group of people really get rescued? Similar scenes were everywhere. Humanity faced nature's fury for the first time, and the atmosphere of fear spread out. People were in a state of panic. At the Disaster Management Center, Director Song Chi-min frowned, making a call to the Meteorological Bureau. Why didn't you give an early warning? Such a big sandstorm. How come you didn't predict it? The Meteorological Bureau staff were equally frustrated. Director Song, we didn't detect any sandstorm in our findings. We suspect it's due to the influence of the double sun. Director Zhang of the Meteorological Bureau was sweating profusely. What kind of situation was this? Previously, their tests showed no sign of this disaster. It could be said that the sandstorm broke through the climate prediction theories and appeared out of nowhere. For now, just deal with the influence of the double sun as much as possible. I don't want to see similar incidents again. Song Chi-min ordered with a frown, then instructed his assistant, Xiaolin. Contact the Disaster Management Bureau, dispatch the Armed Police Brigade, 119, 120, and do your best to rescue the people. Yes. Chapter 11. Reliable and Unreliable. Xiaolin rushed out and began contacting various departments. Song Chi-min had a serious expression. Did that baseless prophecy really come true? According to reason, Song Chi-min shouldn't have had the authority to know about that prophecy. However, coincidentally, when he was drinking with an old friend, the friend spoke candidly after dinner, and Song Chi-min unexpectedly learned about the prophecy. Disaster is gradually approaching us. I only see it becoming more dazzling and see the weeping people. At that time, none of them paid attention. Now it seems that it indeed foretold today. As for the latter half of the prophecy, Song Chi-min had no idea. As the mayor of Jiguang City, he had to be responsible to the public. On the other side, Lu Zhou's QQ message notification rang again. He frowned and clicked in to see a dense chat history. After glancing through it, Lu Zhou realized one thing. A tornado had appeared in the area of the International Trade Building, causing serious casualties. It was reported that 110 people had already died. Lu Zhou tightly closed his eyes. This was just the beginning. In the future, the number of deaths would only increase. At first, everyone held a sense of awe towards death, but later, as people died in droves, death became just a number. Lu Mom was on the phone asking about her younger sister, Jiang Xiaolin's safety. Xiaolin, is your family okay? I saw on the news that something happened at the International Trade Building. Jiang Xiaolin, who answered the phone, looked terrified, trembling as she spoke and pressed her hand against her chest. "Sister, it's a good thing you reminded me. Just yesterday, I had an appointment with a customer to meet at the International Trade Building. I might not have made it." Lu Mom was startled by her sister's words, her heart pounding. Fortunately, Xiaolin had always been obedient and listened to advice. She took a breath and pretended to casually remind her. "Xiaolin, my friend at the Meteorological Bureau told me that this sandstorm will last for quite a while. Moreover, I heard that the sandstorm won't diminish but will only grow stronger. You better hurry and buy more supplies for home." Lu Mom's reminder was indeed timely. If it were in the past, Jiang Xiaolin might have just brushed off her sister's words, but after thinking that her sister had warned her about the possibility of a sandstorm yesterday, she no longer dared to take chances. "Sister, I understand. I'll go buy some things shortly." Lu Mom nodded. At critical moments, she still had to rely on her own fabrications. If she hadn't made up that she had a friend at the Meteorological Bureau, how could she have saved her sister's life? After seeing her mother breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Zhou hurriedly handed her a glass of water to soothe her throat. After all, in sandstorm weather, people's throats could feel uncomfortable. Lu Mom took the cup from her son and drank several sips before staring at Lu Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, I told you about Aunt Xiaolin and the sandstorm. Don't worry, besides Aunt Xiaolin, I won't mention this to anyone else. Besides, Aunt Xiaolin has always been really good to our family." This was not wrong. Lu Mom and her aunt had a very close relationship. Back then, when Lu Dad and Lu Mom needed to scrape together money to buy a house for Lu Zhou's schooling, they had borrowed from everyone they could and used up all their credit cards, but they still fell short by 400,000 yuan. Just when the whole family was at a loss, it was Aunt Xiaolin who provided that 40,000 yuan. Moreover, since childhood, Aunt Xiaolin often bought clothes and school supplies for Lu Zhou. Most importantly, during the 7 years of the apocalypse, Aunt Xiaolin had supported their family several times. Lu Zhou clearly remembered that when their family was facing severe food shortages, Aunt Xiaolin decisively gave them 10 pounds of rice. Otherwise, their family would probably have starved to death. People say that adversity reveals true feelings, so Lu Zhou understood that Aunt Xiaolin was indeed a good person. Furthermore, Aunt Xiaolin's husband was also quite an elegant intellectual, usually appearing to be a gentle person. Back then, Aunt Xiaolin helped their family a lot. During the extreme cold, she tightened her belt and shared some of her research institute's products with them. Lu Zhou's family survived thanks to those cold-resistant sweet potatoes. Later, Lu Zhou learned how precious those cold-resistant sweet potato seedlings were. So in this life, while keeping secrets, he also wanted to repay Aunt Xiaolin's family. As Lu Mom nervously expressed these words, Lu Zhou nodded deeply, indicating that he understood his mother's actions. Besides that, Lu Zhou calculated that the batch of supplies he ordered should be arriving soon. Soon, Lu Mom's WeChat notification sounded. When he opened it, it was a message from Aunt Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, sister, you don't have to worry about me. We have supplies at home. I don't know who sent them to me. I thought the delivery person made a mistake, but they said it was indeed my package." At this moment, Lu Mom suddenly looked up and made eye contact with Lu Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, did you buy these things for your aunt?" Lu Mom's expression was certain, and Lu Zhou helplessly nodded. Who else could it be? Seeing her son so reliable, Lu Mom felt her eyes moisten. At this moment, she also thought of her close relatives on Lu Dad's side. "Hey, Xiao Zhou, did you buy something for your uncles as well?" As soon as Lu Zhou heard this, his face turned cold as ice. "Forget it, Mom. Those two are not dependable. In our past life, neither of those families ever looked after us. In the end, when you and Dad were gone, it was my aunt who took me in. As for those two families, they ran away faster than rabbits, afraid I would cling to them." Just as he said this, Lu Dad happened to be holding his phone, planning to remind his brothers. After unexpectedly hearing Lu Zhou's words, he widened his eyes, seemingly trying to confirm the truth of the matter. "Xiao Zhou, are you serious about this? Your uncle didn't help you, and neither did your younger uncle?" Lu Dad found it absurd. Although he was the youngest son in the family, Many times he felt more like the eldest. Lu Dad had to help carry the family flag. Back then, the family was poor, and they pooled all their resources to help his older brother get into college. The younger uncle was envious and eventually cried out to go to school too. For his brother, Lu Dad had to give up his studies and learned electrical technology from Wang Daji in the neighboring village. With his skill, he earned money to support his brother through college. In the end, both of them got assigned jobs, but Lu Dad was the only one still working in a grassroots position, shining and working hard. After hearing his son's words, Lu Dad initially couldn't believe it, but then felt disheartened. Yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope and tentatively asked, "Xiao Zhou, how were your uncles doing back then? How were they doing?" They were doing just fine. These two people might have known quite a bit of inside information early on because they had been working in the field for a long time. After the earthquake in their area, the two families secretly went to Liangshan. Soon, during the post-disaster reconstruction, the country selected several dozen regions as bases, and Liangshan was included in the designated area. Taking advantage of this opportunity, and after some networking, the two families were the first to obtain temporary residence permits in Liangshan. Thus, both families got a place to stay for free. Perhaps because the opportunity was precious, neither family told anyone, not even their own brothers. When their own family, after much hardship, finally came in front of these two families, the tone of the two families was dismissive and arrogant. "This Liangshan base requires a residence permit. Do you have one? You and we're no longer on the same path. Here are 2 buns for you. Take them with you on the road." Dad was so angry that his lips trembled. "What you're doing is fair to me." To his surprise, the two were even worse. "What do you mean fair or unfair? We're just saying, we can't take you in, the 3 of you." Dad was shaking with rage, and Mom and Lu Zhou quickly supported him. In the end, their family could only find a random place to survive. Now, thinking back to this matter, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for Dad's past kindness to these two, could they have been able to learn this information and live well? Lu Zhou didn't hold back and revealed everything his uncles had done in his previous life. The more Dad listened, the graver his expression became, ultimately making him clench his teeth in anger. He initially wanted to make a phone call, but now he didn't want it anymore. Which parent could bear to see their child suffer? It was one thing to suffer a bit themselves, but with both him and his wife gone, why didn't these two brothers take care of Lu Zhou? This touched Dad's sore spot. Mom listened with her brows tightly knitted, and after a long while, she finally spoke. "I remember that uncle still owes our family 60,000 yuan. Mentioning this, Lu Zhou recalled it too. A couple of years ago, his uncle wanted to start a business and borrowed 60,000 yuan from their family, but they still hadn't paid it back. Previously, out of consideration for Dad, Mom hadn't brought it up. Now that these good relatives were about to ride on their necks and take advantage, could they still indulge him? With that money, they could buy 60,000 yuan worth of living supplies. Why let a wolf in sheep's clothing benefit from it for free? Mom was furious. "Lu Zhongqing, give me your phone. If I don't get this money back today, I won't take the Jiang surname." Seeing his wife angry, Dad quickly expressed his stance, absolutely supporting his wife. "Wife, don't be angry. I'll call. I must get this money back." Dad also had a belly full of anger. These two heartless people, he hadn't seen them clearly before, but now, thanks to Xiao Zhou's reminder, he realized their hypocritical nature. Lu Zhongqing dialed the number. Accompanied by the ringing, after about 10 seconds of waiting, it connected. Dad took a deep breath, his expression serious and solemn. "Big brother, when are you going to give me back that 60,000 yuan?" Lu Zhongsong was at home drinking with a few friends and didn't want to answer this honest younger brother's call. But after some thought, he still felt that his family couldn't do without Lu Zhongqing's support. Who would have thought that once the call connected, the honest man was asking for money? This was really a rare occurrence. A couple of years ago, he hadn't even planned to pay it back. Now, even if he said he would pay it back, he had over 80,000 in savings. But after paying back this 60,000, how tight would his life be? Thinking of this, Lu Zhongsong immediately curved his lips. "Zhongqing, what's up? Why are you in such a hurry for money? Dad didn't have the mood to chat with him and directly said, "There's an urgent matter at home. We need money, and besides, I'll tell you what I need it for when I get it back." This statement left Lu Zhou at a loss for words for a long time. After a moment, he finally found his voice. I didn't mean it that way. Did your sister-in-law ask you to ask for it?" TSK tisk. Tisk. Back then, borrowing money from relatives required writing a note, really. Lu Zhingqing's brow twitched. This was clearly trying to shift the blame onto his wife. Fortunately, his wife insisted on writing a loan note. Otherwise, it seemed that this money would be impossible to collect now. Lu Zhingqing immediately retorted, "Don't involve my wife. Just tell me if you're going to pay it back or not. If not, I'll go to your workplace to find you." Lu Zhou was a person who cared a lot about his reputation and would never allow such a thing to happen. As expected, after a moment of silence on the other end, he finally squeezed out a few words with a strained voice. "Don't be like this. I can tell you're really in a hurry. I'll transfer you the money. Look at Wealth Treasure." Lu Zhou was startled by his honest younger brother. Then he reacted. Could it be that he really has something urgent? After all, a person's character is hard to change. How could Lu Zhou, who used to be so honest, suddenly become like this? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Holding on to the mentality of catching big fish with small bait, Lu Zhou held his breath and transferred 60,000 yuan to Lu Zhingqing. At this moment, Dad opened Wealth Treasure, waiting for the sound of money being credited. About a minute later, his account announced the transaction. "Your account has received a transfer of 60,000 yuan. Immediately, the hearts of the three dropped. Mom rolled her eyes. He still doesn't have that thick of a face. I thought he would need to go through a lawsuit to get this money." In the past, Mom had looked down on Lu Zhou's uncles, and later confirmed from Lu Zhou's mouth that these two were indeed not good people. Dad chuckled awkwardly and quickly offered to massage his wife's back and press her forehead. "Wife, I was wrong. From now on, I will only care about our family, and I won't help anyone else." Lu Zhou added appropriately, "Aunt's family is quite nice. At that time, Aunt even adopted me. In this life, now that he has some savings and a farming game, he also needs to lend a hand to Aunt's family." Mom wasn't angry for too long. Her anger had already dissipated. "Let's spend this money. Keeping it on hand isn't useful." Lu Zhou slowly shook his head, rejecting his mom's opinion. "Mom, that's not good. We can spend 30,000 and withdraw 30,000 in cash. In the future, we will temporarily enter a high-price grain era, and everyone will gather some money at home to buy some grain. If our family doesn't buy any, it will be too conspicuous. Moreover, we can't explain the source of our grain, and over time, people will notice something is off." Lu Zhou began to recall that in his previous life, about a week after the sandstorm ended, heavy rain continued for a week, which marked the beginning of the high-price grain era. Chapter 12: Terrifying Speculations. Aunt Lu is a clever person, and now, after Lu Zhou's reminder, she has realized it. Good. It's still Xiao Zhou who thinks things through." Dad Lu quickly added a comment. "My son is the most amazing." After saying this, he pretended to pat Lu Zhou's back to show encouragement. Lu Zhou smiled slightly, and after a moment, he thought of something else. If his game had a chance to upgrade later, then he wouldn't have to worry about food for the time being. However, with so many people around in this neighborhood, he needed to be cautious. Later, he would definitely bring out a lot of vegetables. To avoid drawing attention, it would be better to start growing vegetables at home right now. After thinking this through, Lu Zhou softly said, "Dad, Mom, if we have a chance to go out, we must remember to dig up some soil from the neighborhood. From now on, we're going to grow vegetables at home. First, we can't rely entirely on superpowers, and second, our family's vegetables need a proper source." Dad Lu raised his eyebrows in surprise. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. "Wow, my son is really smart. He's even thought of this. But I'm not bad either. That big insulated box at home was made by me, just for growing vegetables now." When this was mentioned, Lu Zhou felt speechless. Some time ago, Dad Lu watched a short video of someone else growing flowers and creating a small indoor garden, and he took it to heart. Later, To fulfill his dream of having a garden, Dad Lu was huffing and puffing, digging soil, making an insulated box, and even spent a large sum of money buying seedlings. In the end, of course, none of them survived. For this, Dad Lu got scolded by Aunt Lu. Lu Zhou twitched his lips, barely managing to return his expression to normal. Seeing Aunt Lu's speechless look at Dad Lu, to avoid getting scolded by his mom, Lu Zhou quickly spoke up. "Dad, that's great. This vegetable-growing task is all yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Dad Lu was overjoyed, while Aunt Lu naturally frowned. "Xiao Zhou, this won't do. Your dad has killed so many plants before. Can you really trust him with this?" Aunt Lu showed no mercy to Dad Lu, and her words naturally angered him. Just watch. I will definitely grow the vegetables well." Dad Lu muttered a few times, still looking quite confident. Lu Zhou didn't know where his confidence came from. But even if Dad Lu couldn't grow any vegetables, the family wouldn't lack them. So it was better to let him fiddle with it. Aunt Lu thought about taking over this task, but after seeing her son's indifferent expression, she silently buried her thoughts. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Zhou turned on the TV, and the three of them sat upright, their eyes glued to the screen. What was prominently displayed was a live rescue operation. All the victims in the International Trade Building had escaped danger thanks to the efforts of the armed police, firefighters, and medical teams. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. The reporter on the scene was a female journalist. Her hair was disheveled, but her expression remained calm. Despite the strong wind and sand, she still maintained her professional demeanor. "I am on-site reporter Zhou Lai, and now I will report the progress of the rescue. As you can see, the current sandstorm is extremely fierce. It can easily break a tree. Behind me, there are thousands of victims in the International Trade Building waiting for rescue teams. After 5 hours of hard struggle, we finally received the good news of successful rescue. However, unfortunately, the number of casualties has exceeded 300, making this one of the most destructive disasters in history." The female reporter reported calmly, and Lu Zhou's heart sank again after a brief moment of relaxation. 300 casualties, and that's not even a complete count. The actual death toll from this Manina sandstorm must be at least double. He wondered what kind of response the country would have to this disaster. While watching the news, Lu Zhou didn't forget to log into Weibo, closely following the trending topics to see the public's opinions and measures regarding the sandstorm. He had to cherish the opportunity to go online now. In about half a month, the city's internet, electricity, and water systems would completely collapse. Lu Zhou opened Weibo, and before he could even search, he saw a trending topic. This topic was marked with a breaking. Lu Zhou immediately clicked in a check. The name of the topic looked like it could easily be censored. Hashtag discussion on the survival issues after the twin suns hashtag. Hashtag reasonable doubt that the largest sandstorm in history was caused by the twin suns. Hashtag. This speculation was definitely not a problem, but the country wouldn't allow such posts to appear right now. After all, if the public saw this post, it could easily shake their morale and cause panic. While this post hasn't been harmonized yet, Lu Zhou quickly began to review the content. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. The poster wrote, "I don't want to deal with rational livestock." He posted a lengthy message. At first, when the dual sun phenomenon appeared, I felt a sense of unease throughout my body. But afterward, life became calm. I thought that the dual sun might just be a natural phenomenon. However, after the severe sandstorm occurred right after the dual sun appeared, I began to doubt my speculation, and at the same time, I felt confused about the future of humanity. It is well known that two suns would alter the gravitational pull of the sun on the Earth, causing the Earth to either fall toward the sun or drift away. The distance we currently have from the sun is a balance achieved between the Earth's and the sun's gravity, and thanks to this distance, life on Earth can thrive. Now, suddenly, with an additional sun, even if it only appeared for a short hour, it could very well disrupt this balance. Some may think I'm spreading rumors and misleading people. But let me say one thing. In the situation visible to our naked eyes, the sun appeared for an hour. But what if in a place we cannot see, this sun never set. According to general physical laws, if the other sun has a greater mass and stronger gravity, the Earth would be completely unable to resist its pull. The worst outcome would be that the Earth would slowly move closer to the other sun, or even completely fall toward it. The two suns might greatly weaken the gravitational pull on the Earth, which could lead to the Earth slowly drifting away from the sun, or even leaving the solar system, becoming a wandering planet in the universe. I suggest that everyone who sees these words think carefully about where their future should go. Lu Zhou felt as if his brain had been struck hard. Suddenly, he had a headache that felt like it was about to explode. This person's speculation is indeed very bold, but it is not without reason. Moreover, the most important thing is that during the 7th year, global radiation surged, and all of humanity was forced to move underground. As for the poster's mention of the Earth drifting away, Lu Zhou did not think it was fanciful. Instead, he felt a sense of dread. In his previous life, he only lived until the 7th year of the apocalypse. At that time, the dungeons had already opened. After thinking about it, could it be that the Earth is indeed, as the poster said, gradually breaking away from the solar system? One could say that since the twin suns began to rise, the disasters suffered by Earth were all caused by its gradual detachment from the solar system. Lu Zhou's expression was very serious. He glanced at the comment section. Perhaps due to the impact of the sandstorm, the hot comments below were not witty. Instead, one or two were carefully exploring the possibility of this speculation. Lu Zhou scanned the comment section quickly and came to a conclusion. The crowd was evenly split between believers and non-believers, and both sides were engaged in a smoke-free battle using their keyboards. For now, it seemed that the believers held the majority. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhou, almost unconsciously, opened QQ and found Zhang Jieqi in his contacts, then casually sent the post to him. Zhang Jieqi was Lu Zhou's closest friend from middle school, and from what he had seen recently, this person posed no threat. Moreover, Lu Zhou didn't want to watch his old friend die in vain, so he wanted to remind him with this post. A few seconds after sending the message, the chat box displayed the other party is typing. Soon, Zhang Jieqi replied with a single sentence. Lu Zhou, do you believe this? This question left Lu Zhou somewhat puzzled. As soon as he thought of his purpose, he had to say he believed it. Otherwise, how could he persuade this group of people to stock up on food? Lu Zhou, Jieqi, I won't hide it from you. I really do believe it. You see, the two events coinciding together can't just be a simple coincidence, right? After briefly checking his response, Lu Zhou sent the message. He didn't know how Zhang Jieqi would react. If he followed Lu Zhou's lead, it would be lucky for him. If he stubbornly refused to believe, Lu Zhou couldn't, nor would he force him to prepare supplies. The other party didn't hesitate and quickly replied. Lu Zhou, I've seen this post too. To be honest, I think the poster is serious. The speculations in it are not without reason, and, as you said, it is indeed a bit too coincidental. Once the sandstorm stops, are you going to buy supplies? Faced with Zhang Jieqi's invitation, Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He still had a quota of 30,000 to spend, and since an old friend was inviting him repeatedly, it would be unreasonable not to go. Lu Zhou, sure, let's go together. Zhang Jieqi, okay. After that, Zhang Jieqi and Lu Zhou chatted about interesting stories from their school days, and as they talked, they couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lu Zhou's suppressed heart felt much more at ease. The fear and confusion about the future were temporarily set aside. While chatting with Zhang Jieqi, Lu Zhou casually sent the post to his aunt. His aunt was a very cautious person, and after seeing this post, she would probably pay more attention to the matter of storing food. Lu Zhou really understood his aunt. Jiang Xiaolin was frowning at the news when her WeChat notification rang. Looking at it, she saw it was a message from her nephew. The content was very simple, without any unnecessary words, just a straightforward Weibo link. Jiang Xiaolin was an up-to-date person and had a relaxed relationship with Lu Zhou. They didn't feel like a typical elder-youngster relationship, but more like friends across generations. So, seeing Lu Zhou like this, she didn't feel disrespected. Instead, she opened the link with a serious expression. After reading it, Jiang Xiaolin's already furrowed brows tightened even more. Qingzhu, come here and take a look. Jiang Xiaolin called out to her husband, Wei Qingzhu. Wei Qingzhu, who had been playing with their daughter, immediately came to the living room. What's wrong, Xiaolin? Is there something urgent? Seeing her husband's puzzled expression, Jiang Xiaolin didn't say anything but handed the phone to Wei Qingzhu. Take a look for yourself. Wei Qingzhu took the phone with a confused look, and after reading for a few minutes, his expression changed several times. What do you think? Jiang Xiaolin couldn't wait to ask, and Wei Qingzhu sighed, finally saying, Xiaolin, I need to tell you something. Seeing her husband's puzzled expression, Jiang Xiaolin began to piece things together. Actually, during the twin sons incident, our unit had discussed preparing more food to cope with sudden situations afterward. I ordered a batch of emergency supplies, and they should arrive the day after tomorrow. I was just thinking about how to bring this up with you, and I didn't expect you would show me this post. I assume you want to stock up too. After speaking, Wei Qingzhu scratched his head awkwardly, and Jiang Xiaolin rolled her eyes in frustration. What kind of person makes such a big decision without consulting her? Humph, but seeing that he made the right decision, I'll be magnanimous and not hold it against him. By the way, the last batch of supplies wasn't bought by that old man, was it? While thinking, Jiang Xiaolin asked this question. The response was Wei Qingzhu shaking his head. Xiaolin, that batch of supplies was really not bought by me. Jiang Xiaolin was very puzzled. How strange, besides that old man. Who else would buy these things for her family? Right? She also needed to quickly remind her sister's family to prepare more emergency supplies. Not just food, but also other tools and such. She hurriedly edited a message and sent it to Lu Zhou as a reminder. Xiao Zhou, our family is preparing to buy some emergency supplies. You guys should buy some too. It's no use leaving them unused. In case of an emergency, these could be life-saving items. Lu Zhou happened to be on WeChat, so he quickly replied. Got it, Annie, we will stock up. After seeing her nephew's reply, Jiang Xiaolin was still not at ease and sent her sister the same message. Lu Mom looked at the identical message from her sister and couldn't help but chuckle. Her sister was really worried, sending it twice, as if she was afraid Lu Zhou wouldn't take it seriously. Thinking about her sister's concern for her family, Lu Mom felt warm inside. Lu Zhou had done everything he needed to do, and when he had nothing else to do, he clicked on that link again. This time, the link wouldn't open. The browsing page reported an error. Could it be that it was blocked? Lu Zhou, not willing to give up, went in through Weibo to check. It was a shock when he looked. Not only was the post gone, but the account of the poster had also been deleted. Chapter 13, Supermarket Shopping. Like the last time with Wang Xiaoping, this account has been canceled. Lu Zhou believes that this blogger may not have intended to cancel it. When he spoke, there was no sense of wanting to run away like in Wang Xiaoping's words. This person gives the impression of being very wise, cautious, and pessimistic. Such a person, having already thought about what to say, must have made ample preparations before speaking out. It is impossible for someone to speak out and then actively run away afterward. Perhaps the blogger has already been taken away by the National Security Bureau. After all, this speculation without scientific basis could be considered spreading rumors. Based on the heat from yesterday, Lu Zhou silently felt anxious for the blogger. The number of shares had long exceeded the standard for getting into trouble. He didn't know how many years this guy would have to serve. After this incident, Lu Zhou sees things more clearly. In such a large environment, he should just focus on himself. If it were just him, he might still want to contribute something to the country, but now that his parents are around, how could he ignore them and engage in those illusory matters? What if he was unlucky and got imprisoned or filmed? Where'd he go to cry? Lu Zhou's emotional changes were clear to Lu Mom. No one knows a child better than their mother. Lu Mom was extremely anxious, but didn't dare to casually comfort Lu Zhou. She could only go to the kitchen and start cooking Lu Zhou's favorite tomato dumpling soup. There were still plenty of fresh ingredients in the refrigerator. Lu Zhou had informed his family early on that there would be a complete water and electricity shutdown in half a month. So Lu Mom prioritized using fresh vegetables every time she cooked. This time was no exception. Lu Mom was familiar with the process: boiling water, adding vegetables, putting in the dumplings, and whisking eggs. Her movements were skilled and practiced. Soon, the aroma of the food wafted out. Lu Dad was turning the soil on the balcony. When Lu Zhou looked over, he was just about finished. In the past, after the flowers and plants died, both Lu Dad and Lu Mom were busy with work, and no one took care of them. The soil in the pots was not only compacted, but also extremely hard. Now, after Lu Dad's efforts, the soil finally appeared soft and loose. Lu Zhou jokingly said, "Dad, you did a great job. I never realized you had this talent. I think you should stop learning to be an electrician and start digging potatoes in Siberia." Lu Zhou's teasing lightened the atmosphere. Lu Mom, bringing out the soup, chuckled, while Lu Dad snorted and glared. "Hey, what nonsense is this kid talking? I'm worried about the family. Can you speak properly? All right, enough of that. Come over and eat." Lu Mom firmly interjected, and the two hurriedly washed their hands and sat down to eat. While they were eating, Lu Dad suddenly slapped his thigh. "Hey, Xiao Zhou, we forgot to get something important." Lu Zhou had just taken a sip of soup and couldn't speak, so he could only ask with his eyes. "What is it?" "Earthworms. You said that if we want to grow vegetables in the future, how can the soil be fertile without earthworms?" Lu Dad regretted slapping his thigh. Lu Zhou, well, his concern does seem somewhat reasonable. "It's okay. There will be many earthworms crawling out during the heavy rain. We can catch more then." "Really? Then I won't buy any. By the way, Xiao Zhou, when will this sandstorm stop?" Lu Zhou continued sipping his tomato dumpling soup, his eyes motionless, staring at the edge of the porcelain bowl. "Tomorrow morning, it will stop for a day, then continue until the heavy rain arrives." The next day, early in the morning, Lu Zhou got up early. His alarm was set for 7, but he was woken up by his biological clock before it even rang. The first thing he did upon waking was to message Zhang's family. "Lu Zhou, Zhang's family, hurry up and go out. I see the wind and sand outside have lessened a bit. If we leave early, we can buy more things." After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that Zhang's family hadn't replied, Lu Zhou reasonably suspected that this guy hadn't woken up yet. He tidied up a bit and then quickly took the elevator to the 17th floor. 1701. This one. After confirming the door number, Lu Zhou knocked on the door. Normally, he wouldn't do such a disruptive thing, but this was a special time. If they didn't leave early, it would be crowded at the supermarket. Lu Zhou knocked for about 5 minutes. During that time, he thought about just leaving this guy behind, but in the end, after pondering, he decided to wait for him. The second time, he knocked harder. Just as Lu Zhou raised his hand again, the door opened. Zhang's family looked embarrassed. "Lu Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm the only one at home. I was just taking a shower and didn't hear." Lu Zhou could only express understanding, and anything else he wanted to say felt inappropriate. It might be due to the sandstorm. Lu Zhou couldn't help but cough a few times. "All right, let's hurry and leave. There aren't many people out now, but if we wait too long, I suspect we won't even be able to squeeze into the supermarket." He wasn't just talking nonsense. In his previous life, the brief day that Manina stayed caused Lu Zhou a huge psychological shadow. At that time, their family didn't dare to go out in the morning, wanting to observe the situation. After confirming that there were no issues multiple times, the three of them only went to the supermarket at noon. As soon as they reached the entrance of the supermarket, it was so crowded that they couldn't even squeeze in. In the end, the three of them fought desperately to grab some food. Lu Zhou didn't want to experience that terrible situation again. "Okay, let's go quickly. I was just about to finish my shower and look for you." Zhang Jiazhu laughed heartily, looking as honest as he could. Lu Zhou twitched his lips and led the way into the elevator, simultaneously picking up his phone to check the navigation distance. There are more supermarkets nearby. They're close, and they have everything inside. Zhang Jiazhu nodded in agreement. "All right, Lu Zhou, I'll follow your lead. How much are you planning to spend on supplies this time?" There were only the two of them in the elevator. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhang Jiazhu. After a while, he replied, 15,000, how about you?" "Hee, I'm planning to spend 20,000. Just in case it really comes in handy. If you don't have enough supplies, you can come find me." Lu Zhou couldn't take that seriously. In a crisis, who wouldn't prioritize themselves first? Thanks, bro. Are your parents not around? Are they both at work? At this point in the conversation, Zhang Jiazhu fell silent for a few seconds before forcing a smile. My mom was hit by a car a couple of years ago and didn't make it. Now, I live with my dad. He's busy every day and isn't home, so I basically live alone. I see. Feeling that he had said something wrong, Lu Zhou wished he could slap himself a few times. Perhaps sensing Lu Zhou's awkwardness, Zhang Jiazhu quickly changed the subject to ease the atmosphere. Lu Zhou, are we going to drive over soon? The other party was giving him an opportunity, and Lu Zhou quickly took it. Yeah, I'll let you see my driving skills. The two chatted as they got into the car. Lu Zhou coughed several times, and Zhang Jiahui took out a mask and handed it to him. Bro, one for each of us. Once we go out, we might have to deal with some sand. This was no exaggeration. Although the sandstorm had stopped, when the wind blew, sand flew everywhere and found its way into people's noses. A mask wasn't worth much, so Lu Zhou accepted it without hesitation. After parking the car, they got out and immediately took a big mouthful of sand. Phew, this is ridiculous. Even with a mask, it's so powerful. Zhang Jiahui frowned and complained. Lu Zhou wasn't faring any better. Both of them were wearing regular surgical masks, which probably didn't fit tightly enough, allowing the wind and sand to sneak in. Lu Zhou felt like he was covered in sand from head to toe. Since they were already there, they didn't say much and quickly made their way to the supermarket. When they reached the entrance, Zhang Jiahui was taken aback. What the hell? There are so many people this early. It wasn't that he was overreacting. The current crowd was even larger than during promotional events. A glance around revealed a sea of elderly people. There were fewer young people. Seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but marvel at the older generation who had experienced famine. They were much quicker to respond to crises than the younger folks. In the past, there would just be a security guard standing at the supermarket entrance, but now there were 4. Each one was holding a barrier in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other, trying to maintain order. Don't push. There's plenty in the supermarket. Be careful, or there might be a stampede. The crowd around them didn't listen, pushing in with all their might. Finally, all the security guards were mobilized, and they barely managed to control the crowd. As everyone began to line up to enter the supermarket, Lu Zhou frowned. Stop lamenting. Let's hurry inside. If we wait any longer, everything will be cleared out. After struggling for about 40 minutes in line, they finally entered the supermarket. Once inside, they each grabbed a shopping cart and rushed toward the convenience food section. When they got to the shelves, both of them were stunned. What the heck? This is insane. There's not a single pack of ham sausages, instant noodles, rice noodles, or snail noodles left. Zhang Jiahui had a miserable expression. He really felt like kneeling down to this group of aunties and uncles. Lu Zhou took a few steps in and squatted down, discovering a row of old-style pickled vegetable noodles on the innermost shelf. Jiahui, there's still some noodles here. At Lu Zhou's reminder, Zhang Jiahui quickly squatted down and, looking down, saw a row of old-style pickled vegetable noodles. Great, all of them are the ones nobody wants, the stinky instant noodles. Come on, don't be picky. If it weren't for the recent exposure of the pickled vegetable noodles, do you think you'd be able to buy instant noodles now? Lu Zhou kept tossing items into his cart, while Zhang Jiahui grumbled but moved quickly. In no time, they had cleared all the old-style pickled vegetable noodles. Then they rushed to the drink section. All types of drinking water, whether cheap or expensive, had been completely cleared out. Wow, impressive. Zhang Jiahui's mouth dropped open in shock, clearly having never seen such a scene. After a moment of dazedness, he had no choice but to compromise and buy some sparkling water. Well, sparkling water could quench thirst in a pinch. Lu Zhou didn't buy anything. He noticed there was still plenty of stock in the rice, flour, and oil section. Jiahui, let's buy some rice and oil. Zhang Jiahui nodded. Looks like that's our only option. Sai, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to buy this. You don't know how bad I am at cooking. While complaining, he stuffed 2 bags of rice and flour into his cart. He also grabbed 2 large bottles of cooking oil. Lu Zhou, Let's go get some high-calorie snacks. I observed earlier that there are still quite a few things left over there. Lu Zhou readily agreed. When they got there, they saw a lot of Snickers and chocolate still remaining. However, they quickly emptied the shelves. Lu Zhou took a few less items, wanting Zhang Jiehui to take more. After all, he was just pretending, while Zhang Jiehui was seriously stocking up on survival supplies. Zhang Jiehui was quite attentive. After a while, he noticed Lu Zhou hadn't taken much and hurriedly urged him. Lu Zhou, take more. You have more people at home. No need. My family still has rice and flour. I can just cook later. You don't cook, so take more. If Lu Zhou had the means to cook raw noodles and rice, it would be fine, but for an average person dealing with such ingredients after a water and power outage was quite a hassle. Seeing Lu Zhou didn't seem to be lying, Zhang Jiehui stopped being polite and started loading up quickly. Once they finished gathering snacks, the two planned to exit the supermarket. Lu Zhou spent about 10,000 yuan, while Zhang Jiehui spent a bit more, roughly around 10,000 too. Neither of them had exhausted their budget, so after a brief discussion, they decided to go to a small supermarket to continue shopping. Speaking of the small supermarket, there was one not far from their community. They didn't waste time and immediately set off. Upon arriving at the small supermarket, they found that people were everywhere, regardless of which supermarket it was. The only good news was that there was water here. Zhang Jiehui moved several boxes before finally stopping. Watching Lu Zhou struggling to carry water, he rolled up his sleeves and began to help him without saying a word. After they finished, they continued to spend the remaining balance. In the end, the two had filled the trunk to the brim with their purchases. All right, Jiehui, let's head back. Lu Zhou silently estimated that they had enough. Zhang Jiehui naturally agreed. As the car drove to the building, they made 6 trips up and down the stairs before finally getting everything into the house. Lu Zhou, I'm exhausted. I won't keep you any longer. Come over to my place for a proper visit another day. Zhang Jiehui gasped for breath, panting heavily. Lu Zhou wasn't as out of breath, but his nose was extremely uncomfortable. His voice hoarse, he said, All right, let's leave it at that. I'm going to wash my nose. I think it's full of sand. Who's to say otherwise? My mouth is full of grains of sand, phew. Lu Zhou continued to press the elevator button to go home. Once home, as he walked through the door, the discomfort in his nostrils was greatly relieved. Seeing her son looking so worn out, Lu Mom felt a pang of sympathy. Xiao Zhou, go wash up. After Lu Zhou finished a shower and came out, he saw Lu Mom downloading various things on tablet. This wasn't the issue. The issue was the impressive queue of downloads. 10 tablets were lined up, all downloading like crazy. Curious, Lu Zhou leaned over to take a look and found that Lu Mom was downloading some practical reference books in document format. In addition, there were thousands of songs, classic movies, and TV shows. There were even tens of thousands of novels and hundreds of single-player games. Chapter 14, Power Outage. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou instantly understood. His mother was preparing for the future. After all, the most basic conditions for survival were met, and mental relaxation was essential. The numerous professional books inside would also have great use later on. Thinking about the plan to enter the underground city in the future, Lu Zhou's expression turned serious. Although entry into the underground city was determined by lottery, ordinary citizens and those with scarce skills drew separately. Lu Zhou, who had been forced to flee during the apocalypse before he could even attend university, was not qualified to enter the skill group's lottery pool. The chance of winning for ordinary citizens was 1 in 500, while for skilled individuals, it was 1 in 50. The gap between the two was significant. In general, skilled individuals mostly consisted of those in general science, natural sciences, agriculture, and medicine. As for subjects like economics, literature, and law, they were equivalent to ordinary citizens. Lu Zhou's father was a senior electrician, considered a scarce talent, while his mother had previously been a nurse at a top-tier hospital, just managing to be related to the medical field. As for Lu Zhou himself, he had no skills whatsoever. This matter was relatively easy to resolve. He could just let his father teach him electrical knowledge later on. However, to prevent his father's skills from being insufficient, Lu Zhou decided to choose a few professional books and focus on downloading them. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou took advantage of his mother going out to open a professional book website. He downloaded books on electricity, agriculture, and traditional Chinese medicine. Electricity was for him and his father. Agriculture was a necessary foundation for the future, and it would be good to learn more, while traditional Chinese medicine was for his mother, considering the difficulties in producing Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine would be more convenient. With just a silver needle and an acupuncture point, traditional Chinese medicine could sometimes produce remarkable effects on the human body. After selecting his tasks, Lu Zhou set 10 tablets aside to download by themselves. He then stood by the window ledge, looking down at the community below. Perhaps due to the influence of Manina, many people hurried past, not daring to linger on the streets. As Lu Zhou looked down, he saw his father busily sowing seeds into his insulated flower pot. It was early August, and after checking the information, his father decided to plant cabbage, carrots, celery, water spinach, and potatoes. These were all easy-to-grow vegetables with short maturation periods, making them friendlier for someone like his father, who was not very skilled with plants. Seeing his father doing it quite well, Lu Zhou asked, "Dad, did you buy any other seeds? What if we have a chance to plant them later?" His father, so caught up in his work that he barely paid attention to Lu Zhou, took a moment to respond. Oh, you mean other seeds? I bought quite a few. Right now is just right for planting these. Previously, I was too busy to take care of my flowers and plants, but now that I have nothing to do, I plant vegetables every day. I'm quite confident. Did you know that when I was a kid, I took care of the vegetables in the fields? Lu Zhou knew this. His father had been a genuine rural kid, and later, due to his strong skills, he was exceptionally recruited into a state-owned enterprise. In the countryside, growing vegetables and working in the fields was the most normal thing. While talking to Lu Zhou, his father had already watered all the freshly sown seeds. The soil in the flower pot was damp and emitted a unique smell of wet earth. Compared to the strong winds and sand outside, Lu Zhou preferred this smell. However, just as he was about to take a deeper whiff, his father looked at him in surprise, incredulously. "Goodness, son, did you not wash properly after your shower? Why do you have sand all over your mouth?" Reminded by his father, Lu Zhou carefully looked in the mirror. Indeed, just as his father said, after washing his face, there was now sand in the area around his nose. After inspecting closely, he realized that the sand was coming from his nostrils. There was quite a bit of it. "Son, I have a rinsing device in my room. Go grab it." At 11:59 p.m., Lu Zhou stood by the window, anxiously watching the situation outside. He needed to record whether the natural disasters in this life would differ from the last. If what happened in the past was triggered by him, the path ahead could only get increasingly difficult. Midnight. Outside the window, everything was calm and quiet, as if it were just another ordinary night. Nothing happened. Could it really be that, because of him, what was supposed to happen changed? Lu Zhou was not willing to give up and continued to wait for another hour. Unfortunately, still nothing occurred. Just as he felt a bit disappointed and was about to go to sleep, he saw the wind picking up outside again. The wind gradually grew stronger, enough to be impossible to ignore. Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing had changed after all. The timing had merely been delayed. That was still an acceptable outcome. Finally, he relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu Zhou was awakened by the howling wind outside. Although it was not as strong as the storm on the first day, the sound was still quite alarming. His mother was already busy in the kitchen, while his father was still asleep. As Lu Zhou walked into the kitchen to help his mother, he was distracted by the sound of an ambulance siren from downstairs. He leaned against the window and looked out, spotting an ambulance parked across the street. "Has someone passed away?" Lu Zhou asked his mother, who glanced out and replied, "I'm not familiar with that person, but they have an asthma patient at home. I guess this weather triggered an asthma attack." Oh, that made sense. With the way the weather was, even those who usually felt fine were feeling unwell, let alone those in high-risk groups for chronic diseases. While his mother was stir-frying vegetables, Her phone beeped a few times nearby. Lu Zhou reminded her, "Mom, you have a message." At that crucial moment of cooking, his mother was too busy to check, so she asked Lu Zhou to see what the message was. Lu Zhou opened WeChat and found it was from their neighborhood group chat, Hengxin Garden Owners Group. The unread messages showed 99 plus. Lu Zhou clicked on the group to see what the other owners in the community were discussing. The earliest message was sent at 4:30 a.m. AAA Fong Fong Breakfast 1347-879-0208. Friends, it seems like the sandstorm has started again. Image. It was two pictures of the wind blowing through green trees. In the pictures, the green trees were swaying wildly, clearly indicating strong winds. Longo, sister, you woke up really early. I was planning to go for a morning jog at 5:30 and discovered this too. AAA Fong Fong Breakfast 1347-879-0208. Haha, I run a breakfast shop, and I noticed when I was heading to the store. I didn't dare go out. The sandstorm the day before was just too frightening. Waiting for flowers to bloom. My kid was supposed to go to an interest class today, but now I don't dare to send him. Old friend. Sai, this is worrying. We just had 2 days off, and now we still can't go out to play. Seeing this, Lu Zhou quickly scrolled down a few times. It's just the homeowners complaining to each other. Lu Zhou found it rather pointless. He was just about to exit the group when he saw that the property management had sent out an announcement. Property manager Xiao Wang. Hello, dear homeowners. According to the official notice, the sandstorm has not yet ended. To avoid repeating the disasters of the past, if you have nothing to do, please stay home and avoid going out for now. Property manager Xiao Wang. Image. The screenshot was from the Jiguang City Meteorological Bureau's announcement. It stated that the sandstorm had not ended and that work and classes were temporarily suspended. Special occupations would continue as usual. After reading this announcement, the group suddenly erupted with messages. Is this for real? We don't have to go to work. Oh my goodness, I'm so thankful for this sandstorm. No school? My child is in his senior year, and the college entrance exam schedule hasn't been postponed. How much will this disrupt their learning? I don't know why you're so anxious. This sandstorm will pass in a few days at most. What's wrong? Does your child really need those few days? Hey, can we stop arguing? Isn't anyone worried about how to go out and buy groceries? We have enough at home. We can manage for a few days. After saying that, they shared a picture of a fully stocked fridge. Lu Zhou continued to browse through the group messages and noticed a lot of comparisons. There were various posts about hot pot, seafood, beer, and crayfish. After enjoying their food, these foodies didn't forget to take pictures and share them in the group. Lu Zhou shook his head. Once supplies became tight and threatened their safety, these people would be the first to be looted. Of course, there were also quite a few distress messages in the group. Does any kind neighbor have some food to sell me? I'm not picky. Anything will do. I'm a working person who can't cook at the moment, and there's nothing in my house. I went too late today, and the supermarket was completely out of food. Is there any pretty lady who can treat me to a meal? There were all kinds of desperate pleas. However, while the group was lively, there were not many who truly wanted to help others. After all, with disasters occurring one after another, who would dare to easily share food with others? Someone suggested trading a game cartridge for 10 packs of instant noodles. Pretty generous. Under this person's leadership, more and more people started trading. However, most were just people from the same building swapping with each other. As for those not in the same building, they could only sigh. Lu Zhou was thinking about other things. He looked at the screenshot from the property management and felt a bit uncertain. In his past life, he remembered the government response didn't seem to be this quick. It's also possible he misremembered because life was tough back then. Seeing that Lu Zhou hadn't spoken for a while, Lu Mom came over to look at the messages. What's going on? What are they saying in the group? They're saying classes and work are suspended. The resumption time is still unknown. People are trading food among each other. After summarizing the group messages, Lu Zhou put his phone aside and honestly helped Lu Mom in the kitchen. The meals for today were already prepared, and Lu Mom was busy with the dishes for the future. They could still manage for half a month, but after that, Cooking would need to be done carefully. While they were working, Lu Ba walked in holding his phone, a look of distress on his face. He put on speaker, and the voice from the other end was his uncle Lu Zhou. "Elder brother, please help me out. We have no food at home, and the kids are crying from hunger. I remember you had a few bags of rice in your basement. Can you give me a few bags?" As soon as he said this, the sound of a child wailing and making noise came through the phone. "I'm so hungry. There's no food at home. I haven't eaten anything all day. Please come bring food for us." "How can you speak like that, kid? You should call him uncle." "Elder brother, please help me. I really can't buy any, and no one in the community will trade with me." Lu Jingzhu's voice had a greasy quality to it, and Lu Zhou frowned in annoyance. Lu Jingzhu's son was a spoiled brat, and he was particularly rude and selfish. In the past, when Lu Zhou had helped take care of him, this child had shown no manners at all. In Lu Zhou's eyes, this kid's genes were just like his uncle's, lazy and self-serving. "Help you? How can I help you? In such a big sandstorm, you care about your life, but do you expect others not to? Besides, your family's food shortage is your problem. What do you want? For my whole family to stop eating for you?" Lu Ba glared, his lips trembling with anger. "Hey, elder brother, what are you talking about? I'm not asking you to give me all your food. Why are you so anxious? I was thinking of coming over to get some food, but I just got a new car, and the insurance hasn't gone through yet. Plus, your car is an off-road vehicle. What does it matter? A little wind and sand is nothing." After listening carefully, Lu Zhou finally understood. So this uncle was asking Lu Ba for food. Not only was he asking for food, but he wanted Lu Ba to personally bring it over. How shameless. Lu Mom was cutting meat when she overheard and became furious. She threw the kitchen knife onto the cutting board and rushed to the phone. "Lu Zhangzhu, can you hear yourself? How did humanity forget you during evolution? Your family has no food. What does that have to do with us? Do you really think that the world revolves around you?" After saying that, Lu Mom immediately hung up the phone and thoughtfully added Lu Zhangzhu to her blacklist. "Lu Zhengqing, how come I never noticed your family was full of such oddballs? You and your brother are not worth having." Lu Mom, furious, "Wash your hands. You go cook. I've been at it all morning, and I'm exhausted." Seeing the situation, Lu Ba realized he was in the wrong and obediently started cooking. Though his culinary skills weren't as good as Lu Mom's, the dishes he made were still quite decent. Watching Lu Ba's good attitude in admitting his mistake, Lu Mom snorted and brought out the dishes, calling the two to come eat. Lu Zhou squinted his eyes and smiled. Lu Mom really had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. Don't be fooled by her nagging. She was doing it all for the family. Now, she was even worried about Lu Ba, calling him over to eat together. While having dinner, Lu Zhou's phone popped up with a message. "Due to the sandstorm, power in the Qingshan district will be suspended for 6 hours, expected from midnight to 6 o'clock the next day. Please prepare for the outage." Their area belonged to the Qingshan district, and there were quite a few messages popping up in the group. Most were just casual chat, with very few valuable messages. However, Lu Ba's news in the group stood out. Lu Zhou leaned over to take a look. It turned out that the strong winds had damaged the largest relay station in the Qingshan district, and technical personnel were working overtime to repair it. There was definitely not enough manpower, and the headquarters was dispatching people to repair the relay station. The technical personnel living in the Qingshan district would definitely be prioritized for deployment. Chapter 15. The Thickness of Terror. A flurry of messages filled the group chat, and the first person the leader mentioned was Dad Lu. After all, Dad Lu was one of the top technicians in the unit, so giving this urgent task to him made the leaders feel at ease. However, Mom Lu and Lu Zhou naturally did not want Dad Lu to go. The weather is so dangerous right now. What if he goes and doesn't come back? Lu Zhou was worried that his father might think irrationally, so he quickly advised, "Dad, you must not go. Not only is it dangerous, but the most important thing is that this kind of sacrifice is completely useless. In just over a week, the entire city will be experiencing a power outage, and repairs won't even help." Dad Lu was initially a bit conflicted, But after hearing his son say this, he immediately replied in the group chat to the leader. "Leader, I'm sorry, but please assign someone else. My son has encountered some problems, and I must stay with him." This reason was quite effective, especially since Dad Lu had previously been tricked back by Lu Zhou using the same excuse. Moreover, the leaders were already aware of this situation at that time. After Dad Lu replied, it turned out that not just Dad Lu, but others who had also been tagged were reluctant to go and made excuses. Given the severe weather conditions, undertaking this task was indeed dangerous. Who would want to take such a risk? In the end, there was no choice. The leader proposed that whoever went to repair would be compensated at 5 times the overtime pay, and once the task was completed, they would receive a formal position. Those who already held a formal position could directly take an exam to be promoted by a level after the task concluded. Despite Dad Lu's excellent skills, he was still just an ordinary technician. Now, finding a formal position was difficult, as there were lots of ordinary technicians everywhere. Once the leader sent out this message, many people immediately started to stir with excitement. After all, there are always brave souls under the lure of rewards. Soon, the personnel going to repair the power station were confirmed. Dad Lu sighed, pointing at the names of these people and saying, "Xiao Zhou, look, the ones going are all seasoned veterans from the unit." As expected, these people jump at the chance whenever they smell a benefit. Lu Zhou sneered, "It's normal. Isn't like that everywhere now? Those who do the hard and tiring work are all ordinary technicians, while those with formal positions just want something easy that also helps them get promoted." However, this batch of people was likely to be in for a rough time. Lu Zhou just recalled that in his previous life there was also such an incident, but at that time, due to the severe weather, half of the repair personnel died. Moreover, even if they didn't die, the subsequent system would collapse, and who would still be thinking about promotions then? Seeing this, Lu Zhou didn't want to watch any longer. Dad Lu also felt a bit uncomfortable after watching. Lu Zhou picked up a small shovel, thinking that he might as well use it to scoop dirt for the thermal insulation pod, which was more practical. He had just shoveled a few times when Dad Lu took out a bag of leek seeds and handed them to Lu Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, plant some leeks. They're great. You can harvest them continually, so we won't have to worry about green vegetables at home in the future." "Okay," Lu Zhou responded and casually planted the seeds. The next moment, the game panel automatically popped up. Daily task: plant a type of vegetable. Upon completion, you will earn a survival point. Please keep up the good work. Lu Zhou was taken aback. He thought all game tasks had gone offline, but today it unexpectedly popped up by itself. The difficulty of the daily task was quite low and not outrageous. Lu Zhou speculated that perhaps it was because this Golden Fingers predecessor was a children's game. Looking at the upper right corner, he already had 3 survival points. It was a good start. Lu Zhou felt even more motivated and immediately excitedly asked Dad Lu for several types of seeds suitable for planting. He planted them one by one, and the game prompts in his mind kept ringing. After Lu Zhou earned 3 points in a row, the game finally stopped awarding him points. Player has reached the reward point limit for this task. Looks like he could only earn points for planting leeks 3 times. He wondered if this task would appear again tomorrow. In previous children's games, tasks would randomly appear. Could this be the same? Lu Zhou secretly decided to give it a try tomorrow. After finishing planting, he began to water the newly planted seeds. As soon as he watered them, the game provided a warm prompt. Player has completed the daily task, watering once. Earned 1 point. Congratulations, player has unlocked the mushroom gathering function. Would you like to spend 5 survival points to unlock? Lu Zhou was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the system upgrade to rely on survival points. He had thought his system would require devouring gold, silver, and jewels to unlock and upgrade, just like in other novels. Looking at the upper right corner, he currently had 6 points. Gathering mushrooms was a sustainable resource, so Lu Zhou naturally wanted to unlock it. Unlock the mushroom gathering function. Lu Zhou exclaimed excitedly. With a unique sound effect from the game interface displayed. Congratulations, player has unlocked mushroom gathering with a daily limit of 5 groups. 1 point can gather 1 group, with each group yielding 10 pounds of mushrooms. After displaying this message, the game interface gradually faded away. Lu Zhou murmured to himself, 10 pounds of mushrooms is quite a lot. It won't be eaten all at once. He could make them into a sauce for rice or dry them for storage. By the way, he didn't know what type of mushrooms they were. Lu Zhou opened the game interface, looking at the Gather Mushrooms display, accompanied by a cute Q-version mushroom illustration. Maybe he shouldn't experiment for now. He still had fresh food in the fridge that he hadn't finished eating. This thought was temporarily set aside by Lu Zhou. After Dad Lu finished reading the news, he saw Lu Zhou grinning foolishly and felt quite puzzled. What's this silly kid so happy about? Lu Zhou didn't notice his father's gaze. He was currently engrossed in the message sent by Zhang Jiahao on WeChat. Zhang Jiahao, Lu Zhou, my dad is back. Why don't you come over to my house? My dad said he hasn't seen you in a long time. Back in middle school, Lu Zhou had encountered Zhang Jiahao's dad a few times. He seemed to be a hearty and straightforward man, tall and strong like Zhang Jiahao. His friend's father said so, and now that Lu Zhou had nothing major going on, he agreed. He got up and went downstairs, quickly reaching the first floor. As soon as he opened the door, it swung wide open. The person who opened the door was an elderly woman in her 60s, with a kind face and a height of nearly 1.70 meters. She was a very tall old lady. Lu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, his brain short-circuiting. Zhang Jiahao walked over from inside the house, greeting him with a smile. Lu Zhou, you're here. Come in. By the way, you might not have met my grandma. Grandma, this is Lu Zhou, my best friend from middle school. Lu Zhou hurriedly said, Hello, Grandma. Sorry for bothering you. The old lady smiled. No need to be polite, just come in quickly. Lu Zhou could only enter the house. As soon as he sat down, he saw a little girl bouncing out. Lu Zhou looked puzzled. Who is this? Zhang Jiahao explained softly while bringing Lu Zhou a glass of water. This is my little cousin. My uncle and aunt got divorced, and no one is taking care of the child, so my grandma is looking after her. Now I'm the only one at home, so my dad brought my grandma over too, saying it's to help take care of us both. Lu Zhou nodded, finding this explanation quite reasonable. After waiting for a short while, Zhang Jiahao's father also came out. He was tall and dark-skinned, his cheerful demeanor unchanged from a few years ago. Lu Zhou, right? You and Jiahao seem to have a good connection, being together in middle school and now neighbors. You should come over to our house to play more often. Lu Zhou politely responded to him one by one. Then Zhang Jiahao's dad continued to head out, saying he was busy with work. Grandma Zhang was cooking in the kitchen, and in the living room were Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiahao, and the little girl. The little girl looked to be only about 8 or 9 years old, round-faced, her complexion not very fair, but a healthy shade of wheat. Lu Zhou understood, in rural areas, it was hard to raise children to be that fair. This round-faced girl showed that Grandma Zhang treated her well. Zhang Jiahao teased his little sister, Zhang Lele, calling brother Lu. The little girl pouted and didn't call out, but she didn't seem to dislike Lu Zhou. Zhang Jiahao scratched his head apologetically, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, she's just a little girl. After chatting with Zhang Jiahao for a bit, Lu Zhou hurried to go home. Zhang Jiahao's family didn't have much food stored, and he couldn't mooch off them. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed a new neighbor moving in across the street. It was a couple in their 40s, and they had a son with them. This boy looked to be around Lu Zhou's age, but his clothes and style were quite fashionable. Lu Zhou took a glance and recognized that the boy was wearing the latest AJ sneakers, and his clothes and hat were all Nike. The boy's mother was also well-dressed, indicating that their family was doing well. As he passed by this family, he inadvertently heard the boy complain. Isn't it uncomfortable living in a villa at home? Why do we have to come to this kind of residential area? Zhang Jiahao was standing at the door to see Lu Zhou off, and upon hearing this, his expression immediately darkened. Lu Zhou didn't feel too good about it either. When Wu Ziyu heard her son say such things, she quickly walked over and scolded him quietly. Yuzi, it seems your dad and I spoiled you too much. How can you speak like that? At that moment, Yuanghua opened the door, turned around, and frowned as he began to lecture his son. "Is that how you were raised? Hurry up and come in. Stop embarrassing me." Seeing that his dad seemed genuinely angry, Lu Zhou didn't dare to continue bouncing around in his mother's danger zone and quickly followed his parents inside. Once the three of them entered, Lu Zhou exchanged a glance with Zhang Jiahao. Both of them saw a shared sentiment in each other's eyes. This neighbor didn't seem easy to get along with. Finally, Zhang Jiahao spoke up. "Forget it. There are all kinds of people everywhere. Once the door is closed, who cares about them?" Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the future, having good and bad neighbors would make a big difference. This Unit 1702 clearly had a neighbor who wasn't very easy to deal with. After saying goodbye to his old friend, Lu Zhou walked home while thinking about something. His own neighbor was also absent. It seemed that family had been living abroad. As for how he knew this, the family had previously brought a realtor to take photos of their home, seemingly wanting to rent it out. But for some unknown reason, it had never been rented out. The sudden arrival of residents in Unit 1702 served as a reminder to Lu Zhou. These wealthy individuals gave up their villa to move into this kind of residential building. Had they heard some news? Perhaps they moved here because the quality of the houses was good? Lu Zhou pondered as he reached home. The range hood was rumbling. Lu Zhou's parents were as busy as ever, cooking, and the house was filled with the aroma of various foods. Lu Zhou went to his parents' room to see if the downloads had finished. After checking, he saw that all 10 downloads were complete. He carefully moved them into a small room. This was the foundation for their family's survival in the apocalypse, and he couldn't be careless. The wind and sand outside were still relentless. Lu Zhou checked the doors and windows, making sure they were tightly closed. In addition, he turned on the air purifier at home. Immediately, he felt more comfortable in his nose. After pausing, Lu Zhou scanned the game interface again, confirming there were no unlockable areas, and had to exit feeling a bit disappointed. Soon, he joined the cooking team. Previously, Lu Zhou didn't know how to cook, but after the torment of the apocalypse, he had learned a little bit. However, compared to his parents, he was still far from good. One was about cooking thoroughly, and the other was about making it tasty. The realms were entirely different. Seeing her son genuinely wanting to help, Lu Zhou's mother, not wanting to discourage him, let him prepare a simple meal for a while, just enough for dinner. By the time the family of 3 finished, Lu Zhou's parents were exhausted. After tasting the food their son made, they felt like they had lost all hope. Fortunately, Lu Zhou didn't make much, so not much food was wasted. They had to force themselves to finish it. Afterward, Lu Zhou was stripped of his kitchen cooking privileges. The sandstorm raged on for several days, and the visibility in the air continued to decrease. During these days, Lu Zhou noticed that even with the doors and windows tightly shut, he could still smell the dry dust in the air. This was still with the air purifier running. If it weren't on, who knows how much sand would gather in the house. Schools have been suspended for a week. During this time, everyone's mentality shifted from relief to worry. The office workers and parents were the most anxious. The workers felt a few days off was enough, but if they took a few more days, they would be in dire straits. In the owners' group, many homeowners were venting their frustrations. They had bought their houses with down payment loans, and the monthly mortgage was $8,000. Their combined income with their spouse was only $12,000, and they were barely managing to repay it. Now that the sandstorm was delaying things, the company also announced a reduction in salaries. As a result, both their incomes were cut in half, and the reduced salaries didn't even cover the mortgage. The bank wouldn't reduce the loan amount for anyone. Perhaps the homeowners' grievances resonated with others, and one by one, they began to complain about the weather. Many people's entertainment had turned into checking the weather forecast daily. Although people generally hoped the sandstorm would stop as soon as possible, it not only didn't stop but also grew worse. One homeowner living on the first floor posted several photos. "Look, the sand is already 20 centimeters thick." Someone replied, suggesting the first floor residents go out and sweep it, but the first floor homeowner replied sadly, "Hey, who said I didn't sweep? I just finished sweeping 2 hours ago, and look how much has accumulated again." The homeowners were shocked, and one by one, they began to worry. The accumulation speed of this dust was truly terrifying. If it didn't sweep for one night, wouldn't the door be completely buried? Chapter 16. The Sandstorm. The high-rise residents might not have taken it too seriously, but the lower-level residents were practically begging for relief, praying every day for the sandstorm to stop. Unfortunately, things didn't go as hoped. Not only did the wind and sand not cease, but they actually grew stronger. The residents on the first floor complained incessantly, but there was nothing they could do but sweep away the sand whenever the wind calmed down a little. By the end of the day, they hadn't done any other work. All they had done was sweep. This sandstorm raged on for 10 days, showing no signs of stopping. Classes and work were still suspended. The livestock and parents were increasingly restless. Now, it seemed like everyone was constantly checking the weather forecast. If they could go outside, the daily greetings would probably shift from "Have you eaten?" to "Has the sandstorm stopped?" The Lu family was no exception. They were currently watching the latest weather report released by the Meteorological Bureau on TV. It indicated that the sandstorm was expected to last for another week. Lu Zhou remembered clearly that it wasn't supposed to last a whole week, but rather just 3 days. By the time it was close to ending, the sandstorm had reached a terrifying accumulation speed. Just one night was enough to bury an entire floor of residents. It seemed that they had now reached the most intense stage. In the morning, the wind and sand were fierce, but by noon to the afternoon, the intensity gradually lessened. The lower-level residents finally felt some relief. Fortunately, the sandstorm hadn't continued to rage. Once the wind and sand calmed down further, some residents in the community even drove to the nearby supermarket to stock up on supplies. After 10 days of lockdown, a family could consume a significant amount of their stored goods. Lu Zhou wasn't idle either. He took his father's car with the intention of going out to refuel. This was one of the few safe moments, at least until nightfall. Lu Zhou's dad was somewhat worried about him going out alone, so in the end, he decided to accompany Lu Zhou. As the two entered the underground garage, they noticed that many residents were starting their cars. It seemed everyone planned to go out shopping. The two quickly found their car, settled in, and Lu Zhou started the engine. The car sped off towards a nearby gas station. Once they hit the road, Lu Zhou noticed that the streets appeared drab and hazy due to the sandstorm. The sky, along with the buildings, had taken on a grayish hue. This sight naturally put a damper on one's mood. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few hurried pedestrians visible, each carrying 2 or 3 large bags filled with items, quickly moving forward. When the wind and sand were at their worst, the street cleaners had to work in teams during the brief moments when the winds calmed down. There was no choice. If they didn't sweep for a day, the roads would be nearly unpassable. Thinking about this made Lu Zhou empathize with the street cleaners. Most of them were elderly, in their 60s or 70s, earning just over $2,000 a month, and they still had to brave the sandstorm to do their jobs. Lost in thought, several street cleaners dressed in bright orange uniforms rushed past Lu Zhou's field of vision. The father and son remained tense, not speaking a word. When they reached the first gas station, they found it completely empty. This gas station was relatively small and didn't support unmanned refueling. With no other option, they had to get back in the car and drive on. The second one was a large gas station that offered unmanned refueling. The father and son successfully filled up the fuel tank. After driving to an open area, Lu Zhou quickly siphoned the gasoline out and stored it in a large barrel, then took it back to his small house. The two of them passed by more than 10 gas stations before finally returning to refuel on the same road. By the time Lu Zhou and his father got home, it was just getting dark. The family sat down for dinner, but they heard a continuous clanging sound coming from outside. Lu Zhou stepped out to take a look and realized it wasn't coming from their floor. He went down one level and found that the noise was coming from Unit 1702. It sounded like they were doing renovations. Lu Zhou wasn't too sure if they could still find the workers at this hour. He hid behind a safety exit door and waited until he saw a few workers leap out. Confirmed, Unit 1702 was indeed undergoing renovations. Lu Zhou returned home, his mind somewhat unsettled. Was it a coincidence? Or was there another reason? Yuanghua had just sent off the workers and took a couple of puffs from a cigarette. After stepping on it to extinguish it, he turned back home. Xiao Yao was sitting in the living room, looking troubled. "Old Yu, is this news accurate?" Yuanghua frowned and whispered, "Even if it's not accurate, what can we do? Just wait here to die." Xiao Yao didn't say anything more. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly said, "How about this? Old Yu, there are still a few items at home. You can give them to the workers and confirm the situation." Yuanghua lit another cigarette and took 2 puffs. "Don't worry, I have it under control." When Lu Zhou returned home, he informed his parents about how Unit 1702 suddenly moved in and began renovations. Lu Dad clicked his tongue. "They probably have some special news, right?" Lu Mom, worried for her son, boldly speculated. "Xiao Zhou, could it be possible that the people in 1702 are also back from the dead?" Both speculations had some basis, and Lu Zhou decided to take his time over the next few days to observe that household closely. As night fell, Lu Zhou noticed that the area outside was still brightly lit. It seemed livelier than the previous days. Perhaps due to the sandstorm clearing up a bit, people were starting to prepare to return to normal life. Many bars had even started to open for business. After being cooped up for about 10 days, men and women were wildly venting their pent-up restlessness. Around 10 o'clock that night, the wind and sand swept across the entire city again. Lu Zhou closely observed the activity outside the window and was shocked at how massive the sandstorm had become. The sand didn't seem to be falling gently. It felt like it was pouring down. The accumulation speed of the sand had dramatically increased, going from an initial pace of 10 centimeters per hour to now 30 centimeters per hour. Ultimately, it reached a terrifying 50 centimeters per hour. At that moment, people in the community chat group began to notice the situation and quickly started sending messages, warning those in lower floors. What was most despairing was that with such a massive sandstorm, even if people were aware, no one dared to go outside. The property management stayed up all night on duty, each one calling residents on the lower floors to advise them to be cautious. That night, no one dared to sleep. Everyone looked outside with fear etched on their faces. Under the moonlight, the sand looked as clear as flowing water, cascading down with a whoosh. If someone accidentally looked at it, they might even mistakenly think it wasn't sand, but rather a waterfall from a fault line. Everyone's unified action was to desperately lean down and look outside. Although the high-rise residents were frightened, they still had some reassurance. After all, no matter how strong the wind and sand, it couldn't accumulate to the height of their building. Chapter 17. Organization of Sand Clearing. The residents of the ground floor were extremely anxious, their bodies completely drenched in sweat. Outside, the sand fell continuously without a moment's pause, piling up relentlessly. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, until it reached a chilling height of 1 meter 50 centimeters. This was a height of 1.5 meters. Even a shorter woman could drown in the sand if she stepped outside, let alone children. The ground floor residents gritted their teeth, desperately sealing every possible opening in their homes, resulting in a thin layer of sand covering the floor. Fortunately, the security doors and windows in their community were quite sturdy, and no doors or windows have been reported damaged yet due to external pressure. One of the ground floor residents could no longer endure the situation and picked up their phone to call for help. Unfortunately, all the lines were busy. After more than an hour, when they tried again, they found there was no signal at all. Looking up again, they saw that yellow sand had already buried more than half of the windows, and it seemed their entire family was about to be completely buried. Despair spread throughout the area. Everyone was eager for daybreak, waiting for government rescue. The clock ticked away, and for the first time, people felt that time was dragging on unbearably. The wind and sand howled outside all night long, only tapering off around 6 o'clock the next morning. Lu Zhou looked down from the window and discovered that the first floor was completely buried underground. He tried to make a few emergency calls for help, but all of them were busy. It was likely that the government offices had already been overwhelmed with calls from the affected populace. The estimated thickness of the sand was about 3 to 4 meters, and the sand was loose and soft, making it impossible for anyone to walk on it, as if they were in a desert. Everyone could only communicate in the community group chat, seeking a shred of comfort in their survival. After helping his mother check the news last time, Lu Zhou casually joined the WeChat group. The group was lively at the moment. The ground floor residents have all been buried. Did you all manage to call for help? I called, but no one answered. Same here. Is there anyone else in the community who ran into trouble last night? Who knows? But it seems like no one else did. My God, don't you think last night's sandstorm was terrifying? I wonder how long it will take for the government to come and clear the sand from our community. It should be pretty quick. I heard from a friend that they've already started clearing at the Jindu-Yujing area. Jindu-Yujing was only a short distance away from Lu Zhou's community, so it seemed that the government was indeed responding quickly. In the government office, Song Chi-min rubbed his sore shoulders. He hadn't slept a wink the entire night either. He had initially planned to work a shift and then go home, but before he could return, the sandstorm hit. Since last night, he had been discussing disaster relief measures with various departments. They ultimately decided to use snowplows to gradually thin out the layers of sand, pushing it from the city center outward towards the suburbs. However, the snowplows could only do a rough job. Ultimately, they would need the community members to gather and sweep the sand in front of their doors. If they didn't adhere to the cleanliness standards, the clearing speed would be significantly slowed. Rescue operations might be delayed. The various departments had already begun rescue efforts, but Song Chi-min felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had the unsettling feeling that something major was about to happen. After waiting for 3 to 4 hours, a snowplow finally arrived at the community where Lu Zhou lived. The property management was the first to go out and hand over to the rescue personnel. In the end, a message appeared in the group. Dear owners, after the snow plow has finished its work, we still need all owners to work hard to clean up the sand in front of the community gate. This statement made the owners quite unhappy. Xiao Wang, we have already paid the property fees, and now we still have to clean? With this opening, other dissatisfied owners naturally joined in. Xiao Wang could only explain helplessly. Everyone, please don't rush. Let's first take care of the most urgent areas. As for the remaining areas, once the wind and sand pass, our property management will send people to handle it. Right now, all communities are short on sanitation workers, but this sand cannot wait. In these special times, I hope everyone can understand. After all, no one can be sure if we will have another dust storm like last night. The owners struggled for a long time, and in the end, they could only accept it reluctantly, especially the owners on the second floor. If the wind and sand came back later and the sand wasn't cleaned up, wouldn't it just pile up from the first floor to the second? Wouldn't that bury their own homes as well? No one wanted their safety to be threatened, so for now, they could only grit their teeth and accept the property management's proposal. The snow plow worked for more than an hour before the sand that buried the first floor residents was finally loosened. Over 4 meters of sand was suddenly flying everywhere, forming a sand pile that reached up to 60 centimeters high. Someone sent a message in the group. Look over at Building 7. Isn't that family on the first floor gone? After this message was sent, Lu Zhou couldn't help but look towards Building 7. This building was directly opposite him, so he could see it clearly. The other floors stood strong after being rescued by the snow plow, but on the opposite first floor, the windows had been shattered by the impact. Sand had completely flooded in, and a rescue team came in with a group of people, eventually carrying out 2 bodies. Some residents recognized the deceased. Oh no, aren't those the 2 home decor bloggers from our community? They were a young artistic couple who had previously posted videos about home renovations and had quite a few fans. After saying this, the person thoughtfully attached a link. Lu Zhou clicked on it and saw a couple who looked gentle and sweet. In the video, the cold new apartment had been decorated by the 2, brimming with a sense of life, and it was obvious they were young people who loved life. The 2 had transformed the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling window, but perhaps due to the poor quality of the window, it failed to block the yellow sand. Seeing 2 vibrant lives extinguished before his eyes, The group suddenly fell silent, and no one continued to talk. The direct impact of this was that afterward, everyone was exceptionally eager to clean the sand. Everyone grabbed large brooms and diligently swept the ground, fearing that one day they might also perish in this terrible weather. Although Lu Zhou's family lived on a high floor, high-rise residents also had to go down to help. Could the low-floor residents manage alone? If you're not going to sweep, then don't come down. After Lu Zhou's family went downstairs, they discovered that the property management had divided the community into areas according to building numbers. Their 13th floor was working together with all the residents of buildings 10 to 15. To avoid any owners slacking off and not coming down, the property management brought out a form requiring all residents to report to them first before going to clean the sand in their designated area. When Lu Zhou went to sign, he noticed that basically all the residents who lived there had come down. After all, order was still maintained, and everyone still cared about their reputation. In this situation, it was just a matter of coming down to sweep for a while, taking up a little time. No one wanted to ruin their neighborhood relationships. Chapter 18. The 8 Immortals Cross the Sea. Lu Zhou had just signed his name and was about to leave when someone patted him on the shoulder. Lu Zhou, you came down too, huh? Quick action. The speaker was Zhang Jiahua. After saying this, he immediately took the signature sheet from Lu Zhou's hand and quickly wrote his own name on it. While Zhang Jiahua was busy signing, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to glance at his family. Zhang Dad, Granny Zhang, and Zhang Lele had all come downstairs. The Zhang family had only one broom. Without any tools, they would temporarily rely on the property management to provide some equipment, or the management would assign some tasks that could be done without tools. 20 minutes later, most of the residents listed on Lu Zhou's paper had arrived. The management began to delineate the cleaning areas one by one. Since the Lu family and the Zhang family lived in an upstairs-downstairs arrangement, their allocated areas were also adjacent. Alongside them, there was also the newly moved-in Yu Ongwa family of 3. The Yu family had no tools at all and borrowed a broom and a dustpan from the property management to make do. After glancing at the Yu family a few times, Lu Zhou shifted his focus back. His luck was relatively good. The area assigned to him was not difficult to manage. Lu Dad and Lu Mom bent down and started working, making grunting sounds. No one was chatting since no one could predict whether the dust storm would continue. Additionally, there was another reason. It was simply too tiring to sweep. Those who could keep up with the supplies at home were already out of breath, let alone the poor souls who had little food at home and couldn't secure any more. One by one, they lowered their heads and swept the ground, eager to finish quickly and go back home. After glancing around, Lu Zhou began to focus on his own work. The hardest part of this task was not sweeping, but hauling the garbage. Lu Dad volunteered for this daunting task. Each time, he would carry the small dustpan back and forth to the designated spot. With dust flying everywhere, the temperature was high, and the work was exhausting. Soon, Lu Dad was drenched in sweat. The others were not faring any better. Nearly everyone was sweating profusely, looking rather disheveled. Amidst the dust and the exhausted crowd, Lu Zhou felt a strange sense of camaraderie, as if everyone was together in a coal mine digging for ore. Some people were genuinely frustrated and went to confront the property management. Don't you have those garbage transport trucks? Why don't you bring one over? Why make us run back and forth? The residents were fuming, and the property management was at a loss for words. Please calm down. It's not that we don't have the truck available, but it has already started working. If you don't believe me, look over there. That truck just left the community and is headed to the landfill. Seeing the angry residents following the property management's finger, they indeed saw a garbage truck just exiting the community gate. Ultimately, with no other options, they could only sigh and go back to work. The property management staff were quite clever. After realizing that seeking help was fruitless, they came up with a new plan. One by one, they returned home to fetch large bags to concentrate the dust together and then transport it to the designated spot. As for transporting the dust, those who had small carts took them downstairs. This saved them quite a bit of effort while hauling. Lu Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and quietly spoke to his parents. Mom and Dad, let's go upstairs and grab some tools. Otherwise, our efficiency is just too low. Lu Dad looked around and noticed that everyone had started using tools, leading to a significant increase in efficiency. However, their family didn't have a cart. What could they do? In the end, it was Lu Mom who came up with a smart idea. Although we don't have a little cart at home, we do have a storage box with wheels, which is sitting in our kitchen. Dad's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt energized. He quickly went upstairs to get the storage box. Before long, Dad came out pushing a large storage box. After some experimentation, the storage box turned out to be quite useful. For example, we could fill it with sand and then just pull it over. After making one trip, Dad was full of enthusiasm. Once we filled another box for him, Lu Zhou then noticed that Zhang Jiahui was still diligently working away. Lu Zhou walked over to remind him to also find something with wheels for transportation. Zhang Jiahui said enviously, I don't have a little cart at home. Otherwise, I would have gotten one already. Lu Zhou offered a suggestion. Do you have a storage box like ours? Zhang Jiahui smiled wryly. Oh no. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and finally tentatively said, if there's really no other way, a suitcase could work too, but you need to pack the sand well first. Otherwise, it would be too messy. Zhang Jiahui smacked his forehead, his voice rising a bit. Oh, you're so clever, Lu Zhou. I didn't even think of that. After Lu Zhou pointed it out, Zhang Jiahui dashed upstairs and came down with his large suitcase. This time, it was much easier than before. Everyone had found suitable tools, and the cleaning speed was getting faster and faster. On the other hand, Yuangwa was a bit flustered. He came from a wealthy background and had never done this kind of hard labor. Watching others work vigorously, his family had no idea where to start. Yu Ziming pouted, Dad, I'll go get the nanny to help. Let her stop cooking for now. Yuangwa stopped his son. Forget it. I'll see if I can borrow a tool from someone. It's our first time here. Let's not make it too obvious. Qiu Yao frowned and said softly, we just moved in and should clean with them. Otherwise, if we go upstairs, we can just mind our own business from now on. Who would care about others' affairs? Yuangwa sighed. Yao, we just got here and we don't know our neighbors yet. It's best not to do something that might annoy people. After saying this, he went to find a household with a little cart and a friendly demeanor to borrow from. As a newcomer, the residents of a neighborhood were naturally unwilling to lend him anything. In the end, he had no choice but to set his sights on his neighboring units. Units 1801 and 1701. These two lived closest to him, so the chance of being rejected would be smaller. Yuangwa observed for a moment. Unit 1701 still had half their work to do, so it looked like they wouldn't be able to lend him anything. But 1801 seemed to be finishing up soon. Why not ask them for a favor? So he went for it. Just as Lu Zhou's family finished their tasks and were about to head home, they were stopped by someone. The person was none other than Yuangwa. He smiled politely, and his words were quite courteous. Hello, I'm from 1702, and we just moved in. Our supplies are quite lacking. Could I borrow your storage box for a bit? Dad, Mom, and Lu Zhou exchanged glances. Should they lend it or not? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and said, you could go borrow a little cart from across the street. If you bring them some food or drinks, they'll let you use it. Following Lu Zhou's direction, Yuangwa looked over. Indeed, there was a small line forming over there. Chapter 19, Another Power Outage. Yuangwa's face twitched a few times before he finally spoke in a dry tone. There are just too many people over there. How about this? I'll give you some food in exchange for using your storage box. Is that okay? Lu Zhou seemed to ponder for a moment before nodding. Sure, just bring us the food later. We're in 1801. Yuangwa immediately smiled and agreed. Don't worry, I'll personally deliver the food to you once we're done using it. And so, he smoothly borrowed the storage box. After he and his wife and son walked away, Qiu Wenyo's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. We have to trade for a storage box to use it. This family really knows how to haggle. Yu Ziming didn't join in the conversation. He was both tired and hot and didn't want to move at all. He was now complaining about wanting to go upstairs and call the nanny down to clean. In the end, Qiu Wenyo, indulging her child, agreed to his request. Yuan shook his head, but had no choice. He only had this one child. There were no other options but to agree. Lu Zhou took his family to register with the property management before finally heading home. While in the elevator, Lu Zhou noticed his parents' confusion. "Let's go home first." Once they entered their house and closed the door, Lu Zhou finally spoke slowly. "Mom and Dad, feel free to ask whatever you want." Dad Lu was the first to speak. "Is it appropriate for us to ask them for things?" Lu Zhou dismissed it. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. We're not familiar with them. Everyone else is trading items. It's actually strange for us not to ask for something. At least it gives others the impression that our family has very little food stored. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to ask." Upon hearing this, Dad Lu and Mom Lu understood their son's intentions. Mom Lu felt relieved and then asked Lu Zhou if the sandstorm would be that severe again. Lu Zhou silently nodded. Mom Lu immediately understood. "All right, let's hurry up and lie down for a while. Tomorrow and the day after, we still have to continue cleaning." After the Lu family finished dinner, there was a knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, it was indeed Yuanhua, who had come to deliver the items. Lu Zhou opened the door, and Yuanhua wiped the sweat from his forehead and gasped for breath. "Thank you. Here's your storage box. Are 2 packs of instant noodles enough?" Lu Zhou nodded. "No need to be polite. It's a fair exchange." After saying that, he reached out to take the storage box. After Yuanhua delivered the items, he went downstairs. Lu Zhou took the box into the bathroom and cleaned it. Mom Lu was in the kitchen and asked, "Son, who was it?" 1702, the one delivering the box to us." "Oh," Lu Zhou casually replied. "Gave them 2 packs of instant noodles as a thank you." Dad Lu and Mom Lu didn't pay much attention. For them, instant noodles weren't a big deal, but they still had to put on a show for the outside world. Otherwise, they might be remembered by others. By around 5 in the afternoon, the community work finally came to an end. All the homeowners were exhausted, heading home to shower and do laundry in one go. For over an hour, Lu Zhou could hear the rumbling of washing machines and the sound of water running. When he opened his phone, the community group chat was filled with complaints. "I'm so exhausted. I wasn't this tired after a whole week of work. It's ridiculous. Our property management is really unhelpful. Haha, I don't even want to say anything. Why doesn't it seem like the property management is doing anything? Are we the only homeowners doing the work while the property management just lies around? Wow, you guys at property management are really something. You're really just taking advantage of us homeowners." Hearing this, Lu Zhou began to reminisce about how little the property management had actually done. "However, in my memory, it seems there is no such scene. But it's also possible that I was too far from the property management while working, so I didn't pay attention. Anyway, I've said my piece. I won't go back to sweeping the floor anymore." The group was filled with excitement, yet the property management was slow to come out and explain. Lu Zhou pondered. Could it be that the owners were telling the truth? If that's the case, then the property management really has gone too far. However, no matter how angry the owners get, they still have to pay the property fees in the future. Otherwise, this group of people will block your door and demand you come out. After a tiring day, everyone turned on the TV and, without exception, began watching the meteorological station. After watching, many people wore worried expressions. According to the Meteorological Bureau, the sandstorm would continue. Any normal family would have a hard time dealing with this. Due to the excessive density of the sandstorm, it severely affected natural heat dissipation. In the hot August summer, the air was not only stuffy but also filled with sand. Ever since the sandstorm broke out, it had been accompanied by high temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius for several days. Every household had their air conditioning on. Otherwise, it was truly unbearable inside. Although everyone was deeply concerned, after a day of hard work, they were indeed exhausted, and eventually, all fell into a deep sleep. The Lu family was no exception. Lu Dad and Lu Mom had long since fallen asleep, while Lu Zhou, as usual, squatted by the window to observe the situation. At 10 o'clock at night, the sky indeed became restless again. Lu Zhou pinched his watch, remembered the time, and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Zhou woke up. He was awakened by the heat. His back was covered in sweat, soaking a large patch. Looking at the indoor thermometer, it had already soared to 42 degrees. Then he glanced at the air conditioner, and the display screen was off. So the power was out? Lu Zhou went to check the circuit breaker and saw that the family circuit had indeed tripped, so he immediately understood that the power was out for sure. Walking to his parents' room, he found both of them awake, beads of sweat the size of soybeans on their foreheads, clearly suffering from the heat. "Mom and Dad, are you okay? The power is out." "Yeah, we're fine, just too hot," Lu Mom whispered, while Lu Dad took out his phone flashlight, feeling around to activate the solar generator. With a few faint mechanical sounds, the air conditioning in their home resumed working. The air conditioner blew out cool air, which felt so precious and rare in this weather. The Lu family maintained a low-key principle and only turned on the air conditioning, not daring to use anything else. Lu Zhou took a glance outside. The outside world remained a silver-coated scene, just like yesterday. The sand accumulated even higher than yesterday. Previously, it had just submerged one floor. Now it had submerged another 5 to 10 centimeters on the 5th floor. During the day, the city government had opened the city library and gymnasium for the safety of the public, specifically to accommodate residents from the lower levels to prevent a repeat of the flooding situation. However, going to the shelter was voluntary, and residents were not forced to evacuate. Some residents in Lu Zhou's community had developed a psychological shadow and took their belongings to the shelter temporarily. Another group of people held a hopeful mindset. After all, this area hadn't experienced a sandstorm in hundreds of years. It couldn't be that there would be such a massive sandstorm continuously, right? Plus, they felt the shelter would be chaotic with a mix of people, so it was better to stay at home. Unfortunately, their speculative thoughts ultimately fell flat. The sandstorm came without regard for anyone's wishes. If it were just a simple sandstorm, the high-rise residents might still manage to remain calm, but this time it was accompanied by a power outage, and no one could stand it. Now, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the group was in an uproar. Chaos ensued. Chapter 20, Chaos. Our home has lost power. Do you guys have electricity? No, I woke up in the middle of the night from the heat. With this damn weather, I wonder if the whole city has lost power? It seems so. My friend over in Jinshan District has also lost power. Jinshan District is the farthest from Qingshan District, indicating that the power outage indeed covers the entire city. I wonder how long this power outage will last. Just for a short while, and it's already sweltering. The group chat is filled with various messages, complaints, inquiries about the cause, and people sharing gossip. There's a mix of everyone. Lu Zhou didn't hold out hope for the community group chat and instead turned to his dad, asking, "Dad, do you have any news in your group?" Lu Dad opened his phone, and the work group on WeChat was eerily quiet. "So, is this an emergency situation?" Through the window, a few homes across the street started to show lights. It seemed to be powered by household flashlights. The Lu family didn't need to turn on any lights, so they just fumbled around in the dark and went back to sleep. When Lu Zhou finally woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. It had been a long time since he woke up this late, and the first thing he did was anxiously check if the power had returned. The power was still out, but the city government's snow removal machines had been dispatched again. At the same time, the snow removal machines announced some bad news. Due to the impact of strong winds and sandstorms, the entire city's power supply had experienced a breakdown last night, and repairs were now underway. It was expected to take at least 3 days to fix. Upon hearing this news, everyone wore a worried expression. Damn it, with temperatures this high, the things in the fridge are going to spoil. Regardless of any complaints, the power outage had already become a fact. Now, every household had to hold their noses and quickly cook the perishable items in their fridges, as it was better to eat them than let them rot. The Lu family had a solar power generator, so they didn't need to rush. After the family finished their meal, Lu Zhou shared his plan with them. "Mom and Dad, the day after tomorrow morning, a massive sandstorm will sweep through Bauga Building, completely scattering the entire commercial street. After the sandstorm, heavy rain will follow. We need to take advantage of the chaos to go into the building and find supplies. Lu Zhou tightened his wrist, and his eyes were cold. He had to go to Balga Building because it contained essential anti-radiation suits for later stages. He later learned that on the top floor of Balga Building, there was a high-tech experience center that had several sets of anti-radiation suits. So no matter what, he had to get these items before the disaster destroyed the building. Subsequent news reports would repeatedly broadcast that Balga Building was destroyed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so Lu Zhou had to leave that area by 1 o'clock. This plan was risky, but it was necessary. Previously, the Lu family had gathered items that were affordable at their financial level, but things like anti-radiation suits were not something you could easily buy even if you had the money. Basically, the anti-radiation clothing available on the market was just a scam. After hearing his son's words, Lu Dad furrowed his brows and said, "Son, for what you're saying, Balga Building is very dangerous. Isn't this akin to knowing there's a tiger in the mountains and still heading toward it?" Lu Zhou sighed. "Dad, if we don't enter the tiger's den, how can we catch the tiger cub? There are many items inside that will be useful later. It's worth taking this risk." Lu Dad didn't understand what could possibly be worth risking the whole family's safety. In exasperation, Lu Zhou finally had to explain about the anti-radiation suits. After hearing his son's words, Dad Lu and Mom Lu fell into deep thought. After a moment, Dad Lu gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it, son. The day after tomorrow, we will go together." Lu Zhou nodded. "Okay, Dad. I'll go prepare things now, and when the time comes, we'll see how it goes." Mom Lu frowned. "I want to go too." Dad Lu and Lu Zhou exchanged wry smiles, and finally Dad Lu advised, "Wife, you shouldn't go. It's too dangerous." Mom Lu, with a stubborn look, replied, "How can I rest assured if you two go? And to be blunt, if you both are gone, I won't be able to live either. It's better for the whole family to go together. That's more support." What Mom Lu said made some sense. Lu Zhou recalled how fierce Mom Lu had been before, like a hen protecting her chicks, keeping him safe. Thinking further, when they encountered danger, as long as the family stayed together, he could still take his parents into the game room for shelter. In the end, he agreed. Dad Lu remained silent, his worry almost turning into reality. He kept preparing things, looking quite anxious. After Lu Zhou finished explaining his plan, he took out the previously prepared earthquake alarm, window breaking device, ropes, climbing gloves, and so on, and placed them all inside his game room. Early the day after tomorrow, their family needed to be fully prepared to head to the Balga Building, striving for a chance at survival in the future. The atmosphere in the family was tense. They hardly chatted, while the emotions of the community owners were reaching a boiling point. The reason was simple. Today, after the snow plow finished its work, the property management showed up in the group chat, shamelessly asking the owners to go out and sweep the ground together. One owner jumped out to question why the property didn't work yesterday, only to be retorted by the property management. "My house isn't in our community, but I helped sweep the ground in my own community." This statement angered the crowd. "Haha, you're doing well, coming to our community to make money, and then going back to your own community to sweep? This move really leaves me dumbfounded. Yeah, you're the property management, collecting our fees, and this is what you're doing." The sandstorm continued without stopping. It was hot, and there was no electricity. People were generally irritable, and what the property management said felt like pouring oil on the fire for the owners. The property management was momentarily speechless, and finally stammered, How about this? Let's sweep the ground first, and later, we'll give each owner a prize, okay? Forget it. What's that worthless thing worth? I'm not going, and, if necessary, I won't go out for the next few days, just waiting for you property management to send someone to clean up the community." Once these words were spoken, many owners living in the middle to high floors found a way out. Why bother? The sand won't accumulate in their homes. They could just wait for the property management to send someone after the wind and sand stopped. The middle and high floor owners were unwilling to go down, and the low floor owners were also filled with anger. What's going on? Is this community just for one person? Are the property management and the middle to high floor owners just watching? The group chat was filled with heated arguments over whether to sweep the ground or not, and in the end, no one was willing to go out. Since no one else wanted to go out and sweep, the owners on the first floor could only go down and sweep their immediate area. Some people took the opportunity to grab their things and head to the city shelter. If you're not going to sweep, then I won't either. Let's all not sweep and see how many layers this sand can pile up. Many first-floor families held this mentality and then dragged their families to the shelter. Chapter 21. Preparation for the sweep. Lu Zhou watched this scene from upstairs and couldn't help but reflect on how human nature, society, and order were gradually beginning to collapse. Lu Mom looked at the chaotic scene below and sighed. Sigh, why must it be like this? If no one cleans up, going out in the future will be a problem. This was true. Even if the government cleared the roads, walking through the several dozen centimeters of sand was still quite challenging. Moreover, after so many days, Lu Zhou suspected that many families had run out of supplies. Even if they had some left, they could only hold on for another 2 days at most. However, due to the power outage, they couldn't store perishable food at home, and people's supplies would drastically diminish. By the time they really needed to go out, the homeowners would have a hard time coping. Not wanting to dwell on such trivial matters, Lu Zhou began to seriously water the vegetables and loosen the soil. As expected, game prompts began to flood in. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Watering. You have earned 1 survival point. Over the past few days, Lu Zhou had been exploring and had finally discovered the game's rules. 1. Survival points can unlock more abilities, such as foraging, planting, raising animals, fishing, mining, and forging. 2. The stable source of survival points is that for each day survived, you earn 1 point. 3. In addition to the daily survival point, you can also obtain points by planting vegetables, watering, loosening soil, and learning skills through random task triggers. 4. Tasks are divided into daily tasks and special tasks. Daily tasks reward a fixed 1 point, while special tasks reward more points than daily ones. This was what Lu Zhou had deduced about the game's rules through trial and error. Initially, when he learned to replace old wires from his father, the game prompted him, saying he had completed a special task and earned basic circuit knowledge, granting him 3 survival points. Now, thanks to Lu Zhou's relentless efforts, he had accumulated 16 survival points. The game indicated that the next ability, Unlock, required 30 points. Lu Zhou was working hard towards that goal. While he was lost in thought, he noticed that quite a few people had already ventured out of the community below. It seemed they were trying to go out to buy something. However, given the current weather, Lu Zhou felt those people might not be able to find anything. After all, the weather was harsh. Nevertheless, since the shelter had opened, there would surely be several distribution points for supplies, right? When people are hungry and suffering, crime is likely to arise. The leaders couldn't possibly overlook this aspect. Lu Zhou kept a close watch on the scene downstairs until he saw someone carrying a bag entering their community. It seemed they had received some distributed supplies. He wondered where this supply point was, as he hadn't seen anyone publicizing it. Just as he was pondering this, there was a knock on his front door. Lu Zhou quietly walked over and peered through the peephole. It was Zhang Jiahao. He quickly opened the door. Jiahao, what's up? Zhang Jiahao scratched his head. Lu Zhou, my dad just found out today that the government has opened an emergency supply distribution station located about 2 kilometers from our community. Every household can collect an emergency food package with their ID. Are you going? Lu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I'm going. Wait for me to get my parents' IDs. I just saw someone downstairs carrying something, but I didn't know where they got it from. Jiahao, come in and sit for a bit. Lu Zhou warmly invited him in. They had already tidied up anything unsuitable in the house, so he wasn't worried about others coming in. Zhang Jiashuan immediately waved his hand. No need. Lu Zhou, I just wanted to let you know first. I also have to get my family's ID cards and household registration ready, so we can go together. After saying this, Zhang Jiashuan went downstairs. Lu Zhou closed the door and told his parents about this. They were definitely going to go. After all, every household was short on supplies, and not going would be out of place. In the end, Lu Dad and Lu Zhou went out together. The two first waited at Zhang Jiashuan's door, just in time to encounter Zhang Jiaxuan and his two fully armed friends. The basic rule was that each household would send one able-bodied person to collect supplies. Zhang Jiaxuan chuckled. Lu Zhou, we need to hurry. The longer we wait, the worse it will be. No one knows how much supplies there are, or if there will be enough. Lu Zhou nodded. Then let's get going quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them headed downstairs. Due to a major power outage, they had to take the stairs down. Once they exited the community's main gate, following the direction pointed out by Zhang Jiaxuan, they walked for 2 kilometers before reaching the supply distribution point. It was a tent set up temporarily. There were 6 armed police officers participating in the distribution of supplies. A dense crowd of people waiting to collect supplies formed a long line, stretching far beyond sight. Lu Zhou silently stood at the very end of the line, obediently waiting his turn. During the time spent waiting in line, Lu Zhou witnessed the diversity of human behavior. There were people cutting in line, others fraudulently claiming supplies, some extorting supplies from others, and even those causing disturbances. Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. He didn't understand what these people were thinking. Didn't they see there were police officers here? How could they be so reckless? In the end, as Lu Zhou expected, the troublemakers were all controlled by the armed police and loaded onto a truck, waiting to be dealt with later. Seeing things get serious, the troublemakers immediately stopped moving, and the line of people once again became calm. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Lu Zhou and the others' turn. The 2 young comrades in charge of distributing supplies had dark skin and looked very righteous. You, please show your identification. We will distribute according to the number of people. After speaking, Lu Zhou immediately handed over the ID cards for his family of 3. The officer glanced at them, scanned the 3 ID cards on a card reader, and then smiled. Approved. Here are 3 days' worth of supplies. Please use them wisely. While speaking, he took a bag of dry food from a cabinet behind him. Lu Zhou carefully received the relief food and quickly left from the other side. Lu Dad closely followed his son. On the open space nearby, the 2 were waiting for Zhang Jiaxuan and Zhang's friends. While waiting, they noticed a frail girl being threatened by a man trying to rob her of her supplies. Can this be tolerated? Lu Zhou and Lu Dad exchanged glances and quietly approached. Lu Zhou lightened his footsteps and picked up a brick, smashing it fiercely on the man's head. The man was still talking loudly when suddenly he felt a flash in front of his eyes and then collapsed to the ground. The girl covered her mouth, almost letting out a scream. When she looked at Lu Zhou and his dad, she was nearly frightened to tears. Lu Dad frowned and glanced at the man lying on the ground. What should we do with him? Lu Zhou shrugged. Let the police handle it. We've helped capture a criminal. After saying this, Lu Dad nodded and hurried off in the direction of the police. The girl shivered, thanked them hurriedly, and left in a hurry. Zhang Jiaxuan's friend arrived a bit earlier and were shocked to see the man lying unconscious on the ground. Chapter 22. Preparing for 0-point purchase. Is this person trying to rob you? Zhang's father exclaimed in surprise. It didn't make sense. This man didn't look like someone who could take on 2 opponents at once. He wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke 2 capable men from the Lu family, would he? Lu Zhou flashed an innocent smile. No. Uncle Zhang, this guy was trying to rob a girl, and my dad and I caught him. My dad just went over there to call the armed police to handle it. Zhang's father nodded. This explanation made sense. It turned out that the father and son from the Lu family had quite good hearts. Lu Zhou was unaware that his actions had earned him Zhang's father's goodwill. He was looking in the direction of his dad. Lu Zhou's father quickly returned with an armed police officer. The man on the ground took a long time to wake up, and the police didn't waste time, dragging the man away like a dead dog. After this little episode, the 4 of them hurriedly walked toward home. When they reached the bottom of their apartment building, Lu Zhou encountered a familiar face. It was Song Tsuefeng, who lived in Building 12 and had a good relationship with Lu's mother. Song Tsuefeng looked a bit pale and seemed to have lost some weight. When she saw the Lu family carrying a bag of food, she immediately looked like she had found a lifeline. Ah, Chao Zhou. Aunt Song almost didn't recognize you. Where did you get this food? Lu Zhou felt he should respond out of courtesy, Aunt Song, it's not bought, it's relief food. Just 2 kilometers from the main gate, there's a temporary place to collect food. Remember to bring your family members' ID cards. You can collect enough for 3 days at a time. Song Tsuefeng hurriedly thanked him repeatedly, then rushed toward Building 12. The 4 of them climbed up the stairs, and, after climbing 8 flights, Lu Zhou's dad called for a break. The Zhang father and son were eager to get home, so they continued on with Lu Zhou and his dad. After Lu Zhou and his dad rested for about 2 minutes, they continued climbing and made it to the 18th floor in one go. Lu Zhou's dad was panting heavily, and as soon as he entered the door and set down his things, he collapsed onto the sofa. Lu Zhou caught his breath and opened the bag of relief food. There were 9 packs of compressed biscuits, 9 packets of instant noodles, 9 sausages, and 3 military cans of pork. Just enough for 3 people for 3 days. Lu Zhou carefully stored the relief food away, planning to eat it later. By the way, Lu Zhou also told his mom about his encounter with Song Tsuefeng. Lu's mom nodded. This isn't something to keep secret. It's good to help Aunt Song out. She was referring to Lu Zhou giving directions to Song Tsuefeng. After resting for a while, Lu Zhou's dad finally recovered a bit. Climbing to the 18th floor without an elevator is really tough. Lu Zhou's dad sighed, and when he thought about frequently having to climb the stairs in the future, he suddenly felt hopeless about life. He was comforted by Lu's mom. It's okay. Just treat it as exercise. Lu Zhou's dad nearly rolled his eyes. Exercise? He felt it was taking a toll on his life. That evening, the family had a simple meal and then went to bed. Lu Zhou's dad seemed exhausted. He was snoring within less than an hour of getting into bed. Lu Zhou shook his head and set the alarm for 5 o'clock the next morning. Whether the following days would be bearable depended on tomorrow. Lu Zhou, with a heavy heart, couldn't sleep soundly and had nightmares all night long. He was finally awakened by the morning alarm. He opened his eyes wide, quickly turned off the alarm, and at the same time, gasped for breath. His dream had been absurd. He dreamt that the family had barely made it to the underground city, only to be stabbed in the back once again in his dream. Startled, he immediately woke up. After waking up, Lu Zhou checked himself all over to confirm that it had just been a dream. "Mom, Dad, are you up?" Lu Zhou croaked, walking toward his parents' bedroom. The inside was eerily quiet. Lu Zhou felt something was off and immediately pushed the door open. Inside the room were the bodies of his father and mother, who had just died not long ago, with fresh blood still oozing from them. Lu Zhou's vision blurred. "Dad! Mom! Xiao Zhou! Wake up!" A familiar voice called out, and Lu Zhou slowly woke up, opening his eyes to see his mother looking panicked. Lu Zhou croaked, "Mom, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Where's Dad?" After saying that, he felt a chill creeping down his back. When he touched it, he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Was he just dreaming within a dream? That feeling was too real. Perhaps it was because he was going on an adventure today, so the pressure was too great, which caused him to have such a nightmare. Lu Zhou comforted himself. He propped himself up, glancing at the clock. It was just past 5 o'clock. His mother patted her chest with concern in her eyes. "Son, you really scare me just now. Your dad is in the kitchen making breakfast. It should be ready soon." Lu Zhou struggled to get up and walked with his mother to the kitchen. The 3 of them finished breakfast together. Lu Zhou shook his head, trying to shake off the nightmare from last night. The nightmare did remind him that he had to be extra careful today. "Dad, Mom, I prepared everything. We need to head to the Baoga building first." Both of them nodded in agreement. Under Lu Zhou's lead, the Lu family changed into comfortable clothes, and each of them packed a crossbody bag. Inside were a Swiss Army knife for self-defense, a flashlight, a wireless signal receiver, and other emergency items. Lu Zhou hoped that by the end, no one would have to use these things. After the 3 of them were ready, they headed downstairs. In the morning, the sand was still piled up about 50 centimeters high. Fortunately, Lu Zhou's dad had an off-road vehicle that could barely make it out. If it had been a sedan, they would have been in big trouble. The 3 of them got in the car, and with the sound of the engine starting, the vehicle slowly started moving. The height of the dust on the streets had decreased significantly, now only about 10 centimeters. After all, the sanitation workers were always cleaning up the streets. The Baoga building was about 50 kilometers away from the community where Lu Zhou lived. Under normal circumstances, it would take about an hour to drive there. However, due to the bad weather, they arrived at 7 o'clock, delaying them by almost an hour. Lu Zhou's dad and mom were a bit anxious. This was the first time they were doing something like this, and their hearts couldn't help but race. The three of them found a suitable spot and snuck into the Baoga building. As the most luxurious mall in Jiguang City, it had a comprehensive self-power generation system. So, it was still operational. Initially, Lu Zhou thought the mall would be sparsely populated, but to his surprise, there were quite a few people inside. One by one, they were crowding towards the third floor. Glancing at the nearby sign, Lu Zhou saw that the third floor was an outdoor supply store. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou suddenly understood. There were still many smart people out there. These individuals probably had some supplies at home, so they weren't in a rush to buy food. Instead, they were coming to the outdoor store to buy other survival items. Lu Zhou's dad and mom seemed a bit anxious. Xiao Zhou, should we go see what they're buying? Chapter 23. Everyone's gone crazy. A frenzied rush to buy. Lu Zhou shook his head slowly. No. In an hour, they will broadcast the evacuation alert. The crowd on the third floor will be huge. It will probably take a while to clear out. Let's not go over there to join the chaos. After hearing their son's words, Dad and Mom, Lu could only force themselves to calm down. Time passed second by second. Finally, the clock leisurely ticked to 8:30. The display screens in the Baoga building were still showing products when suddenly they all went dark. About 10 minutes later, all the screens lit up again. The image in the center of the screen was clearly from the meteorological agency. At that moment, all the loudspeakers in the mall suddenly blared to life. Evacuation instructions. A severe sandstorm is expected to sweep through the Sanzangli area in 1 hour. All individuals who hear this evacuation message are advised to leave the Sanzangli area immediately and head to the Qidong District Evacuation Center. Do not seek shelter indoors in the Sanzangli area. Repeating the announcement once more. It's here. Lu Zhou widened his eyes, watching the announcement on the display screen, a mix of fear and excitement surging within him. Those still shopping at the time froze in place upon hearing the evacuation instruction. It wasn't surprising that everyone was shocked. After all, many had not heard a similar all-area broadcast reminder in decades. What kind of disaster could prompt the government to take such drastic measures? Recalling the terrifying sandstorm from before, many people immediately clutched their belongings and ran. The store manager anxiously attempted to reclaim their items, but realized that this situation was beyond his control. The crowd seemed to have lost their rationality, frantically grabbing items in the store and then hurriedly trying to escape. During this chaos, regardless of whether the items were valuable or not, anything that could be taken was snatched up by the crowd. Once the crowd cleared out the third floor, they rushed into the basement-level chain supermarket to continue their looting. Lu Zhou and his group were just narrowly avoiding the frenzied crowd. The entrance of the Baoga building supermarket was designed on the exterior, so this group was hastily running towards the building's exit, intending to enter the supermarket. The first floor featured jewelry, skincare products. The second floor had men's and women's clothing. The third floor was for sportswear and outdoor survival gear. The fourth floor had luxury cigarettes, alcohol, and watches. The fifth floor was dedicated to children's clothing and food, as well as toys. The sixth floor housed home appliances and mobile devices. The seventh floor showcased luxury cars. The eighth floor was an avant-garde technology experience center. The expression in Lu Zhou's eyes was fiercely sharp. Most of the crowd surged towards the basement level, while others rushed to the first floor jewelry area, intending to take advantage of the chaos to loot. Unfortunately, the jewelry counters were made of tempered glass, and despite their best efforts, this group of people couldn't take anything from the counters. In the end, they used a fire hydrant to smash one of the counters, and a crowd gathered around it, fighting fiercely to grab whatever they could. Suddenly, everyone was thrown into disarray. Just when the crowd was at its most frenzied, a hurricane arrived silently. The front door of the Bauga building was violently torn open by the wind. Those who were madly scrambling for jewelry were frightened out of their wits by this sudden force. Didn't they say to evacuate within an hour? How could the hurricane arrive right after the announcement? The clever ones immediately released their hold and fled, while the less astute were pushed outside by the throng. Before they could even react, the hurricane swept up a few people and slammed them back down. With a loud thud, they landed right at the feet of the crowd. Blood and brain matter splattered together in a gruesome mix, still dripping and oozing. Many people froze for half a second before letting out piercing screams. The crowd became even more chaotic. Lu Dad and Lu Mom saw such a bloody scene for the first time and almost vomited their breakfast. Lu Zhou calmly pulled the two of them and headed straight up the emergency passage to the top floor. The few sets of radiation protection suits were more valuable than any expensive item in the building. They had to be prioritized. The three of them rushed to the 8th floor at the fastest speed of their lives. The 8th floor was empty. After all, with the disaster at hand, everyone was thinking about taking advantage of the chaos, either for food or for valuables. Most people were on the 1st floor, crowded in the basement, and very few were reckless enough to rush to the 8th floor. In everyone's eyes, the 8th floor was the least worthwhile place to go. Lu Zhou didn't have time to catch his breath and immediately spotted the shimmering silver radiation protection suits. He quickly rushed over and glanced at the display case's sign. Radiation protection suit, retail price, 220,000 yuan. Such an expensive price, with the 2 million yuan that Lu Zhou had gathered from his family, couldn't withstand the wear and tear. He didn't waste time and immediately took out the window-breaking tool from the game room. With a crack, the display case shattered. Lu Zhou immediately collected the radiation protection suit into the small room. Lu Dad rushed over and snatched the window-breaking tool from his son's hand. "You collect it. I'll break it." Lu Mom was also busy running around nearby to scout for any valuable items worth collecting for the two. For every item Lu Dad broke open, Lu Zhou stuffed one in. "You two come here quickly. There's an emergency shelter," Lu Mom said anxiously, and Lu Zhou immediately rushed over. The emergency shelter, as the name suggests, allows people inside to avoid most disasters. For example, earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, etc. It has a built-in intelligence system that can navigate to the safest location without human control. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. What a good thing. Without hesitation, he collected it. He took down all the stab-proof and bulletproof clothes made of polymer materials without blinking. There were also about 10 of the latest models of drones, all of which Lu Zhou swept into his pocket. The three of them swept through this floor like locusts, collecting all the useful items before immediately rushing down to the 1st floor. The 7th floor was a luxury car exhibition area. Outside, the yellow sand obscured the sun, and the entire Bauga building's power supply system had long been cut off. The display stands that should have been bright as day were now all extinguished. Lu Zhou turned on his flashlight, and before he could take a closer look, he felt like his eyes were going to be dazzled by the luxury cars. All he could see were Lamborghinis, Benzes, BMWs, Ferraris. Various luxury cars that Lu Zhou had only seen on Baidu were now parked neatly on the 7th floor. Moreover, these cars were the most famous and outstanding models from each brand. Otherwise, the Bauga building wouldn't accept them. Lu Dad, as a man, was so excited that his body was trembling. He knew cars well and pulled Lu Zhou to collect the most expensive SUV here. Lu Dad said confidently, "Our off-road vehicle won't do. If the road conditions are worse, it won't be usable. This car is good." Lu Zhou didn't waste words. After collecting the SUV, his gaze was fixed on a luxury RV. It was an all-black RV, understated in appearance, but its price was astonishingly high, 23 million. After glancing at the introduction, Lu Zhou understood. The body and windows were all bulletproof, and the car could switch between fuel and electric modes at will. When using electricity, the roof and surroundings were all covered with solar panels, so it wouldn't be afraid of running out of power after the apocalypse. No wonder it was so expensive. Chapter 24. Luxury cars, cigarettes, and alcohol. None left behind. Lu Zhou didn't have time to take a close look. He had already collected this RV. Lu's dad nimbly darted several meters ahead and waved for Lu Zhou to come over. Keep this one, son. Lu Zhou didn't understand cars like his dad did, but under Lu's dad's guidance, he collected several vehicles for future backup. They mainly chose off-road vehicles and RVs, selecting only the best supercar to keep in case it was needed. After coming down from the 7th-floor luxury car showroom, the three of them clutched flashlights and quickly rushed to the next floor. This floor was filled with imported home appliances, mobile phones, and computers from abroad. Lu Zhou dashed into the appliance area, picking out the most expensive and practical refrigerators, air conditioners, water heaters, and toilets. There was too much stuff, so Lu Zhou could only choose the most useful items. Grab some microwaves and ovens. You never know when they might come in handy, Lu Mom suggested, and Lu Zhou nodded, quickly clearing the shelves. Lu Mom was right. Once the base was developed and power could be supplied, these appliances would still be useful, so they were worth taking. The three of them continued to sweep through the floors at the fastest possible speed. The 5th floor was the children's area, filled with children's clothing, baby formula, supplies, and toys. Lu Zhou didn't know what Lu Mom was thinking, but he had no plans to have children in the future. Life was already tough enough for adults. Why bring children into the world to suffer? However, baby formula was a good thing. It was easy to sell. Lu Zhou quickly rushed to the infant formula section. European and New Zealand imported formula, Dutch formula, German organic formula, Australian formula. Lu Zhou was overwhelmed by the choices and didn't dare to stop moving. Lu's dad and Lu Mom each grabbed a big bag and frantically stuffed it with cans of formula. Lu Zhou didn't discriminate, taking all types, boxed, bagged, and canned. Nothing was left behind. After clearing the baby bottle and diaper section, Lu Zhou didn't hold back either. These supplies were things that couldn't be produced temporarily. Rather than letting them get destroyed by sandstorms, it was better to take them all. Time was pressing. Outside the building, a howling sandstorm raged, while the three inside were frantically hoarding supplies. They didn't dare waste any time. Lu Zhou clearly remembered that in his previous life, the entire commercial street was destroyed around noon. It was currently 9:40. They still had over an hour. At 11 o'clock, no matter how much they had collected, they all had to leave the Bauga building. None of the three dared to waste words. Sweat dripped from their heads, whether from heat or urgency. He couldn't tell. The three moved relatively quickly. After Lu's dad and Lu Mom filled a bag, they poured it into Lu Zhou's game room. They continued to cycle back through the floors. They reached the 4th floor, which was the area for famous cigarettes, alcohol, and watches. Lu's dad volunteered to break open one safe after another. Lu Zhou closely followed, collecting everything visible to him. Domestic cigarettes like Zhonghua, Huangdalu, and Yushi, as well as foreign brands like Camel and Lucky Strike, etc. As for alcohol, Lu Zhou was lucky to find several boxes of Maotai liquor sitting in the aisle, already opened and placed on a shelf. He took all of it without reservation. The remaining Fingio, Wuliangya, Haizelin, and foreign liquors like whiskey, tequila, and vodka also went into Lu Zhou's bag. As long as it was visible and consumable, regardless of price, Lu Zhou left nothing behind. In the apocalypse, the prices of cigarettes and alcohol were absurdly high. Perhaps these two items had a way of soothing the heart, making them popular and consistently high in gift-giving value. After clearing the liquor counter, only the luxury watch counter remained. In his previous life, Lu Zhou couldn't remember if the watches were expensive or not. However, since we're already here, let's just take what we can. Longines Tizat, Rolex Omega. Dad Lu smashed the glass so fiercely that he accidentally broke several items, immediately causing him to wince in pain. Lu Zhou quickly seized the moment and said, "Dad, it's fine. Keep going. We need to hurry." While speaking, Lu Zhou raised his wrist to check the time. It was already 9:16. Time was indeed flying by. After exiting from the 4th floor, the three of them rushed straight to the outdoor survival shop. Upon entering, they found that the store had basically been cleaned out. Only a few items that couldn't be taken, and things like surfboards, fishing rods, and wetsuits, which people thought were unnecessary, were left behind. Lu Zhou didn't mind. Whatever others didn't want and couldn't take, he packed them all up. In such a harsh apocalyptic environment, who could predict when these items might be needed? Besides, these manufactured goods, if he could take them, he would take as many as possible. For a long time in the future, these items might be impossible to recreate. Inside the outdoor shop, Lu Zhou also took away a lot of tools. Tents, backpacks, and sleeping bags had already been taken because they were easy to carry. What was left were the harder-to-carry moisture-proof mats and air mattresses. Lu Zhou took everything, and also grabbed several sets of ropes, ice picks, rock hammers, crampons, snow poles, helmets, snowshoes, and mountain goggles. He figured it was better to be prepared with skiing equipment. What if it came in handy? In the end, Mom Lu found a few simple solar cookers. These were solar-powered. Lu Zhou had seen solar cookers in review videos before. They only needed sunlight to cook. After taking everything, they searched around one last time, but didn't find anything else of value. Only then did they get up and head to the adjacent sports store. The sports store was a good place. Lu Zhou and his parents picked up some sportswear together. They avoided bright colors and specifically chose understated shades like gray, dark green, and black. Lu Zhou grabbed a few extra pairs of sports shoes. Regardless of style, as long as they were his size, he tried to take as many as he could. In the future, transportation will mainly rely on walking, which will wear out shoes quickly, so it's essential to stock up on this kind of consumable. The three of them constantly keep track of the time, not being greedy about taking more than needed. The third floor is dedicated to men's and women's fashion. Lu Zhou chose a few items just like on the third floor, but he ended up picking up more down jackets, cashmere sweaters, thermal underwear, warm socks, and so on. He also took quite a few pairs of insulated snow boots. Winter is hard to endure, so it's best to prepare more of these items. Using their fastest speed, the three of them arrived at the first floor, and the time already pointed to 10 minutes past 10. There were still 40 minutes left. Lu Zhou was so exhausted that his forehead was covered in sweat. However, his movements remained swift. He calmly led his parents and finally reached the first floor. The crowd that had been arguing and fighting earlier had long since dispersed. There were now more than a dozen corpses on the scene. They were mangled beyond recognition, as if dried out by a sandstorm. As for those with blood on their heads, but otherwise unharmed, they were victims of accidental deaths during the scuffle. Lu Dad and Lu Mom felt somewhat uneasy and turned their heads away, sighing for these unfortunate people. Chapter 25, Backpack Slot Upgrade. Lu Zhou called out to his father, Lu Ba, to continue breaking the display cases, while he collected the gold and silver jewelry to take with him. He focused on taking the gold, as emeralds and other gemstones weren't worth much in the apocalypse. However, there was a counter that specifically sold diamonds, and not just any diamonds, but pink diamonds. Lu Zhou originally didn't want to take them, but thinking that his mother would probably like them, he decided to collect them to bring back for her. Unexpectedly, something happened. The pink diamonds Lu Zhou had collected were instantly devoured by the game cabin, leaving nothing behind. A prompt popped up from the game. Detected successful recharge of pink diamonds by player. Do you want to expand your backpack? His own game system could recharge real-life pink diamonds. Also, it turned out that expanding the backpack slots required spending money. Lu Zhou was shocked and blinked in disbelief. Then he realized something important. The currency in this little game came in three forms. The first was the pink diamonds recharged with RMB by players. The second was diamonds collected within the game. And the third was coins used to upgrade workshops, farmland, and purchase game supplies. In other words, did he need to collect gold, silver, and treasures, specifically pink diamonds, and gold? To confirm his suspicion, Lu Zhou hurriedly checked the gold he had just put in the cabin. Sure enough, the gold had disappeared. However, a few numbers appeared in the upper right corner. Coins, 10,000. Pink diamonds, 80. It was true. Lu Zhou had an odd expression and said to Lu Ba, "Dad, break open that." He pointed at the diamond counter. Lu Ba thought his son was being foolish. Diamonds are useless. It's just a tax on intelligence, he said, but his hand still honestly broke open the counter. Lu Zhou quickly stuffed a handful of diamonds inside, his eyes fixed intently on the upper right corner. Sure enough, the numbers in the upper right corner began to rapidly change. Diamonds, 18. Did he really guess right? This game system was indeed quite remarkable. Lu Zhou didn't dare to be careless and immediately collected all the diamonds from the counter, leaving nothing behind. He also didn't spare the gold and pink diamonds. After tidying all this up, the game reminded him once again. Do you want to use pink diamonds to unlock a backpack slot? Yes. Lu Zhou agreed without hesitation. 100 pink diamonds unlock one backpack slot. Detected that the player has a total of 523 pink diamonds. Do you want to unlock one slot? Yes. Lu Zhou chose yes once more. After that, the game system flashed brightly, and when Lu Zhou checked his backpack, he was delighted to find that he had gained an extra backpack slot. Awesome! Now he could store more items. However, just a second later, his excitement faded. He had an extra backpack slot, but there were no extra boxes, making it a big problem for storing items in the future. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, but could only temporarily set aside his worries. Meanwhile, Lu's mom and dad began to pack skincare products. Lu Zhou went over to help, quickly packing all the skincare items into the small room. We glanced at the clock. The hands were already pointing to 10:40. While packing the skincare products, many of them were still in their cardboard boxes and had not been opened. This worked out well for Lu Zhou. He simply threw these skincare products along with the boxes into his backpack slot. The backpack slot accepted items as long as they were in sturdy cardboard boxes. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. If he really couldn't find a way later, the cardboard boxes could still come in handy. After the three of them finished their busy work on the first floor, Lu Zhou glanced at the time and saw it was 10:50. If only there was a little more time, Lu Zhou could go to the supermarket to grab some storage boxes. But clearly, it was getting late, and to avoid any unexpected issues, they had to leave immediately. Lu Zhou grabbed his mother's arm and said, "Dad, Mom, we need to hurry, it's time." The two were very compliant. The three of them rushed out the door together. The wind and sand were getting stronger. It made a chilling sound in the air. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth, took out a rope, and tied the three of them together. "Dad, Mom, hold on to the rope. We must stick together." Dad and Mom took the rope from Lu Zhou's hands and pulled it tight, their feet firmly planted on the ground. The three of them struggled for several minutes before reaching the spot where the car was parked. Dad opened the car door, letting Lu Zhou and Mom get in first. Once his wife and son were settled, he got into the car last. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor and sped towards the exit. Lu Zhou glanced ahead and noticed that it seemed like there was a traffic jam up ahead. He wasn't sure, so he took out his binoculars to take a look. Indeed, there was a traffic jam ahead. But it was strange. Where did all these people come from on this commercial street? Were there this many people in the past life? Lu Zhou muttered to himself, but they couldn't take this route back home. At this rate, with the traffic jam, it would take at least another hour just to leave the three towns. "Dad, don't go forward anymore. Let's take a different route. There are too many people up ahead." Dad completely trusted his son's words. "Son, how about you drive?" Time was tight, and Dad was worried about wasting time. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. There was a small road on this commercial street that very few people knew about. Years ago, this area was slated for redevelopment, so even the navigation system didn't have it recorded. As for how Lu Zhou knew about it, he learned it when he came to this area later to look for food. Lu Zhou quickly switched places with Dad. They turned the car around and sped off in a different direction. People had gathered at the front and back doors, as well as the doors on both sides, but Lu Zhou took the small road, so he didn't see many cars on that route. The sky was gathering more and more yellow sand, and the daylight had dimmed significantly. It was clearly early morning, but it felt like dusk. Lu Zhou glanced at the weather, feeling anxious. He pushed the car's power to the max, directly speeding up to 190 kilometers per hour. The weather outside was clearly off, and they needed to pick up the pace. Due to the car's speed being too fast, Both Lu Dad and Lu Mom tightly gripped their seatbelts, gritting their teeth and frowning, but none of them dared to interrupt Lu Zhou. Everyone knew that they were racing against death. Lu Zhou sped along, driving straight into a small road entrance. This entrance was only wide enough for one car to pass through, and several construction signs were standing at the gate. Without regard for the warnings, Lu Zhou drove straight in. Lu Dad wanted to speak up, but he was afraid of distracting Lu Zhou while he was driving, so he forced himself to hold back. Lu Zhou was alert, his brow furrowed as he pressed forward. This road had been repaired, but it had not been opened for use due to inadequate planning for the shops. Once inside, the space opened up significantly, looking no different from a normal road. Lu Zhou maneuvered the car at high speed while speaking to Lu Dad and Lu Mom. "Dad, Mom, check the Weather Bureau's report." He was very cautious, fearing any sudden changes. Lu Mom quickly opened her phone, and when she saw the report from the Weather Bureau, her face turned pale with terror, her teeth trembling uncontrollably. The reason was clear. It displayed that a massive sandstorm was expected to officially arrive at 11:30. There were also images transmitted by drones, showing a hurricane dozens of meters high that could instantly shred a steel building into pieces. Chapter 26. Escape. The steel behemoth was destroyed so easily that the three of them were filled with fear. It seemed that the three villages were indeed beyond saving, as no government would allow the Meteorological Bureau to release such a message. Lu Zhou forced himself to steady his emotions and sped ahead with all his might. Lu Dad and Lu Mom stopped looking at their phones, their eyes never leaving the road ahead. Please let this family escape safely. The further they drove, the more Lu Zhou noticed that the sandstorm ahead seemed to be growing stronger. Not good. Lu Zhou kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, and the moment he blinked, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. A sandstorm, tens of meters wide, was right in front of them, only a few hundred meters away, and it was getting closer and closer. The size of it was exactly like what the Meteorological Bureau had reported. Lu Zhou's heart sank. As they got closer to the tornado, the chances of drones from the Meteorological Bureau broadcasting live footage were higher. In order to keep their secret safe, it was best not to use any game-related tactics for now. Lu Dad and Lu Mom also saw the massive tornado rushing towards them, their faces turning pale as paper. Xiao Zhou. Neither parent spoke much, but Lu Zhou could feel their anxiety. Actually, Lu Zhou wasn't doing much better himself. At this moment, he was gripping the steering wheel tightly, turning with all his strength, and continuing to speed forward. After making the turn, they only needed to continue for another 15 minutes to leave the three villages area. Because of the turn, the tornado didn't follow them and instead veered off in the opposite direction. As the tornado grew more distant, the entire family sighed in relief. Lu Zhou turned his head, trying to spot any drones near the tornado. A few hundred meters away, he spotted two drones circling the tornado. As the tornado moved in the opposite direction, the drones followed suit. Before leaving, one of the drones hovered near their direction for a moment, then followed the other drone. After 15 minutes of intense tension, Lu Zhou finally managed to get his family out of the three villages area. Once they were out, Lu Zhou didn't dare stop and continued speeding toward home. However, he couldn't go as fast now. The speed dropped from 190 kilometers per hour to 120 kilometers per hour. Lu Dad finally broke the silence. Xiao Zhou, that was terrifying back there. Thank goodness you knew about this small road. Otherwise, our family would have been finished today. It's fine, don't worry. I've got it under control. Lu Zhou spoke to reassure his parents. Even though he was just as panicked inside, someone had to stay calm, and that someone had to be Lu Zhou. Lu Mom's heart was pounding heavily. After a long pause, she lowered her voice. Let's just head back first. We'll talk when we get home. The three of them fell silent again. The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. After driving for about 50 minutes, they finally returned to Lu Zhou's neighborhood. Upon arriving, Lu Zhou noticed that many others had returned by car as well. He silently drove the car into the garage and, with his parents, prepared to head upstairs. At the neighborhood entrance, many residents were carrying the government-issued relief supplies, walking in pairs or small groups. Lu Zhou didn't want to draw attention, but of course, someone still approached his father. "Hey, is that old Lu?" Even though Lu's dad wanted to pretend like nothing was happening, given the current situation, he had no choice but to greet the person. "Old fan, what a coincidence." As Dad Lu turned around, his initial expression of gloom immediately transformed into warmth. Lu Zhou and his mom also stopped in their tracks. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Fan Jinglong along with his wife and child. Lu Zhou had some impression of this person. Before the apocalypse, this guy was a colleague of Dad Lu's at his previous company. After Dad Lu switched jobs, although they lived in the same building, they hardly spoke to each other. After the apocalypse, Fan Jinglong managed to cultivate quite a few connections due to his smooth way of handling situations. In the same building, many people trusted Fan Jinglong, which inevitably led to the formation of a small faction led by him. In their previous life, Lu Zhou's family had relied on Fan Jinglong to make a living. This person had secretly caused the Lu family a lot of trouble because Dad Lu lost the competition for the same position years ago and had been at odds with the Lu family ever since. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel on edge. What was this person trying to do by approaching them today? Although Dad Lu felt annoyed, he still had to put on a facade. Fan Jinglong was holding a large bag, looking as if he had just collected supplies, and he smiled enthusiastically. "Old Lu, has your family received supplies yet?" Yes, we have. Thanks for your concern, old Fan." Dad Lu casually replied, but Fan Jinglong's eyes scanned the three members of the Lu family one by one, immediately filled with suspicion. These three arrived by car, yet they came empty-handed. Did they manage to find a lot of food and hide in the car? Haha. By the way, what were you all doing driving around? The weather has been terrible lately. I wanted to go out and buy some things, but I just couldn't manage to get anything. Hearing this, the most sensitive nerves of the Lu family were triggered. Mom Lu felt anxious, but maintained her composure on the surface. "Isn't that the truth? We also went to several places, but they were all closed." Fan Jinglong's wife urged him. "Old Fan, we should go." Coming, Fan Jinglong turned to say something to his wife, then smiled at the Lu family and said, "I'll take my leave now. We'll have a chance to gather again in the future." After saying this, he turned and left. Lu Zhou frowned and took his family towards the house. No one likes to be targeted. He had been too busy to pay attention to a person like Fan Jinglong, but now that he had some free time, wasn't it time to deal with him? As soon as they entered the house, Lu Mom spoke first. "Do you two feel that something's off about Fan Jinglong?" Lu Dad was in the middle of changing his shoes when he responded. "Your feeling is correct. This guy probably still holds a grudge about how I got into college, while he didn't. Fan Jinglong is quite jealous." Lu Zhou felt he should share Fan Jinglong's bad behavior with his parents to at least help them build some defenses against him. After hearing what Lu Zhou had to say, both Lu Dad and Lu Mom looked serious. "Xiao Zhou, do you think Fan Jinglong will affect our family?" Lu Zhou pondered and replied, "For now, there's no immediate life threat, but this person will occasionally pop up to annoy us. So, it's best if we don't let him gain too much public support. Otherwise, our family might not have an easy time." The two nodded, furrowing their brows as they thought of countermeasures. Seeing his parents' serious expressions, Lu Zhou took the initiative to lighten the mood. "Mom and Dad, don't worry about it too much. You two should take a break. I'm just reminding you about this. When something happens, I'll take care of that person." Lu Zhou said the first half of his sentence with warmth, but the latter half of his true feelings he kept to himself. Chapter 27. Unlocking New Features. He had already thought it through. If things got even more chaotic and Fan Jinglong dared to mess with his family again, he wouldn't mind giving him a taste of his own medicine. After Lu Zhou persuaded him, both of them felt exhausted. The dual pressure of mental and physical stress had left them feeling utterly drained. Following Lu Zhou's reminder, he lay down. Lu Zhou took out his phone and opened the live broadcast report from Sanxiangli. In the report, the entire Sanxiangli had been completely destroyed. The drone transmitted footage that clearly showed the power of the natural disaster. No one could escape alive. To be safe, Lu Zhou looked for the recording function, pulling the progress bar back to around 11 o'clock in the morning. He wanted to see if he had been captured on camera. As Lu Zhou carefully searched through the recording, the footage transmitted by the drone gave him a shock. At around 11:10, his own car appeared in the drone's field of vision. Moreover, the camera's automatic capture function zoomed in a bit. Fortunately, the shot didn't last long, about 5 to 6 seconds. The license plate number was not exposed. Lu Zhou temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. If someone wasn't specifically looking for him, they probably wouldn't notice it. Besides, he hadn't done anything particularly strange at that time. After confirming that there were no major anomalies in the recording, Lu Zhou opened Weibo to check the recent news. As soon as he entered, he found that apocalyptic theories were dominating the trending search list. The top 3 or 4 trending topics were all about celebrities buying advertising spots, followed closely by 4 or 5 topics about the impending apocalypse. Lu Zhou immediately clicked in. Sure enough, the comments were flooded with netizens' discussions. Wow, that's really terrifying. Do you know about the sandstorm in Sanxiangli? Of course, it was all over the news. I happened to be at the scene when the emergency broadcast for evacuation was on. I was so scared. Thankfully, I was close to the exit and managed to escape. Later, I heard there was a traffic jam there and many people died. Oh my God, I'm increasingly feeling like the apocalypse is coming. Most of the comments were negative, and a quick scroll showed that everyone seemed to have lost confidence in the future. Lu Zhou closed his phone and went out of the room, intending to see how his parents were doing. Upon entering, he saw his dad lying on the bed, silent, while his mom looked a bit better, sitting dazedly in a chair. Lu Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad?" Only then did his mom realize Lu Zhou was there and hurriedly nudged his dad a few times. "Haha, it's nothing. He's just tired. What do you want to eat this afternoon? Mom will cook for you." After saying that, his mom forced a smile. Lu Zhou declined. "You both must be shaken up. I'll go make dinner." His mom couldn't accept his refusal and immediately got up to head to the kitchen. But unfortunately, she hadn't steadied herself and almost tripped. Lu Zhou was quick to catch her. "Mom, you should take a break. I know you and Dad don't have much of a mood today." "I'm fine. I'll take care of it." Lu Zhou spoke firmly, and his mom could only agree reluctantly. Xiao Zhou was right. They hadn't had time to be scared at that moment. But now that the tension had eased, fear set in. Not to mention the giant tornado. Just the deaths of those 10 or so people had left a psychological scar on his dad. His mom used to be a nurse and had seen these things often, so she could handle it. But for his dad, it was the first time he had encountered such a scene, especially with the exceptionally tragic corpses, which undoubtedly scared him. Time passed quickly, and after a day of rest, Lu Zhou's dad was back to being lively. There was no choice. This was the apocalypse. There wasn't much time for people to recover slowly. What awaited Lu Zhou's dad next was a harsher reality. These deaths were just a small appetizer. To prevent psychological trauma, his dad began to invest more effort into his own vegetable garden. The results are encouraging. The vegetables are sprouting one after another, growing vigorously. Lu Zhou is quite clever. Every time he sees that Lu Dad is almost done with his work, he quickly goes over to wrap things up. The daily tasks of the system have been sweetly concluded on Lu Zhou's end. Thanks to his lazy approach, Lu Zhou has collected over 10 save points. Finally, he has gathered enough for 30 points. With a trembling heart, Lu Zhou opened the game with a sincere look on his face. Please let him unlock a planting or breeding function. After all, knowing how to farm and raise livestock is a huge temptation for most people in the country. Detected that the player has collected 30 save points. Would you like to unlock a new function? Yes. Friendly reminder. Randomly unlock game functions. Do you accept? How could he refuse? Lu Zhou quickly replied, "Accept." A flash of silver light appeared in the game. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the planting function. Lu Zhou's eyes sparkled. What good luck. Did he really get what he wished for? But the next second, the game continued to prompt. You have received a cherry tree. Lu Zhou was almost speechless. He thought he had unlocked a major farming function, but it turned out to be just a cherry tree. In the game, the cherry tree is the lowest tier of plants, something players can acquire at the beginner level. Although not getting the farming function gave Lu Zhou less excitement, the cherry tree had a huge advantage. It matures quickly. Previously in the game, the cherry tree took 5 minutes to mature once. Now that it has materialized, how long would it take to mature? After observing for a while, Lu Zhou reached a conclusion. The cherry tree matures once every 10 hours, yielding about a pound each time. To avoid waste, Lu Zhou promptly picked all the cherries. Bright red and quite enticing, they looked delicious. Lu Zhou held them in his hands and played with them for a bit. They were about 3J level cherries, so red they were almost purple, making them look very appetizing. He just didn't know how they would taste. After washing them with water, he brought a pound of cherries to the living room. "Dad, Mom, try some cherries." Mom hurried over a few steps, grabbing the fruit plate from Lu Zhou's hands, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Are these the cherries we bought before?" After saying that, she pinched one out, removed the stem, and stuffed it into Lu Zhou's mouth. When Lu Zhou bit into it, the flesh was crisp, juicy, and pleasantly sweet and sour, absolutely delicious. After one bite, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Mom also had one, and with a look of wonder, she said, "So delicious. But we didn't buy many. Xiao Zhou, you should eat more." After saying that, she refused to eat any more. Seeing this, Lu Zhou became anxious. He pulled Mom and wanted to show her the cherry tree he just obtained. "Mom, these aren't the ones we bought before. They're for my superpower. Look, there's a cherry tree here. I just picked them from the tree." Mom opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the cherry tree, murmuring, "Son, how often does this cherry tree produce fruit?" Lu Zhou didn't expect Mom to respond so quickly and hit the nail on the head with the most crucial question. "Every 10 hours, it yields a pound. Then that's about 2 pounds a day." Chapter 28. The Arrival of the Downpour. After listening to Lu Zhou's words, Lu Mom pondered to herself. With cherries at 2 pounds a day, the whole family would probably get tired of eating them by then. When they no longer wanted fresh fruit, she could always turn the cherries into cherry jam. That's quite good, quite good. No waste of her son's superpower. Lu Mom thought left and right, revealing a satisfied smile. Lu Zhou looked utterly confused. Was it just his imagination? Why did it seem like his mom's mood had improved a lot? Before Lu Zhou could ask, he saw the wind and sand outside gradually dissipating. The weather changed from a day of yellow sand blocking the sun to clear skies with no clouds in just 3 hours. Seeing the yellow sand retreat, many people's faces broke into smiles. This dreadful weather had finally passed. After all, during these days, even with the doors and windows tightly shut at home, there was still a strong smell of sand and dirt. Not to mention, now every household was starting to run low on food. Even though the government had distributed supplies, the taste was really quite mediocre. Good news came one after another. The entire Jiguang area had its power supply restored to normal. The lingering gloom in people's hearts was finally dispelled. Once the weather cleared, many people couldn't wait to open their doors and windows to let in some fresh air. At the same time, they tossed their clothes into the washing machine for a thorough cleaning. When Lu Zhou looked outside his community, most people's balconies were densely lined with hanging clothes. At the Jiguang Meteorological Bureau, Zhang Jidong had a serious expression on his face. He was having a meeting with his subordinates, discussing this sandstorm. The questions being considered were whether the sandstorm had truly dissipated and the reasons for the disaster. Everyone expressed their opinions, and in the end, they all felt that the sandstorm disaster was over. This was not baseless. The Meteorological Bureau based its conclusions on data obtained from observation equipment. From the results detected by various devices, the weather showed no abnormalities for the time being. Zhang Jidong didn't dare be careless and immediately reported this result to Director Song Qimin. After receiving the news, Song Qimin pondered for a moment. Had the disaster really passed? What was this unsettling feeling in his heart? Not letting go of his unease, Song Chimin turned to Shaolin and instructed all departments to remain vigilant. The policies of halting work and school could no longer continue, as people had already been stuck for more than half a month and were getting anxious. That afternoon, the Meteorological Bureau announced that the sandstorm had dissipated and that all work could resume. Following that, widespread announcements followed. Everyone who needed to go to work resumed their jobs, and those who needed to go to school returned to classes. Lu Zhou looked down several times. He saw people rushing about below, as if the disaster had never happened, continuing with their lives. However, Lu Zhou knew that this calm was only temporary. The good weather didn't last too long. On the third day of resuming work, it started to drizzle. Many people were complaining. Just when they had washed their clothes, the rain came. They cursed and hurried to collect their clothes and close the windows. The rain showed no signs of stopping and seemed to be getting heavier. In less than half an hour, it went from a drizzle to a torrential downpour. Lu Zhou stood on the balcony, watching the fierce wind slam against the walls, the heavy rain pounding against the blast-proof glass, making a loud cracking sound. Lu Dad and Lu Mom tentatively spoke up. "Xiao Zhou, is it going to rain heavily?" Lu Zhou replied with a sound, feeling suppressed in his heart. However, Lu Dad was more open-minded and had already started tending to his little vegetable pots. Lu Mom had previously teased Lu Dad for not being able to grow vegetables, but now seeing the vegetables properly taken care of and growing quickly, they could even pick a few leaves to eat. The gloomy atmosphere immediately lightened up a bit. The rain outside fell for a whole day and night, getting heavier and heavier. Many people have begun to be on alert. This rain is not quite normal. At least in the north, it hasn't rained this heavily for over a decade. Although Lu Zhou is in the north, Jiguang City is close to the Red River. If the rain doesn't stop soon, it might breach the dam. The sudden downpour has disrupted the Meteorological Bureau's plans. This torrential rain was not within their forecast range. A conclusion quietly formed in their minds. After the solar anomaly, past weather patterns no longer apply. This means that humanity can no longer accurately predict the climate. All the meteorologists were drenched in cold sweat. Hengsheng Garden. Lu Zhou was learning the basics of circuitry from his dad when, unexpectedly, the power went out halfway through. Lu Dad first checked their home circuit and, confirming there was no issue, said softly, "It's not our problem. It's probably another power outage." Lu Zhou nodded. There's no way around it. The rain outside is too heavy. The circuit that was hard to fix before probably won't hold up now. As he spoke, he fumbled to take out a small desk lamp and turn it on. Instantly, the darkness was somewhat dispelled. Although the desk lamp was a bit dim, it was just enough for the situation. After fumbling around to turn on the solar generator, Lu Zhou pulled down the blackout curtains before switching on the power. His vision finally returned to brightness. Lu Mom had just finished a call with his aunt and looked very worried. Xiaolin said that water has already flooded their community. Lu Zhou understood Lu Mom's concerns. His aunt lived on the third floor, and the heavy rain did make one feel uneasy. However, in his previous life, Lu Zhou remembered that his aunt's house was not flooded. The flood only reached the second floor and never rose further. After comforting Lu Mom, Lu Zhou kept a close eye on their own community. Although Hengsheng community was situated on higher ground, the standing water had already flooded the community gates. The owners' group chat was already filled with panic and complaints. The rainy weather was much more comfortable than the previous sandstorm, so Lu Zhou buried his head under the covers and went to sleep. When he woke up, he walked to the balcony and saw that the rain was still pouring down, with the sky still a dull gray. There were faint sounds of commotion downstairs. Curious, Lu Zhou looked down and saw that the accumulated water had already flooded into the community. Checking the group messages, he saw that the first-floor residents' home had been flooded. The first floor had just returned after the previous sandstorm. They thought they would be able to live peacefully, but who would have thought they'd have to suffer again upon returning? Photos were shared in the group. The water had already reached their calves. The first-floor resident was at a loss for words, having just called the police, but the line was completely busy. Due to the torrential rain, The signal was intermittent. The dreadful weather made everyone irritable. The water level kept rising, quickly reaching thigh height. The first-floor resident gritted their teeth and could only take their belongings upstairs, knocking on doors one by one. They asked other residents if they could temporarily accommodate their family. Who would dare to agree to such a request? Let alone during special circumstances, even in normal times, who would willingly let a stranger into their home? After all, it's easy to invite a deity in, but hard to send them away. The first floor didn't expect the second floor to refuse so decisively, which made them furious as they ascended to the third floor. With so many residents, there must be at least one family willing to take them in, right? Unfortunately, reality was much harsher. No one was willing to help on the way up. The first-floor resident was boiling with anger, knocking on doors until they finally reached Lu Zhou's floor. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Zhou and his parents were sitting on the sofa when they heard the knocking. Lu Mom looked over at Lu Zhou. Chapter 29. A dire situation. This is a question of what to do. Lu Zhou made a gesture to indicate silence. It meant to not speak. Lu Dad's face was tense with worry. Although the house was equipped with a blast-proof door, Lu Dad was still uneasy. He took a kitchen knife and held it tightly in his hand, positioning himself near the front door, his eyes fixed intently on the outside, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The three of them remained silent. After knocking outside for a while and receiving no response from inside, the person outside began to curse angrily. Eventually, perhaps losing their strength, they finally quieted down. Hearing the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, Lu Zhou stood by the peephole to look outside. After watching for a moment, he confirmed that there was indeed someone outside. Just then, Zhang's family sent a message, reminding them not to open the door. Lu Zhou felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, brother. We didn't dare to open the door. It's too chaotic outside right now." "That's good. My dad was still worried that you might let someone in out of sympathy." The tone from the other side sounded relieved. Lu Zhou was quite surprised. The Zhang family used to be very enthusiastic, but now they seemed to have turned his perception of old friends upside down. Immediately after, Zhang's family sent another message. "We have a door and plan to install it at the stairwell. It won't affect you, right?" Lu Zhou was even more surprised. "Where did Zhang's family get a door?" "I don't mind. My dad and I will come down to help." After saying this, Lu Zhou immediately called for Lu Dad to go outside. As they changed their shoes, Lu Dad understood the situation. "You're quite good at this, huh? You've got this stuff in hand." Lu Dad sighed, while Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "Let's see when we get down." As the two of them walked down the stairs, they saw Zhang's family interacting with the residents of Unit 1702. When Yuanghua heard the neighbors wanted to install a door in the stairwell, he relaxed. He could hardly wait to get it installed. That crazy resident on the first floor had startled him just now. Like everyone else, Yuanghua naturally didn't want others moving into his home. He had a lot of valuable supplies he had bought at a high price. How could he let others find out? After refusing the people outside, that person had surrounded his door, cursing for a long time before finally leaving. He had originally been considering whether to hire someone to install a big door and lock up the stairwell. Who would have thought that the neighbor would take the initiative before he even acted? Yuanghua smiled amiably. "It won't affect us at all. The world is indeed too chaotic right now. We should stick together for warmth. I have no objections whatsoever." After saying some polite words, he looked up and saw Lu Zhou and his dad coming down from upstairs. "Hey, brother, you just arrived?" Yuanghua took a few steps forward with a smile and conveyed the intentions of Unit 1701 to the two of them. Lu Zhou politely responded, "We don't mind. We just want to see if we can lend a hand." "Ah, that's great." Yuanghua was somewhat pleased. After closing his own door, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to help. Zhang's family exchanged greetings with Lu Zhou and his dad. Yuanghua regained his senses and realized that these two families seemed to have a close relationship. He secretly resolved to build a good relationship with at least these two families. After all, once the stairwell was closed off, the three families would be in a situation of shared fate. The four of them immediately rolled up their sleeves and began installing the door, leaving Yuanghua feeling somewhat at a loss. He wasn't as handy as these two families. Looking at it this way, it seems that he is somewhat unnecessary. While helping out, Lu Zhou curiously asked, "This door is quite good quality. Where did it come from?" Zhang Jiahao forced a bitter smile. "My dad was messing with this. It was ordered for a client. Now we can't reach that person due to the heavy rain, so it's better just to take it for ourselves." As soon as Lu Zhou heard this, he immediately gave his friend a sympathetic look. "This door is probably quite expensive." Yuanghua, who knows how to handle situations, quickly said after hearing Zhang Jiahao, "How about this? I'll buy the door. Whatever the price is, I'll cover it. You can't be the ones to pay and put in the effort too." Zhang Jiahao didn't accept it, but couldn't refuse Yuanghua, so he reluctantly took the 2,000 yuan in the end. This price was 1/3 of the door's value. Zhang Jiahao couldn't let others cover the entire cost. After receiving the money, Yuanghua felt much more comfortable inside. This door, after all, counts as his contribution too. There were 4 keys divided among the families, with 1 extra left for Zhang Jiahao, since he was the one who got the door. No one could say anything about him keeping an extra key. After exchanging a few polite words with the 2 families, Yuanghua hurried into the house. Qiu Qiao stepped forward and quietly asked what was going on. "Good news. The neighbors installed a door in our stairwell, adding a bit of security." As he spoke, Yuanghua walked towards the sofa. Qiu Qiao frowned, looking somewhat worried. "It adds security, but installing this door might make some people think we have valuables in our homes." Yuanghua let out a sigh, rubbing his forehead helplessly. "Qiao, there's no way to hide this. There are too many people who are observant. They might notice that we have quite a few things stored. At least now with the door, we have 2 families to help divert some attention." Qiu Qiao nodded, forcing herself to calm down. After Yuanghua left, Zhang Jiahao looked anxious. "Lu Zhou, I have a bad feeling about this. I heard from my dad that many neighborhoods are flooded, and things outside are really chaotic. Not only is the neighborhood experiencing power outages, but we will likely also lose water supply. Does your family have any water storage tools? It's best to store some water now." Lu Zhou didn't actually have proper water storage tools, as the game could provide water, so he hadn't considered stockpiling water as a priority for his family. But he couldn't say this to Zhang Jiahao. Lu Zhou could only brush it off vaguely. However, he realized that Zhang Jiahao was indeed very considerate toward his family. With the installation of the stairwell door, the water level rose again. The residents on the first floor wanted to borrow a place to stay with others, but seeing no one willing to help, ended up dragging their family to live in the stairwell. The residents on the second floor were naturally unhappy. The space in front of the door wasn't large, and who could tolerate others putting their belongings right at their doorstep? Nevertheless, after much contemplation, they ultimately stifled their dissatisfaction. No one dared to refuse the first-floor residents at that moment. After all, when pushed to the extreme, people could do anything. Life in the stairwell was uncomfortable. To use the bathroom, they often had to go to the second floor. The second floor was extremely annoyed, and no matter how much the first floor knocked on the door, they refused to open it again. The first floor, filled with resentment, initially sought places to resolve their personal matters, but later simply gave up and resorted to relieving themselves right at the second floor door. "You want to open the door for me, huh? I'll just do it right here at your doorstep and see how you can stand it." The second floor definitely couldn't tolerate this and rushed out to shout at the first floor. The entire stairwell became chaotic. After the first floor made a mess of the second floor, they took their things and moved to the third floor. The third floor learned their lesson and didn't dare to leave the first floor outside anymore. They could only open the door politely and let these people use the bathroom. Chapter 30. Unlocking the Seed. In this situation, anyone would be seething with anger. During this time, arguments would occasionally erupt in the hallway, sometimes escalating into chaotic fights. During this period, each household would have someone knocking on their door back and forth. It was either to borrow something, ask for water, or request food. With the heavy rain showing no signs of stopping, who would dare give away their food for survival? Besides, Showing off wealth now would only lead to a quicker demise. Those with intentions naturally refused, while some kind-hearted families would share a bit of food with others, only to find that their own belongings were stolen clean in the middle of the night. Anxiety swept through the community. The Lu family was relatively fortunate. They hadn't been frequently disturbed. After all, there was a stairwell door downstairs that kept the crowd at bay. When people trying to come upstairs saw that there was another door in the hallway, they couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, what is wrong with these people, putting so many doors in the stairwell? After saying this, they still felt unsatisfied and kicked the door several times in frustration. The door was sturdy and didn't budge at all, but the person kicking it ended up with a sore foot. After a few groans, they had no choice but to leave in indignation. This kind of thing could happen several times a day. At first, Lu Dad would go outside to peek and see what was happening. Later, finding it bothersome, he simply stopped looking. The heavy rain continued unabated, and slowly the second floor was becoming untenable as well. The second floor, having enjoyed only a few days of peace, was now forced to share in the struggles of the first floor. Having witnessed the miserable state of the first floor when they were turned away, the second floor didn't even consider the idea of borrowing a place to stay. They packed some essentials and moved to the fourth floor. The Lu community was an elevator building, with 2 households per floor, and the entrance was somewhat cramped. The first floor, with 2 families, had already squeezed up to the third floor, leaving the 2 families on the second floor no choice but to occupy the fourth floor. In no time, every household was filled with complaints. Outside, the rain showed no sign of letting up. In recent days, the third floor had even lent the first floor their bathroom from time to time, which had already caused some discontent, especially when the first floor ran out of water after using it. The first floor managed to collect some rainwater from outside, but ultimately didn't go down to deal with it. The third floor's expression turned sour, and they refused to let anyone in afterward. What a joke. They could tolerate their own people, but who could accept outsiders? Initially thinking of lending a hand as neighbors, the situation had devolved into a mess that no normal person could endure. The first floor originally wanted to have a calm discussion with the third floor, but after realizing that their own actions had indeed crossed a line, they had to put on a stern face and find a way to resolve the issue elsewhere. Once the water was cut off, they never came back. Those with bottled water prioritized drinking that. Only after finishing the bottled water would they put the empty bottles outside to collect more rainwater, which they would then boil before drinking. During this time, the homeowners faced the biggest challenges, not just in terms of food and water, but also in disposing of trash and using the bathroom. Speaking of the bathroom, ever since the water was cut off, everyone held their noses whenever they had to go in. Perhaps it was the weather, but the smell from the sewers was unbearable. The higher floors were particularly affected. Despite having installed floor drains and odor traps earlier, the foul smell still wafted up. When Lu Mom went in, her brow furrowed tightly, and she almost held her breath to finish her business. Lu Zhou pondered that he should seal off the toilet in a few days to avoid the house becoming unbearably stinky. Besides thinking about this, Lu Zhou also wanted to find an opportunity to visit Ma Fuhua's house, mainly to see if he could find any overlooked resources. When the heavy rain just started, no one had reacted yet to go out looking for food and resources. Most were waiting for government rescue. Lu Zhou initially wanted to find a chance to go out, but when he thought about how the stairwell was filled with homeowners, he immediately dismissed the idea for the time being. Going downstairs would inevitably attract the attention of the homeowners living in the hallway. Only after this group of people leaves can he go out himself. Lu Zhou felt anxious and began to hope that the rescue team would arrive soon. The heavy rain had continued for 10 days. During this time, the food people had stored was already consumed, and drinking water now depended entirely on collecting rainwater. What made people even more desperate was that the natural gas had also been cut off. Many could only drink rainwater. It was fine if there were only adults at home. They could make do with a sip. But for families with children, there was no choice but to knock on doors and ask if anyone had water purification tablets. Adults could manage, But children have weaker immunity. What if they got sick from drinking rainwater? However, purification tablets were not easy to borrow. Who in normal household would stockpile these? Even if someone had them, whether they were willing to lend them out was another matter. In the past, there might have been kind-hearted neighbors willing to help. But now, with the government rescue not arriving, it was hard enough for one's own family to survive. Who had the energy to care for others? Moreover, if your child is precious, does that mean my adults aren't worth anything? Without clean water, families with children had broken down several times. In the end, they had no choice but to let their children drink rainwater. They all prayed in their hearts, hoping the official rescue would arrive quickly. Lu Zhou opened the curtains early in the morning, and the rain outside continued to fall sporadically. He went about tending to the vegetables as usual, and the game notified him that he had gained 3 rain points today. Lu Zhou was not slow in accumulating rain points. Ever since he unlocked a cherry tree last time, he now had enough to unlock a new feature. Furthermore, this time, the number of points needed to unlock it was slightly less. He only needed 15 rain points to unlock a feature. Lu Zhou felt something was off. With only 15 rain points required, was it possible that what he unlocked would be a useless feature? With a nervous heart, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and decided to unlock it. The game flickered and beeped, and finally, a cheerful notification sound came from the game. Congratulations, player, you have unlocked the planting feature and the first piece of land. Lu Zhou was so excited he got goosebumps all over. The surprise came too suddenly. He thought he would get something useless, but who would have thought he actually drew the farming feature he had been longing for? Lu Zhou opened the planting page, and the screen displayed a piece of land that looked very fertile and black. Clicking on the black land, a prompt popped up. Choose the seeds you want to plant. Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes and took a closer look, discovering that currently, only one type of seed had been unlocked. Barley seed. Matures once every hour with a daily planting limit of 10 sets. Following the barley seed, there were still 10 gray, locked seeds. Lu Zhou patiently looked through them one by one. It was then he noticed that the locked seeds required gold coins to unlock. Blueberry seed requires 1,000 gold coins to unlock, matures in 2 hours. Cucumber seed requires 1,500 gold coins to unlock, matures in 3 hours. Flax seed requires 2,000 gold coins to unlock, matures in 4 hours. Beet seed requires 5,000 gold coins to unlock, matures in 5 hours. Sweet potato seed requires 10,000 gold coins to unlock, matures in 6 hours. No new seeds appeared afterward. But Lu Zhou was well aware that more seeds would continue to emerge. This was because in the minigame, the number of seeds was much more than this. Perhaps he just hadn't triggered more seeds yet. Chapter 31. The rescue has finally come. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and decided to buy sweet potato seeds. The reason was simple. They could stave off hunger, have a high yield, and are low-key with multiple uses. There is only one piece of land available, but after planting 5 sets of barley seeds, there were still 19 hours left unused. It was better to use that time to grow sweet potatoes. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou chose the sweet potato seeds. Accompanied by a faint golden light, the sweet potato seeds were unlocked. Below the seeds, there was a detailed introduction. The sweet potato seeds could be planted an unlimited number of times each day. Lu Zhou estimated that this was because sweet potatoes take a long time to mature, and one wouldn't be able to plant them many times in a day. Looking at his empty gold coin balance, Lu Zhou felt helpless. With the addition of sweet potato seeds, he was now down by 10,000 gold coins. Before logging off the game, he planted the barley seeds. One good thing about this game was that once the seeds were sown, players only needed to wait quietly. There was no need for extra worries. After taking care of his tasks in the game, he heard the sound of an electric motor coming from downstairs. Lu Zhou looked down and saw the rescue team, dressed in orange and yellow uniforms. The rescue team had arrived by boat at the Hengxing community. The residents of Hengxing community were overwhelmed with joy. It was great news. From the start of the heavy rain until the rescue team arrived, It had been a full 13 days. As soon as they saw the rescue team, everyone rushed to the stairwell, eager to speak with the rescuers. The crowd was emotionally charged. The main mission of the rescue team was to evacuate residents from the lower floors and, at the same time, to reassure those on the middle and upper floors. They shouted, "Everyone, please don't panic. We will first evacuate the residents from the lower floors to the shelters, and afterwards, we will address the issues of other residents. Please understand, we need people for the shelters to line up quickly. Our rescue boats can only take 30 people at a time. Elderly, children, and women first. Men follow." Upon seeing the rescue team, the pessimistic emotions caused by the flood dissipated instantly. One after another, people surrounded the rescuers, speaking over each other. "When will you help us after you evacuate the lower floors? My child has been drinking floodwater for 3 days. Adults can endure, but how can children suffer this? Comrade, we've run out of food at home. When will we receive emergency rations? Why did you come only now? Is it because our community is remote? I heard you were in a hurry to save people from the disaster center. We're all taxpayers. Why were we put last?" Dissatisfaction, questioning, anxiety, and fear, all sorts of negative emotions mixed together at the arrival of the rescue team. After enduring for more than 10 days, the people, having suffered enough pain, could no longer hold back their complaints. The rescue team arrived with 2 boats, each carrying 6 rescuers. They had been prepared for this situation. After spending about 10 minutes calming the crowd, everyone entered a state of emergency. Residents on the first floor were successfully evacuated, and after some hesitation, those on the 3rd floor looked at the rain and ultimately decided to board the rescue team's boat. It was better to follow to the shelter. What if the water surged in later and no one came to rescue them? With a mindset for safety, all residents from the 1st and 3rd floors were evacuated. Lu Zhou stood on the balcony looking down. He watched as the rescue boats transported group after group of people, while the rescuers busily went back and forth to evacuate the crowd. After a flurry of activity, it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that the rescue team had managed to evacuate all the affected residents to the shelter. An hour later, after everyone had been evacuated, someone downstairs began shouting through a loudspeaker. "Supplies have arrived. Every household, please take your ID and household registration book to receive your ration. Each person is limited to 1 portion." Lu Zhou also heard the sound of the horn. He suddenly felt a jolt. He quickly put on his clothes and was about to rush downstairs. Lu Dad, worried about his son, followed him out, while Lu Mom wanted to go but was rejected by the 2 of them. "Don't go. There aren't many supplies. It's not worth your trip down. The stairs to the 18th floor are difficult too. You should rest a bit more." Lu Dad comforted his wife and took his son downstairs. When Lu Zhou went downstairs, he knocked on Zhang Jiehui's door. "Jiehui, come out to get the supplies." Lu Zhou shouted. In less than half a minute, the door opened. The one who opened the door was Zhang Jiehui, looking somewhat haggard, his whole demeanor lacking the previous energy. It's understandable. Who could have strength when they haven't eaten enough? Zhang Lele was sick, so Zhang Jiehui didn't go downstairs, but was allowed to accompany Lu Zhou to go down and collect the supplies. As they passed by the door of room 1702, Zhang Jiehui hesitated slightly. "Should we go see him?" Lu Zhou nodded. "Let's check on him. After all, our 3 families are temporarily tied together now." Zhang Jiehui nodded, and Lu Zhou reached out to knock on the door, speaking politely. "The supplies are being distributed downstairs. We're going down first. You should hurry too." After saying this, Lu Zhou lifted his foot and headed down. Zhang Jiehui immediately followed, worry etched on his face. Lu Zhou noticed his old friend's concerns and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Zhang Jiehui sighed. "It's about Lele. She had a fever yesterday, and we only had 1 fever-reducing medicine at home. After taking it, my grandma took care of her all night, and now it seems like she's okay for the moment. Do you think they'll distribute some common medicine?" Lu Zhou fell silent. Zhang Jiehui's thoughts were understandable, but the sudden heavy rain caught everyone off guard. Not to mention transferring medicine, it's likely that food didn't get moved either. If there's not enough to eat, there definitely won't be enough medicine. But Lu Zhou couldn't bring himself to say this. He could only reply, "Let's go down and check later. If there's really no way, I'll see if I have any medicine at home." During the mask-wearing period, most families were prepared with fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicines. So when Lu Zhou said this, it didn't come across as unexpected. He could choose not to help him, but Zhang Jiehui was genuinely a nice person. Lu Zhou didn't want to be so heartless toward an old friend. Besides, he had plenty of medicine on hand. Zhang Jiehui nodded gratefully. He usually lived alone, so he didn't have a habit of preparing these common medications. When his little sister had just developed a fever, Zhang Jiehui felt guilty for a long time. Lu Dad didn't speak up. He didn't oppose Lu Zhou helping others, especially since it was his son's friend. After the three of them reached downstairs, they found the area crowded with people collecting supplies. After much difficulty, they finally reached the front of the line. The three of them took out their identification cards, and the rescue personnel glanced at them. After confirming everything was fine, they handed over 2 bags of supplies. Zhang Jiehui was still worried about troubling Lu Zhou, so he leaned closer to the rescue personnel and quietly asked, "Excuse me, my sister has a fever. Do you have any fever-reducing or anti-inflammatory medicine? I can pay for it." Upon hearing this, the rescue personnel frowned slightly and then slowly shook his head, regretfully saying, "I'm sorry, we don't have any at the moment." Zhang Jiehui felt disappointed, but he understood that if there wasn't any, then there just wasn't, and it wasn't fair to blame them, so he fell silent. Lu Dad nudged Lu Zhou, signaling him to look over. Chapter 32. $0 Shopping in the Rich District. Lu Zhou followed his father's gaze and immediately noticed Zhang Jiahao's slightly awkward expression. After the three of them received their items, they didn't dare to linger too long and hurried upstairs to their home. Once Lu Zhou got home, he mentioned Zhang Jiahao to his mother, Lu Mom. Lu Mom also had a good impression of Zhang Jiahao. Back in middle school, when Xiao Zhou was thin and socially withdrawn, often isolated by others, Zhang Jiahao frequently took care of him. Because of this bond, Lu Mom immediately took out a small bottle of ibuprofen suspension from the family's medicine cabinet. This medicine was suitable for children and wouldn't harm their health. Moreover, the dosage was enough for Zhang Lele to take for 2 days. In addition, Lu Mom also cut 4 anti-inflammatory pills and handed them to Lu Zhou, indicating that he should take them downstairs. Lu Mom was cautious. She only gave a 2-day supply to avoid raising suspicions if they gave too much. Lu Zhou shared his mother's thoughts and took the medicine, heading downstairs. When he knocked on the door of room 1701, Zhang Jiahao was surprised to see him. "Lu Zhou, what are you doing here?" "My mom looked for some medicine at home and actually found some fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicine. You can take this," Lu Zhou said, handing over the 2 types of medicine. Zhang Jiahao was a bit dazed. It wasn't until he saw the medicine in his hands that his nose tinged with emotion. He looked up, his eyes reddening. "Thank you, Lu Zhou. Will I get more medicine later? I'll definitely return this to you." Lu Zhou quickly interrupted. "No rush. You should go check on Lele first. I'll head back now." The two didn't say much more, both of them feeling somewhat distracted. Zhang Jiahao was anxious to go give his sister the medicine, while Lu Zhou was thinking about preparing to go out later that night. Soon the two said their goodbyes. After Lu Zhou returned upstairs, he lay quietly and only got up in the middle of the night. He planned to take this opportunity to go out, sneak over to the Ma family's mansion, and look for some opportunities. However, this was quite risky, so Lu Zhou intended to go alone. Once he confirmed that both his dad and mom were asleep, Lu Zhou took out his bulletproof vest and inflatable kayak from his backpack. For safety, he first put on the bulletproof vest. It could protect against bullets, and it was even more effective against ordinary knives and swords. Additionally, it was surprisingly comfortable to wear and didn't restrict his movement at all. After stretching his arms and legs a bit, he put on regular clothes. On top of that, he wore a black raincoat and rain boots. Once he grabbed a water knife from home, Lu Zhou was ready to head downstairs, carrying the kayak in one hand. Just as he reached the front door, someone patted him on the back. Turning around, he saw it was his father. In the darkness, Lu Zhou's father had eyes that shone like lanterns. He looked at his son's outfit for going out and, filled with a mix of anger and concern, slapped Lu Zhou on the head. "You brat, are you planning to go out? Why didn't you tell me?" As he spoke, Lu Zhou's dad quickly pulled out a black raincoat to put it on. Lu Zhou frowned and reached out to stop his dad. Just as his father looked bewildered, Lu Zhou took out a bulletproof vest from his backpack and handed it over. "Dad, put this on first." Worried about waking Lu Mom, Lu Zhou spoke in a very low voice. His dad reached out and took the vest, starting to put it on. "This vest is really comfortable to wear," he remarked. After Lu's dad got dressed, he moved his hands and feet a bit and made a few faint sounds, which earned him a few glares from Lu Zhou. "Dad, keep your voice down, don't wake Mom." "I know. No need for you to worry about that." Lu's dad curled his lips, grabbed his self-defense weapon, and followed Lu Zhou downstairs. The staircase, which used to be bustling, was now completely empty. Fortunately, the residents had all left. Otherwise, Lu Zhou wouldn't have been able to get out of the building. When the father and son stepped outside, it was still drizzling. The rain showed no signs of letting up. In fact, it seemed to be getting heavier. Lu Zhou was wearing a rain suit, but under the downpour, some raindrops had managed to seep into his clothes. He didn't mind. After all, staying outside for too long in a rain suit was almost like not wearing anything at all. To avoid making too much noise while inflating the inflatable boat, Lu Zhou had already inflated it in the game room beforehand and then gently placed it on the water surface. The entire action was smooth and efficient. Lu's dad was quick to act, climbing onto the inflatable boat first, followed closely by Lu Zhou. Not long after they settled, Lu's dad asked, "Son, where are we going?" Lu Zhou handed over the oars, his eyes flickering, and he replied softly, "To the area near Wangfu Garden." Seeing the flickering light in his son's eyes, Lu's dad couldn't help but frown in doubt. "That area is a bit far from here. Is there something good there?" Lu's dad was quite sharp. He knew that Lu Zhou was taking a risk to go somewhere, and there must be something interesting there. In the darkness, apart from the sound of the heavy rain hitting the water, there was no other noise. The two quietly paddled the boat while exchanging whispers. "Dad, that place belongs to the Ma family. Do you think we should go?" Lu Zhou didn't answer, but countered with a question. Ignoring the horrified expression on Lu's dad's face, they paddled quickly. After leaving the community, Lu Zhou found a hiding spot, stowed the inflatable boat away, and took out the speedboat. They were much farther away from the residential buildings now, and even if someone heard the sound of the speedboat's engine, they would only think it was the sound of a rescue team's boat. Once they switched to the speedboat, their speed increased significantly, and it was much less tiring. Lu's dad rubbed his sore arms and sighed. "No wonder it cost $20,000 to buy this speedboat. It really is fast. After just a short while, we're going much quicker than when we were paddling." Lu Zhou agreed with this statement. After all, good things, aside from their high price, were great in every other aspect. The inflatable boat cost a few $100s, and a better one was just over $1,000. While the speedboat was $20,000, it was naturally more comfortable. Lu Zhou had been cooped up at home for the last 10 days and hadn't properly observed the situation outside. When he finally saw the state of things outside, his expression turned serious. He thought the situation in his own community was quite serious, but upon stepping outside, he realized that his community was actually not that bad. Hengxing community was elevated, with the water reaching the second floor, while the water outside had already submerged the stairs of the building. The familiar streets now looked so different. If it weren't for a few recognizable tall buildings, Lu Zhou might not have been able to recognize the way. Lu's dad was far more shocked than Lu Zhou. Unlike Lu Zhou, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, he was currently shining a flashlight around and couldn't help but sigh. "Xiao Zhou, even the old family building of the number 2 middle school has been flooded. Luckily, we didn't buy a house here back then. Otherwise, we'd probably be stuck in shelter now." Lu Zhou nodded in agreement, while he kept an eye on the surroundings, speeding towards Wangfu Garden. Wangfu Garden with a high-end villa area located in a more remote and quiet mountainous region. Chapter 33, Awakening. The population density in Jing Mountain District is quite low, but the environment is beautiful, with greenery that surpasses the rest of the city. Here, one cannot find any signs of industry. This place is a paradise for the wealthy. However, it is regrettable that Jing Mountain District is situated at a lower elevation. With the heavy rain falling like this, these rich individuals have likely fled long ago. Lu Zhou remembers clearly that in his previous life, when a natural disaster first manifested, the wealthy Ma family quickly took their wife and children and escaped the country. Lu Zhou silently scoffed, thinking that perhaps outside, being rich might provide a more comfortable and safer life. Interestingly, when a city is submerged, if one navigates the water well, it can actually be faster than traveling along winding roads. The two of them drove a speedboat and reached Wangfu Garden in half an hour. Lu Zhou and his father found a suitable spot to dock the boat, and as soon as their feet touched the ground, Lu Zhou quickly stowed away the speedboat. Where Lu Zhou landed with his father was the former villa of the wealthy Ma family. He had been to this place countless times in his previous life, so he remembered the location very well. When Lu Zhou visited before, the villa had already been significantly damaged, but even so, he still felt that the Ma family's home was extraordinarily large and luxurious. In this life, as the torrential rain had just begun, this mansion still stood quietly before Lu Zhou, perfectly showcasing its most beautiful moment. Thanks to the heavy rain, the floors below the third level were already submerged. However, the mansion overall had 8 stories. Lu Zhou's father, accustomed to being a poor commoner, had his eyes wide open like copper bells when he saw the 8-story building. My goodness, this must be even more extravagant than the mansions of the stars. His father exclaimed with a soul-searching question, and Lu Zhou chuckled softly. Dad, this is the Ma family, after all. Every mansion they own is at this level. Not wanting to waste any more time, the two hurried to the 4th floor. The rain outside grew heavier, and Lu Zhou was keenly aware that soon this mansion would be submerged. In his previous life, during the hottest period, the water only revealed the mansion after it had evaporated. Lu Zhou had observed the interior of the mansion. The entire house showed signs of being soaked in water for a long time. In hindsight, this was quite reasonable, as the terrain in this area was indeed low. Lu Zhou prepared a window-breaking device, turned it on, and with a snap, he shattered the floor-to-ceiling window on the 4th floor. The two entered through the window. Upon entering the 4th floor, Lu Zhou's father, holding a powerful flashlight, first scanned the interior. The entire interior design was exceptionally elegant, featuring traditional Chinese-style furniture. Without mentioning anything else, just the long dining table that could seat 20 people made Lu Zhou's father gasp in astonishment. This dining table is way too long. How many people are there in the family? Lu Zhou looked at his father, who was clearly astonished, feeling a bit helpless but mostly amused. The floor on the 4th level was somewhat damp, and Lu Zhou knew the water level was still rising. He needed to move quickly. Not daring to waste time, Lu Zhou took the lead, using his previous life's experience to head forward. The 4th floor seemed to be a family dining room. The two turned left and unexpectedly wandered into the kitchen. The kitchen was huge, larger than the entire area of Lu Zhou's home. Inside, everything one could imagine was available, with various expensive foreign appliances neatly arranged in their respective places. Both father and son were seeing such a kitchen for the first time, comparable to a hotel kitchen, and for a moment, it felt surreal. Lu Zhou opened a refrigerator and was immediately stunned by the inventory inside. It was filled to the brim with ingredients, all high-end items. Caviar, white truffles, salmon, matsutake mushrooms, ribeye steaks, lamb legs. The richness and rarity of the ingredients had long surpassed Lu Zhou's imagination. Moreover, there was not a single sign of spoilage. Although there had been a power outage for a long time, how could a wealthy lifestyle lack a generator? Right now, the entire house is without power, but this refrigerator has an emergency mode. When there's no electricity, it can still work normally for a week. It's not just Lu Zhou. Lu Dad is also full of surprise. He often attends social gatherings with his superiors, but this is the first time he has seen so many precious ingredients. These items, like Lu Zhou, he has only seen online. Not only that, but these ingredients all have production dates on them. August 13th. Just 3 days ago. Lu Dad exclaimed, "This date is really fresh." Lu Zhou nodded, agreeing with his dad's comment. Wealthy people value freshness in their food, often only buying items with a 7-day shelf life. Moreover, what's even more exaggerated is that often, after 3 or 4 days, they choose to throw away the food or give it to the housekeeper. Lu Dad didn't dwell on this for long and hurriedly began to gather usable supplies. The ingredients in the refrigerator were all packed up by the father-son duo. The refrigerator wasn't small. It took them over 10 minutes just to store the ingredients. Additionally, besides the double-door refrigerator, there were 3 large freezers in the kitchen. When they opened the freezer, they found whole salmon fillets, as well as large cuts of beef and lamb. Lu Zhou even took 2 large legs of lamb from the big freezer. They were imported from New Zealand and would probably taste delicious when roasted. Besides that, he also collected a good amount of seafood. After the 2 of them organized the ingredients in the kitchen, they quickly headed up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a walk-in closet. As soon as they entered, they opened the drawers and were greeted by a plethora of jewelry. It should belong to a woman. The heavy rain had come on too suddenly, and it was clear that the wealthy Ma was in a hurry to escape. Otherwise, he would have taken the jewelry with him. Lu Zhou didn't examine it closely and stuffed all the jewelry into the gaming room. At a glance, there were more diamonds and gemstones inside, and Lu Zhou planned to check how many gems he had gained in the game after this. After securing the jewelry, Lu Zhou also took away the luxury watches from the display case. As for the clothes and bags, he didn't even take a look. These items were worth less than a steam bun in the apocalypse. After sweeping through the walk-in closet, Lu Zhou turned right and entered a place that was low-key in decoration, yet exuded luxury everywhere. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhou was immediately delighted. This place turned out to be a tea room. The last time he went to the Baogo building, the only regret was not getting any tea leaves. This time it was perfect. Whatever he wanted, he got. Didn't Ma just directly send over some tea leaves? In the apocalypse, tea leaves are rarer than cigarettes and alcohol. Not to mention high-quality tea. Even the cheapest 10 yuan pack of Monkey King tea leaves is extremely hard to come by in the apocalypse. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the room and first noticed several antique tea cabinets filled with various types of tea. Black tea, jasmine tea, pure Dahong Pao Longjing. Beyond that, he didn't know any more varieties. He opened the tea cabinet and quickly took all the tea leaves. After clearing out the tea cabinet, Lu Zhou continued to open the cabinets below. Inside, there were also tea leaves, but the quality wasn't as high as the ones above. Lu Zhou didn't mind and didn't let a single one go. While taking the tea leaves, he also casually grabbed several sets of tea utensils. Chapter 34, Ultimate Gear. After all, with the tea leaves here, how could they not have tea utensils? Wouldn't that be a waste of good tea? The tea utensils he rummaged out from the cabinet were brand new and still unopened. They probably hadn't even been used yet. After finishing his search of the cabinet, Lu Zhou took the lead and continued deeper into the house. These were all the things that could be looted from the building. Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. One good thing about a mansion is that every area is clearly delineated, unlike himself and his father, who were wandering around like headless chickens. With a burst of energy, they made it to the 6th floor. The 6th floor felt like an art gallery filled with precious items. There were flower and bird paintings, calligraphy, antiques, jade, stones, and more. Lu Zhou glanced at a few of these items but didn't examine them closely. Instead, he stuffed them all into his game room. After gathering a pile of stones, Lu Zhou couldn't help but marvel at the strange preferences of the wealthy. What was so special about these stones? Aside from their odd shapes, they were just stones. His father, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. Son, these stones look like limited edition Yuhua stones. Lu Zhou knew about Yuhua stones. Some wealthy circles like to collect those oddly shaped, yet exquisitely beautiful stones as collectibles. A few days ago, Lu Zhou had even come across a blog where someone showcased their collection of yuhua stones, prompting everyone to suggest names for them. Though he couldn't understand the wealthy's tastes, he had to admit that their aesthetic sense was never lacking. With the mindset of treating them as decorative items, Lu Zhou shook his head and stuffed the yuhua stones into his bag. Looking to the right, he saw that the wooden shelves were filled with antique vases and various ornaments. There were all sorts of ornaments: tree carvings made of gold and silk enamel wood, white ceramic bowls that looked old, white jade vases with simple patterns, and ornate ancient porcelain in the corner. While these items might not be worth much in future times, Lu Zhou couldn't bear to let these fine pieces be buried forever. He shattered the glass and stuffed all these items into his room. His father was responsible for breaking the glass, and the two of them worked together seamlessly. Lu Zhou secretly felt grateful that his father had come along. Otherwise, he might not have been able to loot everything in one night. After taking all the collectibles from the glass cabinet, Lu Zhou continued forward. On the way, he didn't forget to snatch a few embroidered pieces hanging on the wall. These wall hangings were intricately woven with golden silk, exceptionally exquisite. His father was excited deep down. They didn't slow down their pace and headed straight for the 7th floor. The 7th floor was for mothers and infants, and at first glance, it didn't seem like there was much worth going in for. Just as his father was about to suggest checking the 8th floor first, he suddenly noticed Lu Zhou's expression changing several times. Lu Zhou was taken aback. How was the layout of the 7th floor different from his previous life? In his last life, he had been to the 7th floor, and the layout back then was not the same as it was now. The area of the 7th floor was larger than it was now. In a flash, Lu Zhou thought of a possibility. He rushed into the 7th floor at an incredible speed. His father was confused but held back from speaking. When he caught up with Lu Zhou, he saw Lu Zhou crouching down, seemingly like a madman, tapping against the wall. After a few seconds of speechlessness, his father realized something. Was there a treasure hidden in this wall? If there really was a treasure, that could explain why they hadn't seen any particularly shocking treasures after wandering around. So, they were hiding it here behind a partition? Lu Zhou was fully focused on tapping the wall. When he finally found a hollow spot in the wall, he immediately signaled his father to bring over the window-breaking tool. At this point, the father-son duo had already developed a perfect synergy. Lu Zhou merely had to bend over, and his father knew exactly what to do. After passing the window-breaking device, Lu Zhou used all his strength to barely create a small hole. He felt a bit disheveled. Good news, there's a secret passage. Bad news, the window-breaking device doesn't seem very effective. It can't even open this. Seeing the situation, Dad Lu pushed his son from behind, indicating for him to come forward. After Dad Lu tried for a while, the wall still couldn't be broken through by brute force. The sweeping plan was temporarily stuck in a dilemma. Tonight, Lu Zhou had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated that there would be a secret passage here. Did he really have to watch this passage slip away? Lu Zhou felt unwilling and unconsciously clenched his fingers until his whole hand turned pale. They had successfully made it here, and now they had to watch this treasure disappear? Wasn't that just frustrating? Dad Lu wasn't sure of his son's thoughts and tentatively said, "Xiao Zhou, it's okay. We can come back tomorrow night. It'll be the same. This place probably won't be targeted so quickly." Dad Lu had a good mindset, but Lu Zhou was much more anxious. He knew very well that if they didn't take it today, they would never get another chance. By tomorrow morning, the heavy rain would completely flood this mansion. So tonight was his last opportunity. He had no idea what treasures were hidden inside that needed to be concealed. Lu Zhou's heart was stimulated, curiosity urging him to break through the wall to find out. Calm down, there must be a way, right? Why not find the tool room first? There must be tools available there. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. Of course, even if it was just a normal residential area, every household would have some emergency toolboxes. Maintaining a mansion is costly, so the maintenance room must be nearby. Once he confirmed his idea, putting it into action became much easier. Lu Zhou temporarily set aside the 7th floor and turned to the 8th floor. Due to the time constraints, he didn't have the chance to explain his plan to Dad Lu in detail. Dad Lu, however, kept asking a few questions. Lu Zhou simply indicated that they should check the 8th floor first. After that, Lu Zhou walked ahead while Dad Lu crazily followed behind. When they reached the 8th floor, the space opened up quite a bit. The 8th floor was an outdoor balcony, perfect for parties and BBQs. Lu Zhou didn't have the mood to admire the balcony. He grabbed a flashlight and entered indoors. Dad Lu closely followed behind. Inside, to his surprise, was a small interest center. There were glass display cases showcasing several sets of very expensive diving gear. In addition, there were waterboards, water bicycles, and jet skis. On the other side, there were glass cabinets hanging with ski suits, snowboards, and other outdoor sports gear. Even more exaggerated, there were many extreme sports equipment on display. Several squirrel suits, hot air balloon kits, and paragliding gear. Lu Zhou gasped. They even play these thrilling extreme sports? But since he had spotted this equipment, he naturally couldn't let it go. Let's just gather it. Who knows when it might come in handy someday. Chapter 35. Opening the darkroom. Moreover, the extreme sports equipment bought by the 2nd generation must be the most expensive and the best. Take the wingsuit as an example. The cheapest set costs over 10,000. After stealthily stashing away this good gear, Dad Lu excitedly called Lu Zhou over to take a look. When Lu Zhou walked over, the first thing he saw was a screen full of Gundam models and figurines, along with various limited edition merchandise from games and anime. Of course, Dad Lu didn't call Lu Zhou over just to show him these things. Dad Lu pointed to several swords hanging on the wall and said, "Take a look at these swords. If they're ever sharpened, we can keep them as weapons." Seeing Dad Lu's change, Lu Zhou felt a sense of comfort. Great, Dad's mindset has finally shifted closer to that of a survivor in the apocalypse. One must always think about self-preservation. Without waiting for Dad to say more, Lu Zhou took down the swords. There were 3 swords, 2 tang swords and 1 curved sword. Upon drawing the blades, the edges gleamed coldly. He gently swung the sword, and the model was immediately sliced in half. The cut was smooth. After trying them all, Lu Zhou was most satisfied with the curved sword. It was the right size and felt the most comfortable to use. It would be like chopping vegetables when attacking. He thought this curved sword would be his weapon from now on. The effectiveness of these 3 swords goes without saying. Among cold weapons, they're among the best for self-defense. The tang sword was a bit long, which might be too ostentatious to carry around. Lu Zhou decided to keep the curved sword for everyday use and put the tang sword away for now. Dad Lu was also in high spirits. "Son, let me show off the tang sword a bit." Lu Zhou passed it over, and Dad Lu took the tang sword, making several fluid motions with it. Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned. To be honest, Dad Lu looked quite impressive with those moves. He wasn't sure about the lethality, but it definitely gave off an intimidating vibe. Once Dad Lu put away the tang sword, Lu Zhou genuinely praised him. "Not bad, Dad. Honestly, that was impressive. Did you secretly go learn some skills on a mountain somewhere?" Dad Lu chuckled foolishly. No. When I was young, I dreamed of being a hero. Later, I watched videos and practiced with the tang sword for a while. Well, what a lucky coincidence. Lu Zhou thought about complimenting Dad Lu a bit more, but feeling the pressure of time, he suppressed his thoughts. "Dad, let's look for the tool room first. Later, you can show me some swordplay." Dad Lu was beaming, clearly in a good mood. Besides those items on the 8th floor, Lu Zhou also found quite a few blunt objects to use as weapons. Golf clubs, baseball bats, and even tennis rackets. After gathering this pile of stuff, the two of them found quite a few interesting items in the bedside cabinet of the last bedroom on the 8th floor. A bedside cabinet filled with plush toys, and they were all from major brands. Lu Zhou's eyelids twitched. Did the 2nd generation really use so many? But then he thought, a party isn't just for one person. It's definitely better to be overprepared. Father and son didn't bother with the embarrassment and Lu Zhou directly pulled out the drawer, emptying all the contents into his room. Besides that, Lu Zhou also found about 3 pounds of gold under the bed. The gold was just carelessly tossed under the bed, large and eye-catching. This made Lu Zhou suspicious. Was it really gold? After tossing the gold into a small room and watching the upper right corner display change from 0 to 3,100 coins, Lu Zhou felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At the same time, he arrived at a guess. It seems that the exchange rate between real gold coins and game coins is 1 gold coin for 1 gram of gold. Not too bad. The game isn't too much of a scam. After leaving the bedroom, the father and son began to wander around the 8th floor again. Now that they were on the top floor, the tool shed could only be here. If it's not here, then it must be outside the room. Lu Zhou's mindset shifted from initial anxiety to calmness in just over 10 minutes. Fortune favors me, and misfortune is my destiny. Compared to those civilians, he was already lucky enough. One mustn't be too greedy. Lu Zhou was madly doing psychological construction for himself, while his dad was searching and found a hidden little room. The design of this room was very clever, and at first glance, it wouldn't attract attention. Lu Dad found it by using his extensive experience in repairing circuits to identify the structure of the house. Sometimes, Lu Zhou couldn't help but admire his dad's luck. His father always seemed to have unexpected good fortune at critical moments. Pushing open the little room, it turned out to be a tool shed. It was packed with practical tools. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. These would definitely be very useful in the future. He had to take all of them. As he stuffed things into the little room, he looked for tools that could break through the wall. After the father and son finished inspecting the area, they finally noticed something. A high-probability drill. Lu Zhou's eyes sparkled. Great! This thing will definitely be able to break through that wall. He picked out the drill and set it aside for now, while both of them first took all the practical tools from the tool shed. As expected from a luxury home's maintenance room, it had a complete set of repair tools. There were tools of various models and sizes. Moreover, besides the tools, Lu Zhou also found 2 high-probability gasoline generators here. Looking at the brand, it was an English brand he didn't recognize. According to the habits of the wealthy, this thing was definitely imported, and if the price was high, the quality must be excellent. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the 2 generators in. What a joke! Generators are extremely practical tools in the apocalypse. If he didn't grab a few, wouldn't it be a headache if they broke down later? After loading the generators, Lu Zhou found about 10 barrels of gasoline. He estimated there were about 3 to 4 tons. If used sparingly, it would last the family quite a while. Tisk. Thanks to the wealthy for sending gasoline and generators. Lu Zhou was truly grateful to the wealthy. If it weren't for the wealthy, he wouldn't have gotten these things. Although there was a chance to unlock gasoline in the game, Lu Zhou was a cautious person. What if he didn't unlock it? In the future, for power generation and driving, gasoline would be essential. This was a necessity. In addition to the generators, there were also many general repair parts, all of which Lu Zhou stuffed into his backpack. After the father and son quickly cleaned out the storage room, they brought the drill to the 7th floor. Lu Zhou and his dad were definitely excited. They rushed to the 7th floor and looked at a small hole that had been made previously. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling his dad to stand back. He was going to take action. His dad jumped to the side, and Lu Zhou gripped the drill tightly, aiming it at the small hole that had been made earlier, and pushed hard. Accompanied by a deafening rumbling sound, the wall that had troubled the father and son finally crumbled. Chapter 36: Excessive Luxury. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, with such a loud crash, it would have been impossible to avoid people. Lu Zhou felt relieved. Once he confirmed that the wall wouldn't collapse anymore, he led his father into the hidden room. Inside the hidden room, the space turned out to be surprisingly large. It was at least 50 to 60 square meters. When they finally saw what was inside, both Lu Zhou and his father were left dumbfounded. Lu Zhou had never seen a wall made entirely of gold bricks stacked up like this. They sparkled with a dazzling light that made him blink repeatedly. Damn, He couldn't help but curse. In the past, he thought the scenes on TV depicting a wall of money were exaggerated. But now that he saw this entire wall of gold, Lu Zhou felt that he had underestimated the situation. Gold is hard currency. A wealthy man like Ma could casually pull off something this extravagant. His father barely managed to close his gaping mouth, his eyes appearing somewhat dazed. "This is all gold?" Lu Zhou nodded. "All of it is gold." Then came the overwhelming joy, not for any other reason, but just how many game coins could he exchange for all this gold? Lu Zhou didn't even bother to pay attention to anything else and rushed over to stuff the gold into his game house. His father stepped forward to help. Neither of them had time to talk. When the father and son duo were so exhausted that they could barely stand up, they finally managed to shove all the gold bricks into Lu Zhou's small house. Lu Zhou quietly watched as the amount of gold coins in the top corner changed. The coins, which had paused at 3,100 for 2 seconds, immediately began to jump rapidly. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Finally, it reached a terrifying 1 million coins. 1 million coins? Lu Zhou's mind almost went blank. Holy crap. Does this mean he just took away 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms, of gold from Ma? According to the current gold price, that's worth nearly 400 million? Lu Zhou swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain his composure. With this many coins, he should be able to fully develop the game system, right? He quickly glanced at the game system, only to find a huge exclamation mark displayed on the screen. Lu Zhou hurriedly clicked on it. Instantly, the game prompted him. Do you want to develop a piece of land outside your small house? Development cost, 100,000 gold coins. Land outside the small house. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. What uses the land? After pondering, Lu Zhou decided to ask. After all, developing a piece of land costs 100,000 gold coins. Although, he currently has 1 million gold coins on hand. What if the prices of the items unlocked later become even more expensive? It has to be said that Lu Zhou was truly concerned about this. After developing the land, you can unlock the workshop. Your workshop needs to be built on the land outside the small house. So it turns out that the workshop in the game needs to be unlocked. Lu Zhou felt immensely happy. In previous games, the workshops were for food, crafting, fine work, and tailoring. Now, for Lu Zhou, the most useful workshop would be the crafting workshop. Thus, after a bit of consideration, he made his decision. Confirmed to develop the land. Received 100,000 gold coins deducted to develop new land. The new land has been developed. Would you like to spend 66,666 gold coins to draw for the workshop? Friendly reminder, the draw is random. Lu Zhou, what the hell? You better have something good. Why can I choose the workshop and only have to draw randomly? Lu Zhou really wanted to explode with anger, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and say, just draw. There was no way. He couldn't go against the game system, so he had to accept this ridiculous setting. Lu Zhou thought, even if his luck was terrible, drawing 4 times should at least yield a crafting workshop, right? As soon as he finished saying that, a large spinning wheel appeared in front of him. The wheel spun rapidly, so fast that it was hard to see what was inside. Lu Zhou squinted his eyes and seemed to see words like 100 pieces of wood and 288 pieces of iron, or among other things. Wait, why does it seem a bit off? Could it be that he might draw such worthless materials? Just as he thought this, the wheel suddenly stopped spinning. The pointer landed squarely on a mineral symbol. Congratulations! You have obtained 300 pieces of silver ore. Damn it! Lu Zhou forced himself to take a few deep breaths to calm his frayed nerves. So the draw wasn't for the workshop among 4 options, but rather from a pile of junk items. Realizing this frustrating fact, Lu Zhou immediately called off the draw. He needed to focus on other important matters right now. He would deal with the game system later when he had the time. Not bothering with the game system in his mind, Lu Zhou composed himself and began to carefully search through the dark room again. In addition to a whole wall of gold bricks, there were also boxes upon boxes of gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. These jewels included rubies, sapphires, emeralds, jade, pearls, diamonds, and so on. The quality was far beyond what Lu Zhou and his father had ever seen. Without taking the time to examine them closely, Lu Zhou stuffed all the jewelry into the small house. He made sure not to waste the developed land, temporarily using it to stack the jewelry boxes. While packing the boxes, Lu Zhou accidentally noticed that even the wooden boxes that held the jewelry were made from the most expensive agarwood, aged 1,000 years. Lu Zhou inhaled the fragrant aroma of the agarwood and felt that this rich man was being too extravagant. The price of agarwood is comparable to gold per gram. It was being used to make boxes for jewelry. It was simply a waste. After shaking his head and sighing, Lu Zhou hadn't had a chance to collect the wall paintings hanging up when he heard his father calling him. "Xiao Zhou, come see. There's ginseng here too." Ginseng? Lu Zhou put away the paintings and walked over to his father. Looking ahead, he was once again shocked. More than a dozen boxes of ginseng were neatly arranged, stacked together. He casually picked one box and opened it. The ginseng inside was not large but had long roots. Lu Zhou thought that this was probably wild ginseng. According to the rich man's wealth, who would collect cultivated ginseng. Next to the neatly stacked ginseng, there were also plenty of Maotai liquor. 5-star Maotai, with one bottle worth around 160,000, totaling 12 bottles. This liquor was practically priceless, meant for collection. Flying Fairy Maotai, with 6 bottles in a box, costing 80,000 per box, and there were dozens of boxes. Before Lu Zhou could react, his father was already extremely excited. "Son, this Maotai is great." Knowing that his father enjoyed tasting liquor, Lu Zhou planned to collect all this Maotai for him. After gathering the wild ginseng and Maotai liquor, Lu Zhou and his father quickly scanned the entire area and found that there didn't seem to be any more treasures left. Lu Zhou signaled for his father to come out, and just as he turned around, he accidentally dropped the flashlight, which slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. Chapter 37. Secrets. He immediately crouched down to pick up the flashlight. The flashlight rolled over several times before settling into a groove. Lu Zhou reached out to pick it up, but his expression changed. "Wait, this groove feels a bit off." After pressing down with a bit of force, sure enough, there was a button on the side of the groove. After pressing it, the groove opened, revealing a very small box inside. Both Lu Zhou and his dad looked at each other with curiosity, wondering what this little gadget contained. When they opened the box, however, it was filled with a dozen blank pieces of paper. Blank paper? Lu Zhou frowned. That's impossible. Who would hide blank paper so securely? Outside, the heavy rain seemed to be pouring down even harder. Lu Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and tucked the blank papers into his clothes. His dad was also curious. "Son, could there be some secrets written on that paper that can't be revealed? Maybe it was written with some kind of disappearing ink." Lu Zhou and his dad were thinking along the same lines. Although it was difficult to explain the secret of the papers at the moment, perhaps there would be a way to figure it out later. After thoroughly scavenging the mansion, Lu Zhou first placed the drill into the game room, and then led his dad to the 4th floor. When they first arrived, the water level was at the 3rd floor, close to the 4th. Now that they had reached the 4th floor, the water level had already risen to their calves. Both of them struggled through the water until they reached the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Zhou took out the speedboat and tossed it onto the water surface. The speedboat bobbed around under the impact of the heavy rain. He glanced at the time. It was now 3 a.m. Lu Zhou decided to scavenge a few more houses in the vicinity before leaving. After all, upgrading the game system was really expensive. Lu Zhou had a strong sense of crisis awareness, so he needed to take advantage of the early stages to gather some gold through zero-cost purchases. Once the days for zero-cost purchases were over, he would have to rely on other methods to obtain gold. Lu Zhou thought this through clearly. In the mid-game, he would only be able to trade his resources for gold, diamonds, and similar items. So, for now, he couldn't miss out on any opportunity to scavenge for supplies. His dad was a sensible person. Upon learning that his son's golden finger required gold and diamonds for upgrades, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, indicating that they needed to scour more houses. Lu Zhou happily agreed. However, they set a time limit, making sure to return home before the residents woke up to prevent suspicion. The speedboat sped off, heading toward the next house. After leaving the wealthy Ma family's home, they continued to scour other houses, taking turns without any particular order. The luxurious Ma family mansion was located in the prime area of the community, so the father and son began scavenging in a circular pattern. Lu Zhou found it much easier to scavenge through the mansion area now. After being awed by the Ma family, the impact from the other wealthy families paled in comparison. Typically, he would first check the kitchen for edible ingredients and tools. Then he would search the wardrobe for gold, silver, jewelry, watches, tobacco, tea, and so on. They raided 6 houses in total. Although the combined haul from these houses didn't match what they found at the Ma family mansion, they still managed to collect a total of 200,000 gold coins. As for diamonds, Lu Zhou looked up and saw that the count had already increased to 3,400. Tisk. Although diamonds grow at a slower rate than gold, collecting diamonds is much easier than collecting gold. Everyone knows that diamonds are an IQ tax. In the apocalypse, they really aren't worth much. Lu Zhou pondered that he would have to think of a suitable way to collect diamonds when the time came. When they reached the 7th house, Lu Zhou glanced at his watch and said softly, "Dad, we can't continue. We need to hurry up and leave." Dad Lu immediately obeyed and got on the boat, getting ready as if he was fully prepared. Lu Zhou gave his dad a thumbs up. "Dad, you're truly my great helper." This wasn't flattery. Lu Zhengqing was obedient and willing to put in the effort, moving quickly and being clever. He really helped Lu Zhou a lot during tonight's scavenging venture. If Dad hadn't come along, Lu Zhou might not have been able to get the good stuff from Ma Fuhong's hidden room. Dad Lu chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed by his son's praise. "Hee, you little brat finally know your dad is amazing. Huh? Next time you go out, you better listen to me. I've lived more than a decade longer than you, so I know more than you." Lu Zhou listened to his dad's words with a smile, his expression incredibly calm. This kind of life is so much better than being alone. The speedboat moved quickly, and after half an hour, the two reached the familiar entrance of their neighborhood. Lu Zhou put away the speedboat, switched to the inflatable kayak, and paddled with his dad back to their community. By the time they arrived home, they were both wet, and it was exactly 5:30 in the morning. As soon as they walked in, Lu Zhou lowered his head to change shoes when a familiar voice came from beside him. "What have you two been doing? I woke up and you both were gone." Mom Lu appeared silently like a ghost, standing next to them. Dad Lu and Lu Zhou both shivered in unison. Dad Lu mommed a pleading gesture towards his son, and Lu Zhou moved his eyes, explaining to Mom Lu, "Mom, Dad and I got up early to check if the water level had risen. We didn't expect it to be raining so heavily down there. Just for a little while, both of us were wearing raincoats and ended up soaked." Lu Zhou casually made up an excuse that sounded quite plausible. Mom Lu looked a bit skeptical, her eyes scanning them up and down. Really, more real than pearls." Lu Zhou quickly spoke up to defend himself, and Dad Lu chimed in, "Wife, we were just worried about Xiao Zhou's aunt. She lives on the 3rd floor. It's really concerning." Thinking of Jiang Xiaolin living on the 3rd floor, Mom Lu immediately looked worried and didn't pursue the matter further with the father and son. "Did you see if the water level has risen?" Mom Lu asked anxiously. Lu Zhou sighed. "Mom, it has risen about 10 centimeters." Mom Lu felt anxious inside. Looking at Lu Zhou, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Zhou, do you think your aunt's place can escape this flood?" Lu Zhou nodded confidently. "Mom, don't worry. In my previous life, my aunt's place wasn't flooded." Mom Lu nodded, still uneasy, and after glancing at the father and son who were soaked like drowned rats, she quickly urged them to clean up. "You two shouldn't go out in heavy rain anymore. What if something happens?" As she spoke, Mom Lu took out 2 towels and handed them over. The father and son acknowledged her and each hurried into the bathroom. Lu Zhou first took off his raincoat and boots, changed into slippers, and then wiped his head. He entered the bathroom, took off his protective clothing, and cleaned himself up before coming out. Dad Lu, on the other hand, avoided Mom Lu while taking care of himself. The protective clothing looked quite similar to regular clothes, so Dad Lu casually tossed all his clothes, including the protective gear, into the washing machine. It had been raining heavily for days, and the house was humid, so the washed clothes couldn't dry at all. Chapter 38. An Unexpected Visit of Gratitude. Mr. Lu had long replaced the ordinary washing machine at home with an imported one that had drying and sterilization functions. As for where the imported washing machine came from, it was naturally part of the batch of home appliances taken from the Bauga building at that time. When Mr. Lu was loading the laundry, Lu Zhou squeezed in to help arrange the clothes. After pressing the start button, the washing machine began its work. The most practical feature of the imported washing machine was its noiseless operation. Apart from the faint sounds of the rollers turning, the machine was as quiet as if it didn't exist at all. Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with the newly replaced washing machine. After returning from the Bauga building, he had signaled his father to replace all the various home appliances in their home. Soon enough, the Lu family was equipped with imported appliances. Of course, Lu Zhou was not the kind of person to act recklessly. He mainly targeted appliances that could produce noise, like the washing machine, air conditioner, and generator, leaving the noiseless appliances untouched. Mrs. Lu was worried about her daughter and initially wanted to make a phone call, but she later realized that communication had been completely cut off and could only put that thought aside for now. Lu Zhou couldn't possibly be unaware of his mother's bad mood, so he took the initiative to go into the kitchen and cook for the family. By the time he finished preparing breakfast, the three of them had just finished eating when there was a knock on their door. Lu Zhou got up and walked to the door, habitually checking the peephole, and found that it was Zhang Jia house standing outside. As he opened the door, Lu Zhou hadn't even spoken yet when Zhang Jia house spoke first. Lu Zhou, this is some sweet potato corn cake made by my family. We added a bit of brown sugar to fry it, and it's really delicious. My grandma asked me to bring some over for your family. In the past, Lu Zhou would have accepted it, but now, with food being so scarce, he couldn't possibly accept such precious corn cakes and immediately declined. Jia Hao, you can take it back. I really can't accept this. Realizing that Lu Zhou was worried about their difficult situation, Zhang Jia Hao chuckled and spoke helplessly. Lu Zhou, just take it. This is a thank you gift from my family. Thanks to the medicine you gave me last night, Lele is doing much better. Our family doesn't know how to thank you enough. If you don't accept it, my grandma will probably keep nagging me when I get back. Zhang Jia Hao frowned, looking sincerely troubled. Lu Zhou caught the key part of his words and couldn't help but ask, Lele is better now? Mentioning his sister made Zhang Jia Hao's expression lighten. Today she's much better. She didn't have a fever last night, and we thought she was cured, but then in the middle of the night, Lele started to have a fever again, and it was even worse. If it weren't for the medicine you gave me, I don't know how she would have been today. Zhang Jia Hao, a big man, looked fearful as he spoke about this. Lu Zhou felt a touch of emotion within. In a world without medicine, one could only endure sickness. If they endured it, they were lucky. If not, it was the end. Knowing that Lele was out of danger made Lu Zhou feel a bit more relaxed. Then, I won't be polite with you. I'll have to try your grandma's cooking. Lu Zhou reached out to take the plate, and on it, the golden sweet potato corn cakes emitted a fragrant, sweet aroma, making Lu Zhou's stomach rumble a few times. Zhang Jia Hao chuckled. Go ahead and eat. I'll head down now. Lu Zhou watched Zhang Jia Hao leave down the stairs, then turn around and brought the 3 sweet potato corn cakes back into the house. Dad and Mom Lu were sitting on the sofa, attracted by the aroma of sweet potato corn cakes, and Lu Qi asked, Who sent this? Lu Zhou leisurely replied, It's from Grandma Zhang. She said thank you for delivering medicine to them last night. While speaking, Lu Zhou placed the plate back on the dining table. Dad and Mom Lu walked over, each picking up a cake and taking a bite. The taste is pretty good. Mom Lu's eyes lit up, genuinely praising. Grandma Zhang's skills are really something. By the way, Xiao Zhou, later you should take a small bottle of cherry jam downstairs. Lu Zhou was surprised. Mom, where did the cherry jam come from? Mom Lu became proud as soon as this was mentioned. How else would it come? Of course, I made it myself. Your cherries produce 2 pounds every day. If we don't pick them, wouldn't that be a waste? So I made some cherry jam. Lu Zhou widened his eyes in astonishment, finally looking at her with admiration. Okay, when I go downstairs to return the plate, I'll take a bottle to them. Unlike Mom Lu, Dad Lu's focus was on another aspect. Son, I think the Zhang family downstairs is nice. At least they know how to say thank you to our family. In the future, I think we could team up with the Zhang family. Dad Lu seemed to be in a good mood, possibly because they had a good neighbor. Lu Zhou agreed. The Zhang family was indeed quite pleasant. However, at the same time, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed a blind spot. The sweet potato corn cakes were warm, but they had long lost water, electricity, and gas. Where did the Zhang family get gas to cook? Could it be that they have a gas stove or something? Lu Zhou found it curious, but if it was someone else's secret, he naturally wouldn't pry into it. In a dangerous post-apocalyptic world, relying solely on his own family to survive was unrealistic. The best way to increase their chances of survival was to find suitable and reliable people to team up with. The Zhang family seemed to be a good choice, and he didn't want to explore other secrets just to satisfy his curiosity. Speaking of teaming up, Lu Zhou actually had another better choice in mind. That would be his aunt's family. Chapter 39, Going Out to Buy Things. Just because others are not going out doesn't mean you should hide at home, keeping quiet. What is the meaning of life if you don't take action? It's better to quickly seize the opportunity to gather supplies and go out in a group. After thinking it through, Lu Zhou decided to go check on his aunt at Jindu Yujing today. Lu Mom also wanted to go, but was persuaded by Lu Zhou and Lu Dad not to. No, you can't go. It's too dangerous outside right now. Although the lower-level households have been moved to shelters, who knows if they are really full? Looking at the inflatable kayak at home, Lu Dad said seriously, "Do you think they won't take action?" Lu Dad was aware of the risks involved in this trip. Lu Mom, however, was undeterred and insisted on going. The more people, the more help. You know, I'm quite capable. Hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lu Mom used to be an emergency room nurse and had worked in the hospital for about 10 years. She lost her job after an incident with a troublesome patient who cursed and tried to hit people. Not only did he hit Lu Mom, but he also tried to hit other nurses. Lu Mom didn't tolerate it. She took off her work uniform and gave him a good beating. In the end, she wasn't punished further, but she was still fired. After that, Lu Mom went to work for a pharmaceutical company. Her outgoing personality and good relations made her more successful in sales than she had been as a nurse. But that's a story for another time. At this moment, while the three were arguing about going out, someone knocked on the door again. Lu Dad peeked through the peephole and whispered to Lu Zhou and Lu Mom, "It's Yuanghua." The family didn't hesitate at all. They immediately turned off the solar generator and tidied up anything that could expose them. Once everything was in order, Lu Dad opened the door. Seeing Yuanghua, Lu Dad felt a bit tense. Yuanghua's gaze involuntarily tried to sneak a look inside the Lu family's home. However, he was shorter than Lu Dad, and when he looked up, the door crack was completely blocked by Lu Dad. He couldn't see anything. Lu Dad frowned slightly and asked, "Old Yu, what brings you here?" Yuanghua lowered his head to avoid Lu Dad's probing gaze and smiled. "Well, old Lu, I just wanted to ask if you guys want to go out together to buy some supplies." Lu Dad couldn't help but feel wary, but his expression remained oblivious. "Buy supplies? Where to buy? I want to buy some, but I can't go out." This response eased Yuanghua's suspicions about the Lu family. It seemed that the Lu family was just an ordinary household. Recalling what he had, Yuanghua couldn't help but smile. "Old Lu, you're right. This heavy rain hasn't stopped. And how many days can the government subsidies last? While others haven't reacted yet, we should hurry out to replenish some supplies. I have an inflatable kayak that can go out, and I've found out where to buy supplies. It's at the Fuzhou commercial building. I just asked the neighbor, old Zhang, and he said he wants to go too." Lu Dad looked excited, as if he wasn't faking it. "All right, when do we set off?" Yuanghua thought for a moment. "The sooner, the better. I'll go back to pack some things, and let's meet on the 17th floor." Lu Dad nodded, and Yuanghua then went down the stairs. After Yuanghua's figure disappeared, Lu Dad said with a serious expression, "Son, what do you think Yuangua's intentions are? I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy about cooperating with him." Lu Zhou remained calm and said without a hint of emotion, "I guess Yuangua is trying to reduce the risks of going out, and since our three families are now tied together, he has no choice. Moreover, the matter of going out to buy things will sooner or later be known by others. It's better for him to get the news a bit earlier. Going out alone is dangerous, so it's better to call our two families to share some of the risks and also do each other a favor." He explained Yuangua's thoughts to Dad and Mom Lu, and both of them immediately trembled all over. This person really thinks a lot. After hearing this, Dad Lu let out a sigh of relief. It's not scary if others want something from you. What's scary is when they don't want anything from you at all. That's what makes one feel uneasy. Lu Zhou agreed to Yuangua's plan, and he had his own thoughts as well. Later, borrowing Yuangua's inflatable raft, he would take the opportunity to get his own raft sorted out, and then he could use it smoothly. The two didn't hesitate and immediately put on their clothes, took their self-defense knives, and headed downstairs. Mom Lu consciously didn't ask to go out. An inflatable raft can only hold a limited number of people. If each family sends 2 people, that makes 6 in total, which would definitely fill the raft. So, she decided not to join in on this excitement. When Lu Zhou and Dad Lu arrived at the 17th floor, the Zhang family's son and Yu family's son were already waiting there. When Yuanghua saw Lu Zhou's son carrying a knife, he immediately shuddered. Meanwhile, the Zhang family's son's eyes brightened a bit. This knife looked really cool. Trying to ignore the weapons of the Lu family, Yuanghua called everyone to head downstairs. He unlocked the 17th floor's lock, and with a clank, the group lined up and walked downstairs. Those who heard the noise secretly peered through the peepholes to see what was happening. Upon seeing 6 big men, they were relieved they hadn't opened the door. However, after observing the hurried appearance of the 6, they felt a bit curious. What were these people up to? Such a big deal? The 6 quickly descended to the first floor, and Yuanghua took out the inflatable raft to start inflating it. Zhang Jiahao curiously spoke up. "Uncle Yu is really impressive. Inflatable rafts are hard to come by, yet you managed to get one." While inflating the raft, Yuanghua calmly replied, "Hee hee, it's all thanks to old friends who helped me out. I spent quite a bit of goodwill, but I finally got it." In the short time they were talking, the raft was already fully inflated and floated on the water surface. The noise from the pump attracted quite a few onlookers. Some even shouted from across the building, asking where the raft came from. Everyone could guess the situation, so no one really engaged with those people. The 6 quickly boarded the raft, and Lu Zhou happened to sit next to Yu Ziming. Yu Ziming didn't look too good and was surrounded by gloomy aura. Lu Zhou turned his head, pretending not to see. Who knows what's wrong with this second-generation guy? In the apocalypse, everyone is in a bad mood. Lu Zhou couldn't be bothered with other people's business. The 6 took turns paddling, and when it was Yu Ziming's turn, he clearly didn't paddle properly. He was just splashing water the whole time. Partnering with Yu Ziming was Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was panting, but still gritted his teeth, trying his best to keep paddling. He noticed Yu Ziming wasn't paddling, but since the raft belonged to Yu Goen, he thought it better to put in a bit more effort and avoid making the atmosphere awkward, as no one had a good expression on their faces. Lu Zhou certainly wouldn't indulge Yu Ziming. It's the apocalypse. Who cares if you're a second generation? Chapter 40, Expensive Grain. Uncle Yu, did Ziming not sleep well last night? He seems to have no strength to row the boat. I think it would be better to let Ziming rest for a while. After all, no one is in a hurry, so we can set off after a break. Lu Zhou glanced sideways at Yu Ziming, speaking slowly. His words seemed to express concern, but in reality, he was pointing out Ziming's shortcomings, putting him in a position to be criticized. Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Yuan would turn around and saw Yu Ziming slacking off, immediately feeling embarrassed. "Yu Ziming, did you not sleep well again last night? Step aside, I'll row." After saying this, Yuanghua pushed his unmotivated son aside and took the oar from his hands. Yu Ziming was stunned for a moment before handing over the oar. When changing positions, he glared at Lu Zhou with resentment. "Damn it, you're so nosy. This inflatable boat is for my family. Lu Zhou didn't care. Do you really think everyone is at your beck and call? It's the end of the world. Who's indulging you? After this small incident, the overall speed of the inflatable boat increased significantly. The group used an hour and finally arrived at the Fuzhou commercial building. With the heavy rain and the fact that they had to rely on rowing, it was indeed exhausting. What was originally a 20-minute journey now took a full hour. The Fuzhou commercial building was situated at a higher elevation, so the heavy rain hadn't flooded it. In the past, this place was a comprehensive building, but now it had become a temporary purchasing point for supplies. Before entering the building, the six of them deflated the inflatable boat and stored it away. There were many people around, and the inflatable boat was a precious resource, so they couldn't afford any mistakes. One person stepped in through the back door of the building. The main entrance had long been closed, but the back door was still open for safety. Lu Zhou was next to his father, and the two walked side by side, moving forward together. Passing through the winding safety passage, they found a surprisingly large, open space inside. It was crowded with numerous vendors. The goods for sale were all mixed up, with everything being sold. The vendors had laid out their goods in small areas for people to choose from. Of course, they weren't worried about anyone trying to rob them. As soon as Lu Zhou entered, he noticed that there were quite a few armed soldiers inside. These people were probably sent by the government to maintain order. He calmly surveyed the surroundings. The crowd wasn't too large. Many people probably hadn't received the internal news. Yuanguo looked around at the crowd and felt as clear as day. It seems that Brat didn't frame himself. With the attitude of going all out for others, he smiled slightly at several people and suggested, "How about we each buy what we need? Once we're done, we can meet at the entrance." No one rejected this proposal, as everyone had their own things they wanted to buy. In an instant, the six of them dispersed. Lu Zhou and his father took a few steps forward when they were called by the Zhang father and son. "Old Lu, how about we go shopping together?" Zhang father suggested. Initially, Lu's father thought Zhang father was a decent person, and now that there was an opportunity to enhance their relationship, he naturally agreed. After all, they were here to avoid drawing attention and didn't have anything special they wanted to buy. With that in mind, the four of them started moving forward. The first place they headed to was naturally the grain counter. Currently, grain prices had skyrocketed. What used to be 3 yuan per kilogram of rice had now jumped to 30 yuan. Other grains had also increased, with prices rising about 10 to 20 times. Not only are prices rising, but there are also purchase limits on food. Each person can buy 20 pounds of grain with their ID card. Thanks to government price controls, even under current price surges, is not considered excessively high. Otherwise, Lu Zhou knows very well how far merchants would go to exploit the situation. Don't say that 30 yuan per pound of grain is expensive. If there were no government management, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to buy such high-priced grain. At that time, the limited resources would all be monopolized by the wealthy. After the four of them walked over, they saw a huge sign on the counter that said, "Cash only." These 4 words troubled a lot of people. Many who received the news tried every means to arrive at the Fuzhou commercial building, only to be defeated by these 4 words. "Can't use a bank card? My money is all in the bank. I have deposits in state-owned enterprises. Can I use a bank card to pay? Sorry, we only accept cash." Some people even tried to argue, but in the blink of an eye, a gun was pointed at their heads. The cold, heavy touch of steel immediately made the troublemakers tremble. The armed person had a cold expression. "Cash payment, can't you read?" This one sentence stopped the arguing crowd. Everyone swallowed hard, their faces filled with fear. This was no joke. The group of soldiers held real weapons. Their mission was to maintain public order, and after the troublemakers were subdued, no one dared to act tough anymore. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down, followed by an orderly queue waiting to make purchases. Those without cash had no choice but to leave helplessly in search of an ATM. Those with cash breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed. Lu Zhou and his father still had over 10,000 in cash and wanted to take the opportunity to spend it all. The Zhang father and son were relieved. Fortunately, they had received a payment back last cycle and hadn't had the chance to spend it. Otherwise, arriving here would have left them dumbfounded, just watching others buy. Zhang father held a full 100,000 yuan, which was enough to buy these urgent supplies. Thinking of the Lu family, Zhang father quietly asked, "Old Lu, do you have enough cash? If not, I can lend you some." Lu father shook his head, politely refusing Zhang father. "Old Zhang, I have enough money, don't worry about us. Hurry up and buy your things. My son and I will also go in and see what we can buy." Hey, no need for formalities. No one had time for pleasantries. Zhang father pulled his son into the store. Lu Zhou and his father walked a little further back. They bought rice and flour according to the maximum purchase limit, getting 40 pounds for 1,200 yuan, and also picked up some other instant food products. After finishing their purchases and making the payment, Lu Zhou looked inside and saw that the Zhang father and son were still buying. So he turned around and led his father outside. Time was tight. It was more important to see what other goods the building had for sale. Lu Zhou walked quickly until he reached a shop selling seeds, where he finally stopped. This shop was originally a flower and herb store, selling both seedlings and seeds, all mixed together. As soon as Lu Zhou saw the words herbs, he was immediately unable to move. Herbs are great. Buying more would be useful later for Lu Mom to practice with, and in this apocalypse, the role of traditional Chinese medicine is not small. Chapter 41. Exchange. Due to natural disasters such as acid rain and radiation in later generations, plants hardly grow, and medicinal resources are exorbitantly priced. The herbs in a later period are all grown in greenhouses controlled strictly by the government. Seeing his son standing outside the door, unwilling to leave, Father Lu understands everything in his heart. The father and son step into the shop one after the other, and upon entering, they are immediately dazzled by the flowers and plants inside. It is likely due to the heavy rain. With plenty of water, the flowers and plants in the shop surprisingly show no signs of wilting. The only thing that is not thriving is that some sun-loving plants have yellowing edges on their leaves due to the recent lack of sunlight. The shop owner did not expect that there would still be customers for his store. He immediately perked up and prepared to serve the father and son with full attention. He had originally thought of just abandoning the shop and running away, as who would be in the mood to buy flowers and plants at this time. "What do you need? I have everything here." The owner forced a smile. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the entire shop and finally asked, "Do you have loquat leaves, licorice, balloon flower, and pinelia seeds? If not, I can consider other options." The owner was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Yes, I have plenty of those." "Do you want all of them?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "I don't have that much money on me. Just give me a price first." Even so, the owner was so excited that he trembled all over, almost in tears. It's not easy. He thought the goods would rot in his hands, but who knew he could still sell them? The owner quickly took out the herbs and displayed them all in front of Lu Zhou, then grabbed a calculator and started calculating. "The total is 30,000 units of goods. Do you want them?" Lu Zhou frowned. He didn't have enough money. "I only have 15,000 cash on me. Sell me as much as you can for that." Though it was a bit of a pity, Lu Zhou indeed only had that much cash. The shop owner looked regretful, then glanced around before whispering, "If you have something edible to trade with me, I can give you the rest of the goods." Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, feeling a bit tempted. However, he needed to find a suitable exchange method. Otherwise, it could easily create hidden dangers for his family. "Boss, let me be honest with you. I definitely don't have any food, but I have cherry jam and mushrooms. If you're willing to exchange for these, we can make a deal." After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou ultimately decided to trade his game supplies. After all, game supplies can be continuously replenished, but the food he has is limited. As for why he didn't trade barley with the shop owner, it was purely because barley is considered food, and right now food is clearly insufficient. Trading food would be too conspicuous. As for the snacks, they wouldn't be as eye-catching. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's eyes lit up. "You still have those 2 items?" At this point, it didn't matter what the items were. Anything edible would do. If he didn't exchange the herbs with Lu Zhou, they would likely rot in his hands. It was better to trade for something. Seeing the shop owner's reaction, Lu Zhou knew there was potential for a deal. I do, but the quantity you want can't be too much. As for the price, it definitely can't be calculated based on the previous cherry jam and mushrooms. After all, anything edible is priced high now. The shop owner rubbed his hands together, looking eager. Understand. When can we trade? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and finally said, how about tonight at the intersection of Changji Road? The shop owner hesitated a bit, worried that Lu Zhou might be trying to trick him into giving something away. However, after a moment of gritting his teeth, he decided to take the plunge. After all, he was already broke, with nothing on him that anyone would want. The shop owner was a bit of a down and out. Just before the apocalypse, he had transferred all his savings to the bank, leaving him with only a few hundred yuan in cash, relying entirely on online payments. In recent days, he had nearly starved to death. The largest amount of cash he had was contributed by Lu Zhou and his father. After some thought, he decided to go into business with Lu Zhou. Once Lu Zhou saw that the plan was feasible, he discussed the timing with the shop owner. They tentatively set the meeting for 8 o'clock tonight. After leaving the shop owner, Lu Zhou took another stroll around the building. Most of the items sold in the building were already in stock, so he didn't buy much. When it was time to meet with the Zhang family, Lu Zhou took out a few winter clothes from his space to hint that the two should prepare for the extreme cold ahead. The Zhang family had managed to buy 40 jin of food, as they were the only two going out, but fortunately, they had bought relatively more instant food products. In addition, they had also found 2 water tanks to collect water. Lu Zhou had also prepared several spare ones before, so he didn't buy any. When Zhang's family kindly advised Lu Zhou to buy a water tank, Lu Zhou smiled and replied, no need. I have 2 at home, bought earlier. Since Lu Zhou's friend had some at home, the Zhang family naturally stopped insisting. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhou picked up the winter clothes in his hand and reminded them, Uncle Zhang, Jiahao, why don't you buy some winter clothes? There are a few shops selling winter clothing ahead, and the prices are quite reasonable, with no price hikes. Zhang's father thought Lu Zhou was being a bit overly dramatic. It was summer, and he was already considering buying winter clothes? Xiao Zhou, it's only summer now. There's no need to buy winter clothes. However, if they have summer clothes, I could buy a few to switch out. Lu Zhou tried to keep his expression calm. Uncle Zhang, you can't think like that. Right now, the weather is unpredictable. Just a few days ago, there was a sandstorm, and now it's pouring rain. Before the rain came, we were in a northern city that hadn't had floods in over a decade, and now it has happened. Anyway, it's better to spend a little more money on preparations. If it turns out to be useless, that's fine, but if it's useful, it could save lives. Lu Zhou's words struck a chord with Zhang's father. Indeed, their city was located in a red clay highland area. While sandstorms were somewhat possible due to severe soil erosion, floods were a rarity that happened only once in several decades. Now that floods had come, could it be that other disasters wouldn't follow? Recalling what the elders often said about June snow, Zhang's father suddenly felt that buying winter clothes was not an exaggeration at all. Lu's father silently praised his son. TSK Tisk. In terms of reasoning, his son was just like him. Jiahao from his Zhang family nodded in agreement. Lu Zhou, I also think the weather is too strange now. It's always good to be prepared. While talking, the 4 of them walked into a row of shops selling winter clothing. Zhang's father and Jiahao busily selected a few warm clothes. Lu Zhou and his father leaned against the mall's window, chatting while waiting for the Zhang family. As they were talking, Lu's father frowned, moving a bit closer to the window, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Xiao Zhou, look at those 2 people downstairs. Aren't they the Yu family? Lu Zhou followed his father's gaze down. Wearing blue tops and white pants. That person must definitely be Yu Ziming. Chapter 42. Call for help. Lu Zhou's face was cold, and he whispered, Dad, it's the Yu family father and son. Upon hearing this, Lu Dad's eyes immediately turned red, and he anxiously asked, So these 2 are planning to leave on their own? Should we shout out? Lu Zhou raised his hand to signal his father to hold on. He looked down and saw Yu Ziming and Yu Goen loading all the items they had bought onto the inflatable boat. There were quite a few items, and the boat clearly sank a bit under the weight. At this rate, even if these two didn't plan to leave, there was no way to put their own and the Zhang family's items on it. After they finished loading the items onto the boat, the two indeed paddled away. Lu Dad was so anxious that he was about to shout out the window. But Lu Zhou stopped his furious father. "Dad, don't panic. We'll use our inflatable boat in a bit." Something was off. Lu Zhou's first reaction was this. If the Yu family really wanted to abandon him, why did they come together to buy things? Wasn't this just failing to be a good person and instead causing a lot of trouble? Moreover, Yu was such a shrewd person that he couldn't possibly not understand that with just the two of them, it would be hard to guard a boat full of supplies. Unless these two were temporarily leaving and the destination wasn't far from here, or it was very safe, with no risk of being robbed along the way. As for why they needed to gather so many supplies, it was very likely because they were planning to exchange the supplies for something else. Thinking up to this point, Lu Zhou suddenly felt that the truth should be as he had inferred. After exchanging views with his dad, Lu Dad thought that Lu Zhou made a lot of sense. However, the Yu father and son had not considered how they would deal with being alone. What if they couldn't wait for them? What would the four of them do? Lu Dad was somewhat worried. "Son, I think the Yu family is unreliable. It's best if after this, we reduce our interactions with them. What do you think?" Lu Zhou understood his father's concern. In fact, he also felt that Yu was indeed too unreliable. Thinking about confronting the Zhang family father and son soon, Lu Zhou hid in a secluded spot and pulled out an inflatable boat from his space. The Zhang family father and son had picked out quite a few items from the winter clothing store and were excitedly heading out. Seeing Lu Zhou waiting at the door, Zhang Jiahao excitedly said, "Lu Zhou, let me tell you, we bought several items, and the store owner even gave us a discount, saving us 20 yuan. Before he could finish, he noticed Lu Zhou's serious expression. Suddenly, the latter part of his sentence got stuck. "What's wrong, Lu Zhou? Why do you look off?" Lu Zhou's expression was grave as he raised an eyebrow and whispered, "The two from the Yu family have left in an inflatable boat." Huh. Zhang Jiahao's face changed dramatically, frowning as he sought confirmation. "Really left?" "Yeah, my dad and I saw it when you all went in to buy things." Lu Zhou objectively stated the facts, and the Zhang father and son clearly showed expressions of disbelief. What the heck? Are these two really so unreliable? I was still thinking of just putting up with it. This family is so untrustworthy. Zhang Jiahao regretfully slapped his thigh, while Lu Zhou's gaze was sharp. No matter what caused the Yu family to leave first, he could no longer cooperate with them. Right now, he still had a backup plan and hadn't been set up, but if he truly had no backup later, wouldn't that be dire? Fortunately, I just got a rubber raft. Let's hurry downstairs and set off. Lu Zhou picked up the rubber raft he had taken out from his space and gestured to the Zhang family. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but feel envious. "Lu Zhou, you're impressive. Where did you get this?" "I want to get one too," Lu Zhou replied while moving forward. "I guess it's luck. When I bought it, the seller only had one left." Zhang Jiahao nodded in understanding. He knew that rubber rafts were extremely valuable now, and buying one must be a combination of luck and money. Seeing his friend's dejected look, Lu Zhou's mouth twitched as he pretended not to notice and turned his head away. "Sorry, brother. In a few days, there will be rentals for rubber rafts, and I'll let you know where to find them." Under Lu Zhou's lead, the four of them quickly headed downstairs. The heavy rain still hadn't stopped, and the four of them wore raincoats when they went out. They felt like drenched chickens as they entered the Fuzhou commercial building. After walking around the building and warming up a bit, they stepped outside again and got soaked once more. Even Zhang Jiahao's good temper was starting to wear thin. "When will this rain finally stop?" he complained as Lu Zhou inflated the raft. Zhang Jiahao immediately reached out to help. With Zhang Jiahao lending a hand, Lu Zhou had time to look around. Most people who came to the Fuzhou commercial building had some sort of boating equipment. Whether it was a rubber raft, a plastic boat, or even a large plastic bathtub, everyone had their own way to get there. Like Lu Zhou, these people gathered in groups after buying food. They were afraid of being robbed by others. When it was time to get in the water, they tightly guarded their supplies in the center of the boat, while the others kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The rubber raft was quickly inflated. The four of them first secured their supplies before swiftly boarding the raft. When Lu Zhou bought the rubber raft, he had purchased both large and small sizes. The one he took out this time was a large model. Even so, with 4 people and their belongings, the raft was filled to capacity. Just as they boarded, someone came out from the back door. Seeing Lu Zhou's group on the raft, she hurried over and weakly said, "Don't go yet. I see there's still space on your raft. Can you take me with you?" It was a woman holding a bag in her hand. The heavy rain had soaked her hair, revealing a pair of pitiful almond-shaped eyes. Combined with her frail figure, it was heart-wrenching. Zhang's father, Lu's father, and Zhang Jiahao were all unsure of what to do. Lu Zhou's expression was icy as he glanced at the woman and coldly tossed the oars to the other 3. The rubber raft he had taken out was equipped with 2 pairs of oars. Now, it happened to be one for each person. "Stop looking, get in." The 3 were stunned for a second before reacting. Although they had doubts in their hearts, their hands moved without hesitation, vigorously rowing towards the neighborhood. The woman was left behind, her tone pleading. Zhang Jiahao felt a bit heartbroken. "Lu Zhou, that woman does seem a bit pitiful." Lu Zhou shot a sideways glance at his friend. "Pitiful? She's been starving for over 10 days. Aside from her clothes being a bit messy, her complexion and spirit are just fine. What's so pitiful about her?" Zhang Jiahao was momentarily taken aback by his friend's words, then thought about it and realized, well, that does seem to be the case. Chapter 43. Killing Chickens to Warn Monkeys. As a big man, after so many days of torment, he clearly looked much more dispirited. With the mindset of educating the 3, Lu Zhou calmly said, "If we take her with us, do you believe that in the end, this woman will use the excuse of sending her home to trick us into a trap?" Such things happened often in his previous life, mostly in the early stages of the apocalypse. By the middle and later stages, trust between people had collapsed, and no one dared to casually lend a hand to strangers. Lu's father was rowing the boat and felt goosebumps from his son's words. The Zhang family's young man looked terrified. Lu Zhou turned his head and saw the woman in the distance getting onto another person's boat after much pleading. The rowing efficiency of 4 people was far greater than that of 2. Lu Zhou alone took 20 minutes to cover half the distance. Zhang's young man was rowing until his hands went numb. Just as he wanted to switch hands to continue rowing, he noticed what seemed to be traces of blood on the water surface. Frowning, he looked in the direction of the bloodstains. It was alarming to see. About 5 to 6 meters away from Lu Zhou's boat, there were 2 dead bodies. It was obvious they had just died, with blood still flowing from their bodies. Both looked to be young men. Logically, the bodies should have fallen into the water, but coincidentally, these 2 bodies were stuck in the middle of a floating board, drifting on the surface of the water in the direction of the current. Moreover, the current was heading directly towards Lu Zhou's direction. As the 2 corpses drew closer, the 4 held their breath and desperately paddled to the side, trying to avoid the bodies. When they passed by the 2 corpses, Lu Zhou noticed the striking green jackets they wore, and his expression darkened. Zhang's young man was not foolish. He gasped softly, "Damn, aren't these the 2 men who later let that woman onto the boat?" He had seen the scene of the woman getting on the boat, just like Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded. "It's them. The color of their clothes and their height and build all match." Zhang's young man's blood ran cold. Lu's father and Zhang's young man also didn't know where to look. The 3 tightly shut their mouths and stared at the corpses without moving. The 2 bodies had their eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Blood flowed from their lower abdomen, staining the surrounding water. This scene had a tremendous impact on the 3 of them. Aside from mechanically rowing, no one spoke again. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly, hoping that seeing the fate of these 2 would make them more cautious about human nature. Zhang's young man was indeed shaken. Thinking about how he had foolishly wanted to take that woman with them made him feel a wave of fear. From now on, regardless of gender or age, he wouldn't lend a hand to anyone. Lu's father, Zhang's young man, and Zhang's family all thought similarly. Lu Zhou quietly stared ahead, controlling the direction of the inflatable raft. Soon, the raft passed by the area where Lu Zhou was located. Once they entered the community, the oars were no longer needed. Lu's father and Zhang's young man got off the boat, swimming while pushing the inflatable raft towards the stairs. Lu Zhou and Zhang's young man guarded the supplies, vigilantly observing their surroundings. When there was still some distance from the stairs, with a whoosh, quite a few people suddenly emerged. Lu Zhou's nerves tightened as he gripped the curved knife behind him. After the shock from earlier, Zhang's young man no longer dared to let his guard down against people. Seeing the situation now, he immediately took out the rolling pin he had brought from home. Before he went out, he thought it was enough to have something intimidating and never considered hurting anyone. Now, however, he felt a bit inadequate with the rolling pin in his hand. Lu Zhou's gaze was fierce as he looked at the gathered crowd, his eyes radiating a greedy light. Before he even approached the stairwell door, this group couldn't contain their restless thoughts any longer. Lu's father and Zhang's father were in the water, unable to threaten anyone, and all their hopes were pinned on the two people in the inflatable boat. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he took out a curved knife and fiercely warned the people blocking his way. "Listen carefully. If anyone dares to touch my family's things in a moment, don't blame me for breaking that hand of yours. If anyone doubts my words, feel free to come and test whether I'm serious or not." After saying that, Lu Zhou tightened his grip on the curved knife. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. The crowd seemed to sense that Lu Zhou's words were not just a scare tactic. They initially wanted to make a move, but now silently weighed their options. "Everyone disperse. Otherwise, I'll stab anyone I see." As they approached the stairway, Lu Zhou jumped off the boat first, picking up the curved knife and charging towards the crowd to swing it. The crowd had never seen such a scene and immediately took a few steps back. In an instant, a small space opened up at the stairway entrance. Reluctant to give up their hope of survival, someone in the crowd asked if they could borrow the inflatable boat. Borrow? They probably thought it would be a case of borrowing, with no return. Lu Zhou ignored those voices and urged his father to hurry up. Lu's father and Zhang's father did not dare to be careless, and quickly pulled the boat up with all their strength. When they finally pulled it up, both of them used every ounce of strength they had. Zhang's family member tightly gripped the rolling pin, standing aside to protect the supplies. Unfortunately, just at the moment when Lu's father and Zhang's father were exhausted, some people saw an opportunity. Two figures flashed through the crowd, moving quickly and decisively, aiming for the supplies on the boat. Lu Zhou moved even faster and more ruthlessly. He swung his knife at the person charging in front. That person was startled, abruptly halting his forward momentum. He dodged the knife aimed at his chest, but couldn't escape being cut on the arm. Almost in the next second, blood spurted out with a puff, exploding like a flower. The person with the injured arm cried out in pain, and alongside him, a child also rushed out. Initially wanting to take advantage of the chaos to grab something, the child was terrified by Lu Zhou's swift action, standing frozen in place, not daring to move. Lu Zhou recognized the two people at a glance. They were the old rogue from room 0501 and the mischievous child. He had a strong impression of them. The child often stole packages and takeout in the neighborhood, and later, after being caught by a young girl, not only did he not admit his fault, but he also became even more brazen. After that, whatever takeout the girl ordered was either stolen by the child or tampered with. The police were called, and they spoke to the child's father, but he didn't care about his own child. In the end, the girl was forced to leave Hengxin community. Lu Zhou's movements were too quick. Zhang's family member hadn't even had time to react before the blood from the injured man splattered towards him. He raised his hand to block it, and all the splattered blood drenched his arm. Lu Zhou held the mischievous child's collar with his left hand, brandishing the knife to threaten the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wants to try?" As he spoke, the knife was pressed against the child's neck. Chapter 44. The Madman. The mischievous child was tense all over, not daring to move. He opened his mouth, wanting to cry, but didn't dare to. Snot and tears were all over his face. In that moment, The onlookers with ill intentions were all scared half to death. They frantically retreated, fearing that they would be stabbed to death by the madman Lu Zhou. In the crowd, Lu Zhou held a knife, his back straight, his eyes filled with a near cruel fierceness. Lu Zhou looked as if the words "do not mess with" were written across his face. Those who had originally hoped for a lucky chance to take advantage suddenly felt a sense of dread. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiehui, who had just felt dazed a moment ago, was instantly jolted back to reality by the smell of blood on his arm. He found it hard to understand his friend now. Was this still the Lu Zhou who used to be taciturn and reclusive? Those few swift knife strikes were not just for show. They truly intended to kill. In a tense atmosphere, hurried footsteps were heard coming down from upstairs. Everyone held their breath, quietly looking up to see who was coming. Lu Zhou tightened his grip on the curved knife, his face serious. When the person finally came down, Lu Zhou gasped in surprise. How could it be Lu Mom? Lu Mom held a kitchen knife, and, seeing Lu Zhou and the others surrounded by this group, charged over fiercely, shouting, "Let's see who dares to touch my family." The kitchen knife in her hand was waved threateningly. The crowd that had just been scared by Lu Zhou's actions immediately rushed back into their homes in a frenzy. What a joke! Better to run away. This family is completely crazy, always pulling out knives to stab people. If they didn't leave quickly, they might end up like that unfortunate guy just now, getting cut and having no one to turn for justice. Lu Mom rushed over, and upon seeing that her son and the old man were unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhou didn't waste any more words, calmly saying, "Uncle Zhang, Jiehui, let's hurry up." The five of them didn't dare to linger. The group had been scared off, but what if those with bad intentions didn't give up and came back with weapons? No one paid attention to the man with the injured arm who was crouched in the corner. Lu Zhou threw the mischievous child away and fiercely warned the two. "Get lost. If you dare to come after my family again, I'll take your life next time." They quickly packed up the inflatable boat and helped each other upstairs. Behind them were the two who were completely scared out of their wits. After finally climbing up to their home, Lu Dad, forgetting about the shock he just received from his son, first turned his anger towards Lu Mom. "What were you doing coming down? If something happened to you, how could we save you?" Lu Dad was both angry and anxious, trembling all over, while Lu Mom hurriedly explained, "I was worried. I was watching you through a telescope from upstairs and saw those people attacking you. So I came down." Lu Dad was still arguing with Lu Mom, leaving it to Lu Zhou to mediate. "Stop arguing, you two. Mom, don't act impulsively next time. Dad and I are worried about you, afraid something might happen to you. If Dad and I are really in a situation where we're being attacked, don't come down. If you do, you won't survive." Lu Zhou didn't want to say these words, but they had to be said. Lu Mom sighed and said softly, "If either of you is gone, I can't live. It's better to come down and help if you can. If you can't help, we'll die together." Lu Dad's eyebrows twitched, and finally, helplessly said, all right, why say such things about dying? Look at me and your son, we're the spoils of war." Saying that, he showed Lu Mom the food they had brought back. After seeing the atmosphere ease, Lu Zhou was still thinking about another matter. "Mom, can you make some more cherry jam? I have a barter deal with someone tonight." Lu Zhou had just realized that he and his dad had taken on too much responsibility before, which made his mom feel excluded. This time, he took the initiative to find something for his mom to do, hoping she wouldn't overthink things anymore. As soon as Lu Zhou made this request, his mom's eyes lit up. "Of course. What are you trading for? Let me know." "Herbs," Lu Zhou explained. "Herbs will still be useful in the future. The person I'm trading with sells herb seedlings, and I told him I'd trade some mushrooms and cherry jam for them." After nodding, Lu Zhou's mom looked skeptical again. "Mushrooms? Yeah, mushrooms. I have a skill in my superpower that allows me to gather mushrooms." At this point, Lu Zhou casually went inside and spent a survival point to gather mushrooms. Gathering mushrooms once yields 10 pounds. Lu Zhou examined the mushrooms he took out. They seemed to be a type of oyster mushroom in large clusters. The game limits mushroom gathering to 5 groups per day, so Lu Zhou decided to go all out, spending 5 survival points to collect a total of 50 pounds of mushrooms. 50 pounds is quite a lot. Lu Zhou rummaged through the house, finally finding a few large bags to put all the mushrooms in. Of course, just these mushrooms are not enough to trade for the herbs. Lu Zhou also searched the cherry trees and managed to gather 4 pounds of cherry jam in total. And this was only the cherry jam that his mom had made before, which amounted to 4 pounds. Overall, it wasn't much, and Lu Zhou felt a bit guilty. This amount should not be enough to trade for those herbs. But he didn't want to casually trade other items. Torn between options, he looked at the survival points displayed in the upper right corner, which showed 20 points. The next function, unlock in the game system, requires 30 survival points, so Lu Zhou passed on unlocking that feature. In the end, Lu Zhou focused on barley and sweet potatoes. One group of barley takes 1 hour to mature, with a daily planting limit of 5 groups. Each group yields 10 pounds of barley when mature. In 2 days, Lu Zhou saved up 100 pounds of barley. As for sweet potatoes, although they take longer to mature, each time they are ready, they yield 50 pounds. In these 2 days, he had already accumulated about 30 pounds of sweet potatoes. Lu Zhou's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he had chosen sweet potatoes. Although they took longer to mature, their yield is high. Clearly, choosing sweet potatoes was the better option. Lu Zhou finally decided to bring 30 pounds of sweet potatoes as a backup payment method. After settling the trade for the evening, Lu Zhou stood by the window and looked downstairs. When they returned earlier, the Yu family father and son had not come back. Lu Zhou took out his binoculars and carefully watched downstairs. It was calm below, and it seemed there was no activity. Lu Zhou put away the binoculars and calmed himself to continue taking care of the vegetables at home. Lu Zhou's dad, feeling motivated, took out his old exercise equipment, put on his sportswear, and started working out. After exercising, he took out a Tongshan sword and began to practice. After finishing with the vegetables, Lu Zhou went over to teach his dad some techniques for using the Tongshan sword. Chapter 45. Visit. He wasn't one for showy tricks. He only knew how to kill for real. The two had been training together for almost an hour when a knock came at the door. Lu Zhou went to open it, and standing there was Zhang Jiahao, looking furious, his face dark as if he could kill. Lu Zhou, the Yu father and son have returned. Returned? Lu Zhou's expression changed, and he stepped aside to let Zhang Jiahao in a few steps before closing the door, his tone turning urgent. They just got back? Yes. When those two returned, they looked quite disheveled. I was watching downstairs and didn't see any inflatable boat come in. I suspect their boat is gone. Zhang Jiahao swallowed nervously, worry etched across his face. Of course, it wasn't concern for the Yu father and son. Rather, it was about whether Lu Zhou and his own family could survive. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, surprised that the two had returned looking so grim. It seemed their plan had failed. Zhang Jiahao continued. When the Yu father and son came back, they had quite a few injuries. Just now, when they saw me, they even asked if I had any external injury medicine. Huh, how shameless of them. Even if I had some, I wouldn't give it to them. What a joke. Zhang Jiahao vented his frustration, and Lu Zhou smirked, trying to comfort him. Look on the bright side. Once this is over, we won't have to go out with them anymore. If they had any sense of shame, they wouldn't dare to associate with us again. Zhang Jiahao nodded, but then looked conflicted again. Sai, who knows? To be honest, I think they just had the nerve to ask me for medicine. They might still do something disgusting later. If I had known this family was like this, I wouldn't have installed that door back then. Seeing his friend so frustrated, Lu Zhou reassured him. Jiahao, try to think positively. As long as they aren't completely out of their minds, they won't dare to break down the door. At least having one more door provides an extra layer of security. Lu Zhou said all he could, and whether Zhang Jiahao could lighten up depended on himself. After finishing their conversation, Zhang Jiahao planned to head downstairs, but before he left, he widened his eyes in surprise. Uncle Lu, are you training? Lu Zhou glanced over to see his dad practicing with a knife. Each move had a certain rhythm to it. Lu Zhou chuckled dryly. I guess he got a bit scared just now, so he's practicing more. Zhang Jiahao's eyes lit up, secretly thinking he should practice too. If he encountered a situation like today again, he wanted to be able to chop down anyone who came at him, just like Lu Zhou. After clenching his fist, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly left. Watching his dad like this, Lu Zhou finally sighed. Dad, once you're done, let me know. We'll go see Aunt and the others at Jindu Yujing. Dad wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Okay, once I'm done, we'll tidy up and head out. Mom naturally wanted to go, and Lu Zhou couldn't refuse, so he agreed. The three of them suited up, grabbed their self-defense gear, and quickly headed downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, Lu Zhou took out the inflatable boat and got it into the water, with Dad and Mom immediately following. Perhaps it was because everyone was scared stiff by Lu Zhou, but they all went downstairs unusually smoothly. No one dared to stop the three of them. Following the same strategy as before, Lu Zhou first piloted the inflatable boat toward an unoccupied area before switching to the assault boat. Once they switched to the assault boat, their speed increased significantly. Although Lu Zhou had given Anne a batch of emergency supplies before the apocalypse, he naturally couldn't visit her empty-handed. On the way, Lu Zhou took out a large bag of rice, 5 packs of instant noodles, 2 packs of hanging noodles, and a pack of purified water from the compartment. Dad and Mom were naturally very pleased. The speedboat had been sailing for more than half an hour when it finally reached the destination. Upon arriving at Jindu Yujing, the three of them were all stunned. Originally a top-notch community, it had now turned into a dilapidated building under the impact of the heavy rain. A rough glance revealed that the flood had already submerged up to the 4th floor of the building. Xiao Yi's family lived on the 3rd floor, and seeing this, Lu Mom trembled all over, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Zhou, you go a bit further ahead. Let's look for your aunt's building. The speedboat continued forward until it reached the building where Xiao Yi was. Unfortunately, like the other buildings, the 4th floor was also submerged in water. How could this happen? Lu Mom's eyes widened, her mouth murmuring incessantly. Lu Zhou frowned, looking very unconvinced. In his previous life, this situation had never occurred. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this, unless his rebirth had truly changed some circumstances. He was not willing to give up and urged the boat to move closer. Just as the boat approached, residents from the high-rise began throwing things down. Lu Zhou reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, he took control of the speedboat, turning its bow away. The thrown objects were a chaotic mix of everything. The most terrifying was that someone threw down a large utility knife. The sharp tip was aimed directly at Lu Zhou and the others. This was clearly an intent to harm them. Perhaps the group saw that Lu Zhou and the others had a speedboat and supplies on board and had ill intentions. Lu Zhou's face immediately darkened, and Lu Ba retreated cautiously. Lu Mom suppressed her grief and whispered to her son, "We need to leave quickly. This is not a good place. Don't worry about your aunt. It's possible her family was rescued by the government." After saying that, the three of them no longer lingered and revved up the engine to leave Jindu Yujing. Who would have thought that just as they were planning to set off, someone appeared at the entrance of the building? Lu Zhou had sharp eyesight and recognized the person at a glance. Tall and thin, looking like an intellectual. Wasn't this Xiao Yi's husband? "Dad, Mom, it's my uncle." Lu Zhou was overjoyed and whispered. Lu Mom turned around and was instantly delighted. Lu Ba glanced back and immediately steered the boat closer to the building. While approaching, they had to be wary of anything being thrown down from above. Wei Qingzhu was flustered, holding an old table as a shield, moving a few steps closer to the three of them. This meant it was safe to hide under it. The three of them took the table shield, managed to stabilize the boat, and then were led by Wei Qingzhu up to the 5th floor. Wei Qingzhu looked even thinner than before, his face sunken in quite a bit. Lu Zhou felt a tightness in his chest. His uncle had treated him well in the past, and seeing him suffer in this life made Lu Zhou uncomfortable. As soon as they entered the 5th floor, Wei Qingzhu hurriedly squeezed into the nearest unit door and Lu Zhou and the others closely followed. When a unit door opened, they were all taken aback. Chapter 46 Invitation. The house, which should have been tidy, was now in disarray. It was clear that it had been violently rummaged through. The floor, the walls, everywhere was dirty. In addition to the wet, muddy footprints, there were even dried bloodstains. Looking around this terrible environment and not seeing her younger sister, Lu Mom's heart suddenly sank. "Qingzhu, where is Xiaolin? Where is she?" Lu Mom anxiously questioned Wei Qingzhu, who replied softly, "They are all here." After saying that, she led the three of them forward, pushing open a cabinet to reveal a hidden small door inside. Lu Zhou was surprised. The cabinet looked immovable, and he did not expect there to be a secret door behind it. The secret door was made of steel and looked exceptionally thick. Wei Qingzhu leaned against the door and knocked 3 times on the steel door with her fingers. Soon, the steel door was opened from the inside. The one who opened the door was Jiang Xiaolin. Lu Mom's pupils shrank sharply. Her sister was still alive. She immediately rushed forward and tightly grasped her sister's cold, frail hand. "Xiaolin, thank goodness you're all right." After saying that, Lu Mom began to sob as she hugged her sister. Jiang Xiaolin's eyes were also filled with tears. She thought she would never see her sister again. "Sister, let's talk inside." Once everyone entered, they closed the steel door. The inside was small. After Lu Zhou's family squeezed in, they felt the space was insufficient. The already small space was filled with survival supplies. Lu Zhou quickly scanned these supplies and finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these supplies were the batch he had sent to his aunt's family. The supplies were still there, indicating that they were at least not doing too badly. Following the supplies, he saw his little cousin Wei, Tong Tong, curled up pitifully on a small bed, with a circle of white gauze wrapped around her head, making her look particularly fragile. Was she injured? Hurt her head? Lu Zhou frowned, just about to ask, when he saw an unfamiliar old lady touching his cousin Wei Tong Tong's forehead, murmuring to herself. Lu Zhou did not know this old lady, but from her appearance, she seemed kind and not like a bad person. Lu Mom also saw this scene and anxiously asked, "What happened to Tong Tong's head?" Jiang Xiaolin's eyes turned red instantly, and under Lu Mom's urging, she began to recount the story. It turned out that when the sandstorm came, their family was doing relatively well, as they had quite a bit of supplies. However, it wasn't long before their stable days ended. The sandstorm grew worse day by day, and the residents of the community exhausted all their food supplies. Everyone lived in fear, and Jiang Xiaolin's family didn't know how many times their door had been knocked on. In the end, they were all sent away by Wei Qingzhu. To avoid being targeted, Jiang Xiaolin's family dared not cook or eat too much, fearing that they would attract unwanted attention and cause a disaster. After the sandstorm finally disappeared, they were relieved, but unexpectedly, after the sandstorm was gone, they were met with heavy rain. The rain poured down day and night, and many people's supplies were completely depleted. Previously, Jiang Xiaolin's family's disguise was still relatively effective, and no one noticed their abnormal situation. But later, this group of people somehow found out that they had stored a lot of supplies at home. At first, they just borrowed, and Jiang Xiaolin's family naturally pretended not to know, but this group of people was very certain in their tone. As the situation worsened, this group pride opened her door and looted the supplies. Jiang Xiaolin and her husband fought desperately to drive them out several times, but in the end, their fists couldn't match 4 hands, and a large portion of the supplies was taken. At this point, there was a look of hatred in Jiang Xiaolin's eyes. Her eyes reddened, and her tone was filled with exhaustion. "Sister, this is Grandma Shan. She is Qingzhu's master and our lifesaver." After being mentioned, Grandma Shan slightly turned around and smiled at Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou and the others hurriedly thanked Grandma Shan. Jiang Xiaolin continued to recall. "At that time, before they broke into our house, we sensed something was wrong and moved the supplies to Grandma Shan's house overnight. Later, after they looted all our supplies, they frequently harassed our home again, always thinking we still had stock. Tong Tong was also accidentally injured in the head during an argument with these people. Sister, every time I talk about this, my heart aches. Tong Tong is still so young. How can I not protect her? After saying this, Jiang Xiaolin covered her face and cried, while Wei Qingzhu comforted his wife. Xiaolin, it's not your fault. You were injured at that time too. You did your best. Although Wei Qingzhu was comforting her, Lu Zhou could see clearly that he was trembling with anger while speaking. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhou noticed that his aunt and uncle had quite a few scars on them. They must have gotten those from fighting with this group of people. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Zhou's eyes. These beasts deserve to die. Lu Mom felt sorry for her sister and whispered to comfort Jiang Xiaolin. Lu Zhou pulled his dad aside and quietly said, "Dad, why don't we let my aunt and her family live next door to us?" Dad furrowed his brows tightly and spoke in a low voice. "Is that appropriate? Isn't there someone living there?" "It's fine. That family hasn't had anyone come for a while. My aunt's family is good people. They can keep us company." Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Dad immediately felt reassured. "All right, I'll say it." Lu Zhou nodded and gave Dad a look, signaling him to get to the point. Dad understood and pulled Wei Qingzhu aside, speaking softly. "Qingzhu, we came here today to discuss something with you." Wei Qingzhu's face was pale, but he still listened carefully to Dad's words and said, "Brother, just say what you need." Dad rubbed his hands together. "There's a neighbor next door to us, and their house hasn't had anyone for a while. You could temporarily stay there. Then, we could go out together as a group." Wei Qingzhu's face showed some hesitation. "Brother, that's not quite right. This would be considered trespassing." Lu Zhou couldn't hold back anymore and interjected, "Uncle, you can't say that. Houses are meant for people to live in. Besides, if we don't stay, many people will have their eyes on that house. It's better for both our families to be together and look out for each other. Moreover, you are on the 5th floor. If the heavy rain gets worse, the 5th floor might get flooded. What will your family do then? Go to a shelter? But what about the supplies in hand? And I've heard that the conditions in shelters are extremely poor. Tong Tong's head hasn't healed yet. Will she be able to recover there?" Lu Zhou's words hit Wei Qingzhu's sore spots each time. He slowly raised his head, his expression gradually clearing, and his voice firmed. "Then let's go. But, Xiaozhou, we must bring Grandma Shan along. After all, Grandma Shan has helped us a lot. We can't be ungrateful." Chapter 47, Dealing with Scum. This is the truth. Previously, Grandma Shan was not only willing to help Wei Qingzhu hide things, but also allowed their family to stay at her home when their house was flooded. Later, she also helped take care of Wei Tongtong. She truly treated their family well. Lu Zhou was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. His uncle was still the same good person he had always been. "I have no objections. Let's leave as soon as possible." "What do you think, Uncle?" Wei Qingzhu was naturally willing. "Sure, but we have to take these supplies with us." These were the supplies he and Xiaolin had fought hard to protect, and they had to be taken. Without supplies, how long could they survive? On Lu Mom's side, she had already comforted her sister. Wei Qingzhu informed Grandma Shan of the stakes involved, hoping she would go with him. Originally, Grandma Shan was reluctant to be a burden to him, but in the end, Wei Qingzhu was so emotional that it seemed if she didn't go, his family wouldn't leave either. Grandma Shan could only reluctantly agree. Everyone wasted no time and started packing supplies as quickly as possible. There were quite a few supplies, and one assault boat couldn't hold them all. Lu Zhou initially planned to make 2 trips, but Wei Qingzhu indicated that he also had an inflatable raft. "That works. Let's tie the inflatable raft to the back of the assault boat. We can increase the horsepower and rush back," Lu Ba said, his eyes lighting up. Lu Zhou was busy helping to pack things up. Just then, he noticed Grandma Shan struggling to pull out a box. The box looked quite heavy, and despite Grandma Shan's efforts, she couldn't get out. Lu Zhou immediately walked over to help. "Grandma Shan, let me help you." After saying that, he assisted her in pulling out the box. It wasn't easy to get the box out, and Lu Zhou curiously asked, "Grandma Shan, what's in here that's so heavy?" Grandma Shan gently stroked the box with a look of compassion and softly said, "It's a box of books." Wei Qingzhu came over to explain. Grandma Shan is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. These books are what she carries with her wherever she goes. Upon hearing his uncle's explanation, Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly brightened. Traditional Chinese medicine? If possible, he hoped Grandma Shan could teach his mom some medical knowledge. If she could, Lu Mom would avoid many detours in her future studies. Jiang Xiaolin looked at the busy group, and her previously fearful heart gradually calmed down after her sister arrived. She curled her lips and smiled slightly. Finally, they could escape from their nightmarish life. Once they reached a new place, they would have to manage their own lives. While they were packing, Lu Zhou suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside the door. He made a shushing gesture, and everyone stopped their movements, staring motionlessly at the door. The loud banging on the door made one's heart tremble. Jiang Xiaolin trembled her lips, her face turning pale in an instant. "It's not good they're here. Sister, you hide. I'll go out with Qingzhu soon." Wei Qingzhu's voice was hoarse. "These people came before, just like this, banging on the door, and then they barged in to rob us." Lu Zhou's expression darkened. He tried to remain calm and pulled out the curved knife from behind him. "Dad, Uncle, the three of us will go out. They probably saw us bringing in supplies." They definitely. Several people had serious expressions. Time was urgent, and Lu Zhou knew his mother's character. He couldn't persuade her, so he decided not to interfere with the choices of his mother and aunt any longer. However, there were some things he had to say in advance. "Mom, Aunt, let's split up. The three of us will go first, and you two hide here and act according to the situation. Grandma Dan and Tong Tong also need protection." No one objected to this decision. Wei Qingzhu pushed open the door, and the three of them quickly slipped out. It was just getting dark, and due to the small spacing between floors and the lack of electricity, it was difficult for those outside to see the interior environment clearly. The three of them hid by the door, ready to control the few people the moment they entered. Outside, voices gradually became clearer. "Move faster. Old Zhu, have you not eaten? If you really can't do it, let me." This person spoke irritably, seeing that his companion had been fiddling with the door for a long time without opening it. He became anxious. Old Zhu felt uncomfortable too and muttered, "I really haven't eaten. How can I have the strength to work?" Another person laughed and said, "Nonsense. We're here to rob this place. Old Zhu, you should be the most motivated." The man speaking curled his lips, his tone teasing, but he was secretly grinding his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for the fact that Old Zhu was a locksmith, who would tolerate him? This guy just takes advantage of others. Three more just went in. We need to be careful. TSK, enough already. We've been banging on the door for a while, and there's no movement inside. They're probably just a bunch of cowards. Do you remember the last place we robbed? They didn't dare to fight back, couldn't even protect their own daughter. Tisk, that woman was so pretty, and after getting a few things, she still wanted more. The conversation gradually became lewd, and the group let out lewd laughter. Lu Zhou's expression turned cold as he tightened his grip on the curved knife, murderous intent surging. Scum trash. Such people don't deserve to live. Their existence only reduces the living space of others. It would be better to kill them off. There were faint sounds of other accomplices behind these few people. Lu Zhou perked up his ears, listening carefully and gradually gaining confidence. There were a total of 5 people. After informing his father and uncle about this, the 3 of them held their breath, waiting silently for the intruders. Bang! The door was slightly knocked open, and the people outside obviously cheered. It's opening. With a creak, the door swung open. A few people prepared to rush inside. Damn it, be careful, it's pretty dark here. Old dog, take out the flashlight. Accompanied by the sound of rummaging through a backpack, the flashlight emitted a beam of light. The light directly illuminated the room, dispelling the unease in the hearts of the group. Someone stepped inside. Lu Zhou gripped the knife tightly, and as the first person entered, he swiftly extended the curved knife, stabbing fiercely towards the intruder's chest. The curved knife in his hand seemed to come alive, like a snake, sinisterly flicking its tongue as it lunged toward the opposite side. The person on the opposite side seemed to sense the danger. The foot that had just stepped in wanted to retract the next second. Unfortunately, his speed was ultimately a step too slow. In this moment of life and death, Lu Zhou was evidently faster. The curved knife pierced into the chest with a squelching sound, and the flashlight shook, just illuminating Lu Zhou's face. This face was filled with murderous intent, terrifying like a ghost. Chapter 48, Strangulation. Things happened too quickly. Before everyone could react, and curved knife was already plunged into the chest of the old dog. The old dog opened his mouth wide, his cries stuck on his lips, his eyes filled with terror as he looked toward the figure that had taken his life. Blood gushed from his chest, looking like a dark, winding stream in the night. The strong smell of blood spread out instantly. In the next moment, this person slumped to the ground like a dead dog, no longer moving. The old dog died too quickly, and the few people behind him were horrified by the fresh blood spraying from their companion. They were indeed a group of thugs, but they had never personally killed anyone. The silent death of their companion caused great psychological pressure on these four. However, no one dared to go into the house to check. After all, the old dog died too quickly. Just stepping inside would be like delivering oneself as a free meal. One person reacted the fastest and roared, "Stop dawdling. That little bastard is ambushing us. Go get him, kill him." The moment the flashlight fell, all four clearly saw the shadow of Lu Zhou. Seeing that Lu Zhou still looked like a child, their sense of luck returned. The old dog's death was unjust. He was just caught off guard and stabbed to death. Now that they could see their opponent clearly, they naturally wouldn't be easily caught off guard again. Besides, even if they didn't care about the opponent's supplies, that assault boat was a good thing that had to be grabbed. One of the four switched on a high-powered flashlight, and instantly, the room was as bright as day. However, the four did not look at Lu Zhou's figure again. Where the hell did that bastard go? It's such a small place. Where could he hide? The speaker was the one who had just cursed old Zhou, and he was now filled with impotent rage. Cursing aside, as the leader of this small group, he naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. "Old Three, you lead the way, and we'll follow behind." The person called Old Three was a slightly weaker-looking man. He was at the bottom of this small group. Usually, he did whatever others told him without daring to resist. He was simply the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Old Three shivered in his heart, his face filled with distress as he said, "Big brother, please don't make me go in first. I have elderly and children at home. If I go in and die, what will happen to them?" Old Zhou snorted disdainfully. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and take a look. You coward, what are you afraid of? We're right behind you. You don't even dare to go in? You were the fastest when it came to scavenging for loot before. Old Three, if you don't go in, it's a waste. I'll have to take good care of your family afterward." The leader patted his shoulder with a meaningful expression. Old Three immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the terrifying aspect of this person. He never spoke empty words. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the kitchen knife as he stepped inside. Once Old Three went in, the other three followed closely with their own knives. At this moment, Lu Zhou, his father, and his uncle were hiding behind a bookshelf. The enemy was in the light, while they were in the dark, which was very beneficial for them. Exchanging glances with his father and uncle, Lu Zhou picked up a book from the ground and threw it directly toward the other bedroom. Immediately, a slight sound echoed from the bedroom, for people were on edge, and with a whoosh, one quickly pulled out a kitchen knife from their side and held it defensively in front of them. Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. So they were just four cowards. Two of them cautiously moved toward the source of the sound, while the other two remained on guard, continuing their patrol. The positions of these two were very close to where Lu Zhou and the others were hiding. Lu Zhou calculated their blind spots and quietly launched an attack from behind the bookshelf, simultaneously approaching one of them as quickly as possible. He then extended his curved knife and swiftly slashed at the throat of one of them. Staying behind were Old Zhou and a man whose name was unknown. One moment, Old Zhou was holding a flashlight, scanning the room. The next, a curved knife was at his throat. The knife reflected a cold glint, mercilessly mocking his impending fate. Old Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. This knife was the same one that had just killed Old Dog. He immediately broke into a cold sweat, his breathing becoming rapid and uncontrollable. Damn, when did this person get so close to him? How could they move like a ghost without making a sound? The people inside checked for a moment and complained. There's nothing here. Where did these people go? How are things on your side? Lu Zhou leaned in and whispered, "Speak." As he spoke, he pressed the knife hard against Old Zhou's neck. The pressure was not light. Old Zhou could feel the knife cutting through a layer of skin on his neck. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, Old Zhou groaned. "We haven't found anyone here either." As he spoke, he glanced at his companion. Lu Zhou looked at the other person not far away, who was being restrained by Lu Dad and Uncle, and suddenly had a bad idea. He knew Old Zhou wanted to signal his companion for help, so he slightly shifted to let him see the same comrade being controlled. After seeing his companion being restrained by the other two, the hopeful light in Old Zhou's eyes was instantly extinguished. Damn it, they had kicked a metal plate this time. He had initially thought the three newcomers looked friendly and not the type to resort to violence. But who knew these bastards would act so quickly, not only killing Old Dog, but also controlling him and Gongzi in no time. Thinking about Old Dog who was killed by Lu Zhou, Old Zhou suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This person wouldn't want to kill him too, would he? Fear reached its peak at that moment. Looking at Lu Zhou's strange face, Old Zhou wanted to scream, but his vocal cords felt as if they were being tightly gripped, unable to make a sound. The other person wasn't as lucky as Old Zhou. After being tied up by Lu Dad and Uncle, Uncle swung the steel pipe in his hand, and with one hit, the person fainted. Old Zhou's throat tightened. For the first time, he regretted following along with the wrongdoing. Now it seemed he was about to lose his life. After the three regrouped, Lu Zhou instructed Old Zhou again, lure the remaining two over. With the cold knife at his throat, Old Zhou had no choice but to signal with his eyes that he would comply. Lu Zhou had Lu Dad and Uncle find a hiding spot, while he himself hid behind cover, controlling Old Zhou with one hand and pressing the knife against his waist with the other. "Boss Third, come over, I think I found a box of treasures." Old Zhou used all his acting skills for this, and the other two immediately responded, "What is it? We'll come take a look." As they spoke, they moved in this direction. Watching the two get closer, Lu Dad tightened his grip on the Tang knife, gritting his teeth, and prepared to strike. Damn it, he was not killing people, but two beasts. Chapter 49. Evil men have their evil men to grind. Dad Lu used all his strength in this swing, and with one strike he chopped off one of the arms of the person across from him. The person who was hit let out a wail. He was the leader of the small group. He reacted fairly quickly. After being injured, he immediately came to his senses. F*CK, Lao San, take care of these two. Lao Zhu, Gongzi, hurry up. Dad Lu's eyes were blazing. After taking a deep breath, he swung again, thrusting the weapon into the leader's chest. The leader sidestepped, but the sharp end pierced his flesh and stabbed into his chest. He wasn't killed, but a deep wound was carved into his flesh. Enduring the pain, he grunted, "Lao San, you bastard, hurry up and do something." When his name was called, Lao San shivered all over. With the leader already injured, he suddenly felt the danger. Ignoring the leader's plea for help, he madly pushed the obstructing leader away and desperately ran forward, intending to escape. The leader, already injured from 2 strikes and covered in wounds, still had his wits about him after being pushed down by Lao San. Watching Lao San abandon him to flee, he was filled with anger that he couldn't vent, and he cursed out loud. "Lao San, you idiot, just run away. Get your ass back here." Dad Lu, whose swing had gone awry, was full of rage. He pulled out the weapon once more. This time, there were no accidents. He accurately thrust it into the leader's chest. The leader's eyes widened, and after struggling a few times, he finally stopped moving. Lao San, unable to escape, was quickly caught up by Uncle, who knocked him out with 2 strikes. Lu Zhou watched clearly from the side. Lao San was indeed timid. If he had mustered up the courage to fight back against Dad, Lu, or perhaps Uncle, he might have injured both of them. But he was too cowardly. His first instinct was to save his own life, which gave Uncle and Dad, Lu, the opportunity to strike. In no time, the 5 arrogant thugs were completely subdued by Lu Zhou and the others in just one encounter. Not even a splash of water was disturbed. Of the 5, 2 were dead, 2 were unconscious, and 1 was still awake. Dad Lu wiped the blood off the weapon and looked at Lu Zhou, asking, "Xiao Zhou, what do you plan to do with these 3? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, focusing his gaze on Lao Zhu. "How many of you are there in total? Where did you stash the loot?" With 2 companions dead at the hands of this group, Lao Zhu dared not remain silent. He immediately said, "There are 5 of us. I'll take you to where we hid the stuff. Can you promise to let me go afterward?" Lu Zhou smiled, curling his lips. "Sure, you take us there first. Once we confirm you're not lying and get the stuff, we'll let you go." As he spoke, Dad Lu and Uncle also gathered around. Lao Zhu forced himself to calm down and fawned over the 3, saying, "I'll take you there right now. You have to let me go afterward. I'm just a locksmith. I was forced into this by this group. I never want to hurt anyone. They pushed me into it. Those bastards." After saying that, he kicked one of his companions beside him and cursed a few more times. Dad Lu and Uncle's expressions rapidly changed, ultimately showing a mix of speechlessness and disdain. Lao Zhu chuckled dryly a few times, then led the group of demons up to the 9th floor. This was their little hideout, where they kept all the loot from their robberies. As soon as they entered, there were a few sounds coming from the room, and then it fell silent. Lu Zhou gripped the curved knife tightly and pressed it forcefully against Lao Zhu's back, ominously saying, "Old Zhu, at this time, do you still dare to deceive us? Are you really not afraid of death?" Lao Zhu had a mournful expression on his face and anxiously explained, "No, no, no. Swords have no eyes. I didn't deceive anyone. The women in the room are ours." Lu Zhou sneered. "Your women? Let's see them. If it turns out you're lying to us, I assure you, your death will be very ugly." Lao Zhu looked panicked, but gradually calmed down. "No, no, no, you misunderstood. I'll take you to see. Those women are trapped by us and can't get out." While speaking, he led the 3 into a side room. As soon as the side room door opened, Lu Zhou and the others were shocked by the scene inside. 3 young girls, not much older than teenagers, were huddled together in dirty clothes, shivering. Each of them was tightly chained by an iron chain around their feet. The 3 girls looked delicate, and when they saw Lu Zhou and the others burst in, they gasped and trembled. Although Lu Zhou had seen such scenes many times in the apocalypse, seeing it often didn't mean he could remain unangered. His voice was unexpectedly cold. "Are these 3 girls what you took?" Lao Zhu moved his eyes. He sensed Lu Zhou's tone and immediately explained, "It's not called taking. If these 3 follow us, they can still eat well. If they follow others, they'll starve to death. We didn't do anything wrong. We could have taken all 3. Do you 3 want to try? Especially the one with short hair in the back. She's not even 16 yet. So tender." Lu Zhou could no longer listen. He raised the knife tip and pressed it against Lao Zhu's incessant chatter. "You have the key, right? First, unlock the chains on their feet." Lao Zhu was stunned for a few seconds, then reacted, Got it. You want to play something thrilling, right? I'll unlock it right now." After saying that, he found a set of keys from the room, and with the sound of the key clicking into the lock, the chains were unlocked. The 3 girls didn't dare to move, clearly terrified. Lu Zhou withdrew his gaze and instructed Lao Zhu, "Where are the supplies? Go open the door." Lao Zhu eagerly led the 3 to another bedroom. Then he took out the key to this bedroom from an inconspicuous corner of the room. Lu Zhou observed the locks in this house. They were exquisite and not something that could be opened with a regular key. "Did you make the lock?" "Nice skills." Lao Zhu was smug as he replied, "I'm not bragging. My skills are quite famous in the area. This lock, besides me, No one else can make a key for it. While speaking, he unlocked it. As soon as the door opened, everything inside was revealed. Lu Zhou and the others widened their eyes slightly. There were quite a few supplies inside. It was unclear how many homes these 5 had robbed, but the supplies were piled up like a small mountain. With so many supplies already, these people still clung to their lives, ultimately leading to their demise. Indeed, human nature is greedy. Lu Zhou muttered, "There's even military-grade compressed rations and canned goods. This is valuable stuff." In addition to military rations and canned goods, there were also rice, flour, oil, instant snacks, and even a few bottles of beer and liquor. Not counting the food supplies, there was also a gas stove and a large bag of water purification tablets. This group really knew how to stock up on valuable items. Lu Zhou looked at the 3 with a satisfied expression and fawned. "You've taken all the goods. Shouldn't you let me go now?" Chapter 50, Gaining an Inch and Taking a Mile. Lu Zhou smiled slightly and said, "Old Zhu, you've worked hard. It's time to let you go." Seeing Lu Zhou's strange expression, Old Zhu suddenly felt something was off. Could this person be planning to kill him? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Old Zhu slid to his knees, gripping Lu Zhou's pants tightly and pleading for mercy. "Let's talk this over. I'm a good listener, and my skills are not bad. How about this? There are 10 or so households in the building next door, and I know their resources. You have a speedboat. Take me with you, and I'll lead you to get supplies, okay? I won't take a single thing from the supplies." As Old Zhu spoke, his emotions broke down further, and his face was smeared with tears and snot, looking quite disgusting. Lu Zhou frowned and spoke with displeasure. "Old Zhu, why are you so scared? Stop it. I'm not that kind of person, am I?" "Really?" Old Zhu paused his pleas, and a glimmer of relief shone in his eyes. Lu Zhou smiled wider, squatting down to reassure him. "Really?" Old Zhu was overjoyed and quickly wiped his face with his sleeve, preparing to get up. Lu Zhou maintained his smiling demeanor, extending a hand as if to help him up. Old Zhu chuckled a few times, thinking Lu Zhou was too polite. But just as he looked up, in the next moment before he could react, a curved dagger was thrust into his chest. "This is a dagger? I'm being killed? Why?" In Old Zhu's incredulous gaze, Lu Zhou withdrew the dagger and returned it to its sheath. Lu Zhou's actions were so effortless that the 3 girls hiding by the door screamed in shock. He turned to look at them. The 3 girls were wide-eyed with terror, covering their mouths tightly in fear of making any more noise. Lu Zhou's father and aunt were also startled. They had at least prepared psychologically before killing someone, but how could Lu Zhou be so calm? Killing like chopping vegetables? In just a brief moment, 2 people had died at Lu Zhou's hands, both by lethal blows. Lu Zhou didn't bother with the 3 girls and instead turned back to his father and aunt, saying, "Dad, Aunt, there are so many supplies here. Let's each pick out what's useful and take it with us. Why should they leave the resources obtained at the cost of their lives for others?" Lu Zhou firmly believed he wouldn't do such a thing. His father and aunt snapped back to their senses at Lu Zhou's reminder. "All right, we'll find some bags." After rummaging through drawers, Lu Zhou found 3 or 4 large bags. The 3 worked quickly to pack useful, storable items from the supplies. Just as Lu Zhou was tidying up, one of the girls mustered the courage to say, "Thank you for saving us. You seem really powerful. Could you temporarily shelter us for a few days? I believe the country's rescue efforts will arrive soon, and once they do, we will leave immediately." Lu Zhou lifted his gaze, his tone indescribably indifferent. "No, there's no room at home for all 3 of you. I suggest you fend for yourselves." After saying that, he ignored the girls' astonished expressions and continued to pack. His father and aunt paused for 2 or 3 seconds, then resumed their task as if nothing had happened. Due to Lu Zhou's recent, emotionless act of killing, which was genuinely terrifying after being rejected, none of the 3 girls dared to approach him again. After a brief discussion among themselves, they turned back to seek help from Lu Zhou's father and aunt. A slightly older girl walked up to Uncle Lu, tried her best to appear pitiful. "Uncle, please have some pity on me and take me home to hide for a few days. Uncle Lu looked horrified, instinctively backing away. What a joke. He had a wife and a child. How could he engage in such absurdity? The girl might as well have been saying that as long as he took her in, he could do whatever he wanted. Lu Zhou finished packing his things and, seeing this scene, felt a surge of anger. Wasn't this just trying to pry his mother's corner right in front of him? How could he tolerate this? A knife was pressed against the girl's neck, his tone icy. Get lost, or you'll end up like him. As he spoke, he pointed the knife at old Zhu's corpse. The girl screamed and frantically retreated. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he warned the three people. Know that you want to live, so don't even think about laying a hand on my family. I only released your leg shackles because I couldn't stand what you had done. As for what happens next, you can do whatever you want. After finishing his words, Lu Zhou shot a sideways glance at Uncle Lu. Seeing Uncle Lu's terrified expression, he finally let him go. If Uncle Lu dared to show even a hint of wavering, he would definitely make him experience his mother's gentle care when they got home. The three were stunned by Lu Zhou's words, standing there for a long time without reacting. Uncle was frowning, picking up everything on the ground. He was actually intending to leave a little bit of supplies for these three. After all, they were young girls who had suffered a lot, and after they left, they would likely have a hard time surviving. But who would have thought that these three would actually set their sights on his wife? He simply couldn't tolerate it. Angry, Uncle acted like he was cleaning up the battlefield, taking away all the spoils, not leaving a single item behind. Lu Zhou, Uncle Lu, had similar thoughts. Originally wanting to leave some supplies, that thought was now completely gone. The three of them carried 3 bags of supplies and went downstairs. Once they completely disappeared from sight, the 3 girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The oldest spoke up. These people are really something. They wouldn't even help with this little thing. I thought they were nice when they killed old Zhu just now. The second oldest girl calmly replied, It's fine if they don't take us in. I've long wanted to stop living like a parasite. There must be more leftover supplies in the house. Let's look for them. The youngest girl, always obedient, widened her eyes and rolled up her sleeves, heading straight to the kitchen and studied to look for things. The 3 of them busied themselves for an hour, and after much effort, they managed to find 4 packs of compressed biscuits, a half-eaten can of meat, and a box of chocolate that had long been a sticky mess. Their faces fell. These items could hardly last them a few days. Just as they were feeling frustrated, the youngest girl suddenly slapped her forehead and led the others to the bed in the secondary bedroom. She reached out and fumbled under the bed for a while before her expression brightened. I remember correctly. There's a hidden box here. Oldson took things out from here for me before. Pulling out the box, it was filled to the brim with dry goods. There were over 10 cans of meat, around 20 packs of compressed biscuits, and a box of water purification tablets. To the 3 girls, these items were simply life-saving treasures.